Here's a difference.
All right, good evening. We're going to call this meeting to order. I'd like to remind everybody that's not normally here that we need to keep the conversation in the audience to a null so that we can discuss what we need to without interference. Also, we don't have a problem. We welcome all of our media that's here tonight, but just understand that our meeting comes first, and if we need to ask you to step to the hallway, we will do that. And also so that we're not interfering with where the clerk and her position is at. That said, we'll go ahead and start with the prayer and pledge. I've asked Councilman Bradshaw to lead us in that.
Heavenly Father, we just come to you this evening. We pray that your Spirit is with all of us that are in this room today. And God, we just pray for unity as we discuss the business of this city that we all love so much. God, it's near and dear to us, and that's why we're here. And so, God, I just pray that tonight as we do business for this city, that we can just remember what we're doing and why we're doing it and who we serve, which is you, Heavenly Father. We thank you so much for this opportunity and this time this evening. It's in your name we pray. Amen.
Amen.
Attention, salute, pledge.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Councilman. Let's do roll call, please.
Terry Lamar,
Here.
Toya Shropshire,
Here.
Lori Bradshaw,
Here.
Kenneth Brashears,
Here.
Tyler Brown,
Here.
Charles Trammell,
Here.
Chris Gontier,
Here.
Bruce Smith.
Here. Okay, thank you. Item number 2, discussion and possible action to approve the mayor to sign voluntary severance agreements in the amount of $20,000 each offered to full-time employees on a first-come, first-served basis from the following departments. 203, Community Development, 1. 208, Facilities, 1. 209, Clerk's Office, 1. 215, Police, 1. 217, Fire, 1. 221, Library, 1. Employees or their department head on behalf must request a voluntary severance agreement by emailing the mayor at hr@pryorcreek.org. Voluntary severance agreement requests will be accepted through October 1, 2024 at 5 p.m. Do I have a motion?
Motion.
A motion from Shropshire
Second.
and a second from Bradshaw. Discussion?
Do we have a copy of this agreement?
We did not put that agreement in the packet because we wanted to make sure that it was approved before we put it out there. So
We have a draft, but part of it we're ready to see what exactly you guys did before finalizing.
Mayor, I do have a question. I agreed to think this over and go for this type of situation on the voluntary. But if we don't have it before tonight and we have to make layoffs, then the ones we're laying off is gonna come back later and say, oh yeah, I want to volunteer. And it's gonna cost us $20,000 more apiece to do it.
I disagree. I think what we're gonna figure out is whether or not you guys are gonna approve this, and then we'll go from there. If you guys approve it, then that'll solidify what we have in that agreement, and then they'll be offered the ability to email and contact to see if they want it.
If it was me and I was on the bottom of the totem pole and I knew I was gonna get laid off and I didn't volunteer before that and found out I was, and then I volunteered to do it, we're just giving me $20,000 extra.
You only have one per department.
It don't make any difference. You're doing it after we decided tonight if we're gonna have to make layoffs. This should be done before we ever go to that point. To see who's gonna volunteer to lay off, so we won't have to discuss it then. If I'm bottom man on the totem pole and I get offered this deal, and I know I'm gonna be laid off, yeah, I'll take $20,000.
I just want to clarify that these are not layoffs. This is a voluntary severance agreement. Layoff is a completely different procedure.
Right, and then at no point have we said we were laying off employees. We do recognize that there's a top heavy to our payroll. And so, and to do that, we are putting out a voluntary severance package, which allows them to voluntarily say, I'll take it and I will go. And so, based on that, we made the decision to make the thinning out of our payroll a voluntary option.
But I do have a few questions on this. One, first and foremost, until we see the agreement, I'm reluctant to approve it. Now, you're saying, do we want to approve this in principle? Second, this would only benefit us if we are determined not to rehire anybody in these departments. And are they going to be giving up all their benefits that they may have accrued elsewhere? And can that legally be done? Will federal law allow us to not allow them to recoup their?
Mr. McBride, will you answer that?
Yeah, answer's yes. So the agreement's going to say 20,000, you waive any price anyway, but it's a voluntary thing as well.
So let me ask a question. It's kind of along Chris's line. Mayor, the intent here, I think, is for these voluntary severance agreements to work, to save money.
Correct.
Those positions would have to remain vacant for quite a bit of time, would they not?
So, yeah, so the idea was, the original idea was that we would just do voluntary, period.
Right.
What we found as we got to working through the logistics of this, the tail end of last week, was that voluntary could wipe out an entire department. And then we are in a situation where we're counterproductive with this. And that wasn't what we want. So step one was we figured out what we could afford to do and what would be practical. And step two then was to realize that we're going to start with one per department.
And that kind of leads to my second question, Mayor, is were the department heads of these 6 departments actually kind of consulted here or did you just say this is where we think we can do a voluntary severance package with minimal impact to the city?
Yes, so the department heads have been talked to about it, just as many of the council members were as well. And so
Okay.
this wasn't just a on-the-fly decision to say, hey, we're doing it without running it properly by everybody. Discussion with Mr. Colker, the city accountant, and Mr. McBride, the city attorney, Courtney, the clerk, and myself all worked to present this and come up with what is presented on the agenda tonight.
And I guess my last question, and I'll stop and let other councilmen jump in there. Do we have a range of savings to the city if, let's say, one person took one of these versus all 6? Kind of, can you ballpark that? Give us a range?
Yeah, I mean, it ultimately depends on who
What-
takes it.
right.
If we had, and I'm not insinuating anything, I'm not saying this is.
Maybe an average savings or something?
Well, yeah, I mean, I think you look at, if we were to take an employee whose base pay was, and again, arbitrary numbers, base pay was about 45 to 50,000, they're gonna be about a 90 to $100,000 on the end of the line for the city, total pay. So, you look at that, we've got 2.5 months of pay already into them. So you're looking anywhere from 75, 80,000 would be the savings. 20,000 would say, here you go. Next year, if we didn't have to replace that position, it would be the full back end of that 90 to 100,000. That's very ballpark, if that helps.
The lowest, I calculated that, the lowest paid person from each department, that's who I based this number off of, it was almost 400,000. If one person, if the lowest paid person from each department took this, then that would save us about almost 400,000. I think it was like 370 something.
Does that calculate in the 2 months, 2 or 3 months that
That
have already been?
calculates what we've already paid them and subtracts the 20,000 it would be paid out on, yes. That would be our savings after,
For this year.
for this fiscal year, correct.
Approximately 370,
Something around there.
but that's bottom end.
Yeah, if one
Ish,
person per
okay.
department were to take the supplements.
370,000, Courtney? You said 370? Thank you.
roughly.
One person from each department or just the
Each
departments
department-
listed?
Each department listed. The departments that are listed are the ones that we understood that could be affected by this without having to absolutely be replaced, if that makes sense.
What all falls under the community development section? Which actual work sections?
That's residential inspections
Residential
and stuff like that.
inspections.
And we have a commercial inspector that has residential options, so there's,
If that's an option that's taken,
correct.
then,
And facilities consist of what?
Facilities?
facilities,
Maintenance
our
and-
maintenance and our janitorial.
Janitorial.
Okay. Thank you.
We've had discussions with these department heads, and they have agreed that if they lose somebody, they're still going to be able to operate.
Yeah. Now, if you look at some of those that have fewer employees in that department, and again, I try to cautiously answer that question. I'm not trying to insinuate anything, but if we look at Department 203, that's a one-man department. So the option would be that we would have to go with our commercial, our contractor to fill that spot. Contracted inspector would then have to do that. Again, not insinuating that that's even been this, I am his department head, so.
Did you hold the right to approve or disapprove these?
I will in the contract, yes.
But these
Okay.
will be voluntary. It's not
Yeah.
something that we're choosing for them.
But if you have a highly qualified individual that decides they want to do this, and it's going to take some time and some training and everything else to get somebody back up to their qualifications.
Oh, you mean for community development?
Well, no, I'm talking about total, the whole, either one of these. If you have somebody that's really highly qualified and it's going to take some time to train somebody to do their job, is there any kind of,
We don't have intent to refill that position in this
But no matter
budget
what,
year.
if a position is to be refilled, it has to come to council for approval first.
exactly,
For
but
refill,
you're gonna have to, if somebody's carrying a lot of load and they decided, well, I'm gonna retire, I'm gonna do something early and decide to take this, then that's gonna put a real strain on that department to be able to do what they do without said person, correct? Okay.
Yeah, we understand that there could be some strains, but
Yeah.
again, we also understand that the intent is to voluntarily offer a package that says, you'll take this offer and you'll depart. Now, that doesn't, we're not claiming any kind of status upon departure on their, what do we call that form? The separation form. We're not saying good standing, bad standing, that comes up from the department head. If they're in good standing, they'll be noted as good standing on their separation report. The idea is that we're not laying anybody off tonight. That's
So-
not, that language is not in this option.
If down the road things get better, do these individuals have the option to come back?
If anybody is hired back, they'll be hired back at a beginning level.
They would start
That's-
back out at ground zero, and that'd be something that has to come to council approval again before
Okay.
it could take place.
And that's just policy.
I got a couple of things. General principle, I mean, I see this idea, but I don't see a factual contract, so I can't really say, do I like it or not? And are my concerns as far as, is it gonna work for us?
I would
I
have a
can't see
city
that.
attorney for a reason.
Right, the second thing, is if we go through the budget and see where we are, because I know we want to see if there's areas we can save, is this enough or is this too much until we see if there's areas that we can trim through the night's discussion? We may need more, we may need less. I would like to see work done on the budget to see where we actually are before implementing.
Well, that's what we're here to do tonight. That's the next item, item
Also,
3.
respectively, I had a budget that was calculated to keep all of these positions prior to tonight, so.
So the idea is that you're presenting this as a voluntary severance agreement. In past meetings, we've heard from several that have voiced their opinion. With absolute respect, I say this, that we are top-heavy in the payroll. And so, rather than come in and say, we're gonna lay everybody off, we're gonna do layoffs, we're gonna leave it to the employee. It's voluntary. You wanna go? We'll pay you. We'll pay you $20,000, and that's what this is. So, whether we have a finished budget or not at this point, this is still an option that we can offer. This is still an option that says, we can go into this knowing that we have already had individuals just show interest. So I think what we'll see is that the object of that will be met. We will see a thinning in our stuff. As per the agreement, the contract, Mr. McBride, do you have anything to say about how that looks right now?
It's basically you release and waive anything if you take the 20,000.
In a whole lot more words than that.
Mayor, I have a question about this. If, I can see two scenarios of somebody leaving and taking this deal. I can see that there's a person that's been here for 20 years and they're eligible to retire. And I can see a person that's just fairly new or not at a retirement eligibility that's just gonna take it and go. But I think from what I understand, what you've told me, is that if a person is eligible to retire, and of course they're obviously entitled to vacation, probably comp time, etc., they're gonna waive all the rights to that money, even though they have served their time doing the duties for serving the citizens of this community. And that would be a big, strong disadvantage to somebody that's to retire and take this deal.
Correct. And, you know, like we discussed last week when you and I talked about that, we're aware of that. And the idea is that, again, it's voluntary for a reason. This is to say for that price, you agree to relieve that and walk away.
Now, I guess if that person, say there is somebody that's eligible to retire, and Courtney, if somebody is eligible to retire not at 20 years, but you're vested at how many years with the city? If you work 10 years with the city, what's the magic number on when you're vested? 6 years, okay. So I can see a person that takes it at 6 years vestment, and they're not gonna get, of course, their retirement until they reach a certain age, probably down the road. But somebody that's been here long enough, over 20 years to retire, I just don't, and of course, that's gonna be voluntary, they know what they're getting, but I really don't think that's fair to the employee. That's putting the screws to a dedicated servant that's been here for years and years and years,
Let's say,
to not give them all their benefits when they retire.
let's say an employee didn't gather up a bunch of leave and stuff like that. They could figure out which would be the best for them when they exit, whether it be the $20,000 or take the leave and stuff that they already have, and they could go ahead and retire, or if it would be more money for the $20,000, then they could retire and take the $20,000 instead of the leave, correct? Which would ever pay off the best.
Yes.
And if you did take the $20,000 buyout, you're still gonna have taxes and deductions taken out of that.
It is a payrollable amount, so yes, we will have to do that.
And they can get on COBRA.
That's a legal thing we have no control over, but yes, they'll still be eligible to apply themselves for COBRA. The way that we also set it up is that their benefits will go through the end of the month, so that will carry, end of October. So that'll carry through, yes, good, because we're not,
It's not October yet.
right, it'll go through the end of October.
But they will not be eligible to burn their leave before they leave. They're forfeiting their vacation time.
Right, the decision will have to be made fairly quick.
That was gonna be my question. Do you have a time frame where they have to be off payroll?
Yeah, after it's approved through, if the council approves this, through October 1st, they will probably, what do we say, on the 4th?
The termination date's the 2nd, the payout is the 4th.
Yes,
of October.
yes, sir.
So that's
And then their
fast.
benefits,
Yes.
like we said, will run through the month of October.
So, and this next question's kind of tricky for you to answer.
I'll do my best.
Without naming names, do you have indications that there are indeed some employees who are interested in this?
Absolutely.
So to Terry's point, and nothing against your question, Terry, I fully see what you're saying. There's still employees who would be willing to give up their accumulated overtime, whatever, to go this route voluntarily.
I'm just saying, if there's anybody that's been here 20 years or more that's got a lot of comp time or vacation built up, it's dedicated their service to the city for that month length of time, I think that that's kind of hurting them.
I don't think.
If they do it, if a person goes that route, but I can see it going to somebody that hasn't been here long enough to.
Yeah, I agree with it. If somebody can retire right now, they're not gonna take 20 when they get 30 for retiring. So it's gonna be somebody that's probably on the start at the bottom end. And you said the figure was 370 is what you're figuring?
Roughly.
Okay.
And that's the
And
bottom,
again,
what she said.
I bring this point up. This is a good plan if it was done before we find out we're gonna have to make cuts. If we discover we're gonna have to make cuts tonight, then tomorrow, the ones that knows they're gonna get cut will say, oh, I'll take that 20, so we're gonna lose 370,000 if we're not careful.
I'm not sure that I follow where you're at with that. The idea is that this is a voluntary,
It's voluntary, Mayor, but it needs to be before we cut the budget. If we cut the budget, then there'll be all kinds of volunteers knowing they're gonna get cut. But this needs to be before we even talk about the budget. If somebody wants to, then that'll relieve us from having to cut the budget. I like the idea, but the timing's off.
Have we discussed this with all the department heads, and what issues do they have with it?
I think you had done the department heads, and I had gone the other route, so.
Most of the department heads are just really nervous to see what happens if their department becomes too short-staffed for them to operate.
Which is why we changed the original verbiage on this was free range to everybody, who, you know.
But they're agreeable to these numbers that's on here, though.
We left these numbers on here to make it minimal impact for the departments that have more than 2 employees, basically, except for the community development. So there's only 2 departments that are not listed on here in the general fund. Sorry.
If a department that's listed on here, I mean, we listed it at 1, but if there's a department that thinks they can absorb more than 1 and have more than 1 sign up, what is our mechanism there?
Well, I think what I would ask is that the council allow, you know, it does say on there, with the department, employee or their department head on their behalf. I think in discussion with that department head, if that department head decides that they can absorb 2, that the council allow, me and that department head to make that decision, that we go ahead with that and accept a second.
And I assume that this will be council's discretion. I mean, obviously, I understand that it is, but if somebody loses a full-time position with benefits and everything, I think there may be some consideration that the department heads may want for either temporary or part-time employees in that position place, which is similar to what we're talking about with community development, but sending it out for contract work. I'm just, if we go to accept it, I think that we owe the department heads those conversations if that's what their intent is.
Do we have certain departments that are more top-heavy than others, so to speak?
Respectfully, you guys have that budget in front of you, and that's not really, it's not really the direction of this conversation, is to pinpoint out one department over another. The idea is that this is a voluntary severance agreement, and what we're seeking now is, you know, does the council feel that this is still an avenue that you guys would like to take?
I think we need a little more information and see exactly the verbiage of what we're offering.
I'll be honest, I think the verbiage is pretty clear. You're getting 20K to walk away. However, I would probably feel more comfortable if we tabled it until we were done with item number 3 and kind of understand where we're at with the budget, but that's,
I agree with that.
Okay, well, I'll amend my motion to table until we get through with item number 3, and then readdress it at a later date, later on in the meeting.
Wait.
I'll second that.
Say later on in the meeting or another date?
Later on in the meeting,
Okay.
after we do get to the 3.
Okay, so we have a motion, adjustment from Choya to table till later in the meeting after number 3, and a second from Councilwoman Bradshaw. You ready, call for the vote?
Lamar,
Yes.
Shropshire,
Yes.
Bradshaw,
Yes.
Rushiers,
Yes.
Brown,
yes.
Trammell,
Yes.
Gantier,
Yes,
Smith.
Yes.
Item number 3, discussion and possible action regarding Fund 02, General Fund Budget for fiscal year 24-25. Do I have a motion?
Motion.
A motion from Bashir,
second.
second from Gantier.
So could I just start this conversation by asking Courtney, where are we year-to-date, or fiscal year-to-date, with our revenues versus our expenditures? And if you can't give it today, as close as you can to year-to-date?
I don't have that number for you currently. The issues I'm having in Casella, I still haven't been able to fix, so I can't give you an accurate number.
So we do not know, July, August, September, almost 3 months, a quarter into the fiscal year, where we stand fiscally.
Until I have the ability to fix Casella, that is correct. Once I'm able to run those reports, you will get them, but July is completely balanced, August is pretty much balanced, September's not even over yet, so we haven't started.
So where do we stand in July?
I'm sorry?
Where are we at with July?
I can't run the report to give you a number.
We can give you what the revenues were.
Yeah.
You need
Would you
those.
please? In July.
I'll have to be
Well, you can give us July, August, and September, right, for revenues? Because we should have gotten all of our revenues from the state already, right?
Well, we have that, yeah, but that's not all of our revenues for the entire city for that month.
That's only our.
That's just the sales tax. There's
Right.
still other
So it's
revenue
using-
items.
No, I get that. But I don't guess that's gonna provide much value if we don't know what our expenses are to us. I'm looking for, are we, in the red, in the black? How
I
deep
can't
in the
run
red,
that
how good
report
in the
until
black?
the errors I have are fixed, so I can't tell you.
Maybe that's where we start cutting expenses, get rid of Casella.
I've looked at other options.
Good.
Mayor,
Yes, sir.
for decorum of this meeting, what is the objective here and what is our protocol of how we're gonna do this? I would assume that Mr. Coker is gonna be up here with a calculator and an adding machine to assist us. But what is the protocol decorum on how we're gonna run this? We're gonna go line item by line item and et cetera. What's the procedure?
Well, I would assume that the council would like to do it kind of like we did a few weeks ago when we went through the 02-201 account, line item by line item. But the idea here is that a couple of things. One, we stick to the budget, stick to the numbers, stick to finding where we are at. You guys have all had for the most part, the most current budget in front of you for a few days. When it came out with the packet, I think there were some very last minute tweaks to some small misprints. That you've had time to look at that and formulate some opinions on where some of these numbers need to go. Again, we've presented other options, and those that feel that it should have been differently hopefully came tonight with some suggestions. I would like to see all 8 of the council productively involved in this. I made a comment to one of the council members in a very good talk last week that there's no swords needed at tonight's meeting. We don't need to be coming with our swords drawn. We don't need to be pointing fingers. We don't need to go down rabbit holes of, what and where and why something is the way it is. We need to get numbers done. We need to get numbers put on there and come up with a final number that matches what the council would like to see. So to that, We scheduled this meeting to bring all 8 of you into the process. And so as we go through this, we can ask Mr. Colker to come up and be front and center. We've got Mr. McBride is here. And if we get off subject, I've asked him to kind of help keep us on track. As long as there's a microphone near you. Yeah.
So, Mayor, our objective tonight is to try and cut 680,000, is that correct?
Our objective tonight is focused on getting numbers that we can give to Mr. Colker to take to the county so that we can get a budget done and out there.
But we've got to reduce 680 to get to the 8.2 or 3 budget, right? Is that what we're doing?
We are.
So 680,000 we've got to reduce somewhere.
Well, we've got to reduce that number to a number the council's satisfied. If you guys desire that we put that money in unallocated, then we need to figure out how to divvy that up so that that adds up to what we have. Finding that, you know, I realize that the council would like to see an 8.3 bottom number, and everything add up to that 8.3 with an amount unallocated. We need to be mindful that that unallocated number needs to be fluid if we're going to put stuff other places to make accounts balance or add up. And so, you know, what we're hoping is that through collaborative work on this and banking a little bit, that we'll have certain individuals that have already approached, maybe a few more. You know, we don't want to lose anybody, but if we offer a voluntary severance and they take us up on it, that we could add that number, that savings into what we're doing tonight to help make that number work. That was the whole idea of doing that severance package, so that we could reduce our payroll from what it is even on this budget that you have here.
Bruce, to piggyback that, you said, you kind of just answered your question. 680,000 is what we got to cut, roughly. Courtney threw out the number of 370,000 in the savings plan, so we're halfway there.
Providing everybody.
Providing the ones that take the severance
Yes.
are the bottom of the pay scale.
And they actually do. Mr. Mayor, you and Courtney, if you would enlighten us, this new budget that came out, that she tweaked a few things from what we had on the 17th. Could you just point out what the differences are, so make sure I didn't miss any of them?
Yeah, in 214, the SRO salaries line item, that number, I wrote the wrong total on there, so it should be 376,544.70. And that is to pay all 5 officers that are in those positions.
Now, the money that comes in for that, some of it comes from the school, correct?
Correct.
Yes, we received $300,000 from the school district Pryor, which, you know, we are grateful for that relationship with them. They also, you'll see that we did not budget the overtime. That's because that's based on what we use, and it's invoiceable. But the school has also provided for overtime. Keep in mind also, Mr. Gontier, that this 214 general fund police SRO budget is new. So there's a lot of things there that we're trying to get right there, figure that out, but that was at the council's request. We're happy to do it, but that's also the first time we've done it, and that's breaking away basically 5 officers that are used 9 months at the school, but we've included their full salary. We didn't do a 75-25 split on that. So just know that that's going to cover what's there.
It doesn't, one thing I would like to say on that I would like us, if we're going to track everything in the SRO, I think we need to track everything in the SRO. And so we're not accounting for their uniforms in there,
Okay.
Mayor?
or any kind of vehicle maintenance or gas and oil.
I think going forward, that's something we really want. We've talked, just let me finish here and then I'll get you. When we talked about this, one of the things we looked at is the new fueling system we have at the PD will allow us to break that down as we go through this year. And then we can also keep track of the uniform usage. So going forward, that's absolutely kind of been the game plan. Trying to break that down. We'll have to get a little bit of time behind us to see what that cost has been for them.
Okay.
Is that fair?
Yeah.
Terry?
before we get sidetracked, we're already skipping from the very beginning to 214 in the SRO. We don't need to be skipping around. We need to start at the beginning and go through the end. Now, Councilman Gantier asked a very good question to Courtney about what was the changes that were made on this new one that was presented. And that's very fair to answer those questions where they are. But you guys have already started discussion on that, when we need to start at the beginning and go line item by line item and start, instead of skipping around each section.
So okay, we got you there. So to answer his question, the first change that she came to was that SRO salary.
Correct.
So,
The salary and the stuff that follows that, because the original person budgeted in there was an invisible person, it was open position, so we budgeted the maximum amounts. That person, we removed that position, and that has been billed with an officer that was in 215, so they switched. So it's the actual numbers that we need for the employee there. And then we removed the positions in 215 that were open, with the exception of the money on the 2 officers that recently resigned. The money that we have already paid.
So if I'm understanding you correctly, there's 3 of them that have come out of 215, but 1 of them landed in the SRO. Is that what you're saying?
One employee, actual employee, moved to SRO, so all those amounts are completely fixed to what we're actually going to spend. And then that meant that we had 3 positions available in 215 in police that were removed, with the exception of the money we've already spent to the 2 officers that recently resigned.
All right, thank you for that.
That allowed me to put $319,000 unallocated in 201. So those are the changes that have taken place.
Okay, Councilman Trammell, for your information on revenues for the month of July, we received $104,056.47 in city use tax. We received $949,192.94 in sales tax.
Can you repeat that, what?
$949,192.94.
Okay.
In the month of August,
Was there any tobacco?
sorry,
Was there any tobacco tax that month?
yes, I can get that for you.
Sorry. I know it's not much.
Lori, would it be a lot easier just to print off that
It
sheet
would.
that's sent to us and then just hand it out to everybody?
It would,
That's not what
If-
she's reading it from. That's not everything.
it would if Courtney were able to run those reports, like
Okay.
she said. But
Okay.
it's not that easy tonight.
Okay.
For August, the use tax revenue was $99,105.20. The sales tax revenue was $929,358.09.
So what was our expenditures?
I do not
We
have
We
that.
don't have
Oh,
that.
they can't
She
get
can't
that because of
Yeah.
the sale, okay, my bad.
He asked for revenues, and that's what I'm
That's,
providing.
that's fine, thank you, ma'am.
and for those that are unaware, Ms. Ballou is our treasurer.
So,
Do I need to make a copy of it so they have it?
let me
That did really help.
try to go back to a few meetings ago where Mr. Colker, you said we need to stay at 8.3 million this year. If at all possible, we need to keep our expenditures at around 8.3 million. And last year, we spent in the general fund, what was it, $8,928,455 to the penny. So technically, we need to be saving about 630, looking for a way to save about 630,000 this year. Keep in mind that some of our, we know a lot of our expenses have already gone up. Insurance, for example. So are we still at that 628, 630,000,
I
or?
don't see a reason why, because you've got some empty payroll spots that will offset some of those
And
increased costs.
to my point, yeah, that was my next point, Jeff, is whenever we're doing this, whenever, these cost savings, they're going to they're gonna roll into unallocated reserves, correct? Anything we don't spend will go into,
Right, you can budget the 9.2, so whatever you fix all the other line items to, if you manage to make it 8.3, then the rest will go into unallocated, whatever the difference
and
is.
Will they go into unallocated, or will they stay in that line item until the end of the year and then you carry over?
Well, they go into that line item,
Yeah, it doesn't go to unallocated.
well, that is called unallocated.
What they mean is, he's talking about the money that we have left over at the end of the year, will we put that into reserves next year?
Well, yes, whatever money's left over goes into, rolls over to the next year as part of the reserve.
But it doesn't, if you're not spending it that month, it doesn't go over to an allocated.
No,
It stays in a line
I
item.
get that, Sawyer.
Okay, thank you.
yeah. So all the money that you don't spend this year will go into the reserve for next year.
But you've already put 319,000 in unallocated, because we're not going to be spending that amount this year, correct? Isn't that what you,
At the request of you guys to remove those open positions.
that's what,
That's
that is going into unallocated reserves. So,
unless you guys want to distribute it somewhere else, but I
No, no.
will make that decision, so it's unallocated.
no.
That's not counting
so-
the 370 that we were talking about earlier, roughly.
So basically, just starting off here, 319,799.33 is with the current open positions that we had removed.
From the police
That-
department, yes. All of the
Oh,
other.
from police department. Okay, so this is with no open positions anywhere in the city. This is where we're at. So basically, if we want 900,000, we need just under 600. And so you said if the lesser paid positions had accepted the agreement that we've yet to approve yet, potentially that's another 370. Now, that's kind of the bottom end line, and I assume there's some wiggle room there, or, and then basically we need to look at, if we are considering passing that, the two things I think are, one is we need to obviously find 300,000 somewhere else in here, and then we would also have to potentially return back to it depending on what happens with that agreement. Because those numbers aren't gonna be finalized until that's enacted, until that's taken up and all that's come through, so that's basically where we're at, so that's what we need to get started with.
We're kind of putting the cart before the horse here, because and I get we're under the, we're losing our runway here whenever coming up with a budget. But until we know how many people take this severance package, we really don't know just how deep of additional cuts we need to take.
And which,
So what we need to be doing is being prepared to cut 600, is what you're saying?
Well, and I think,
Well, no.
sorry,
No,
Charles.
go ahead, Mayor,
I was gonna
please.
say, that's where my request was, that if I'm gonna backtrack a little to item 2. I wanna stay focused on item 3, though. If the council would approve, that should we have multiples come up and the department head feels that they can do that, hopefully at that point, the employees talk to the department head before they've come to and said, we can take additional. We know that if the severance is accepted, which I know that we've already got some that have already said that they would be interested. They've reached out and said that. Obviously, no discussions have been had on that, but their interest in participating. And they are all across the board. I will tell you that those that have said, hey, Mayor, I think I'd be interested, they're all across the board on the pay. They're not all at the bottom. In fact, I don't think hardly any of them were at the bottom. The idea there is that that 370 number would only go up, right? And so between that, with the open positions being removed, we're at roughly 690,000 out of that number. So if that were approved, that the council would also allow the discretion to take a second from a department or an additional from that. I think what we want to make clear is that we are not trying to put a strain on any department, but we do want to allow those volunteers to step up to perhaps maybe a suggested limited number total, not to exceed number from the recommendation of the council.
Mayor, without knowing who's going to accept and how much money, how can we go any further with the budget? This hanging over our head, we don't know where we're at.
Well, unfortunately, Bruce, that's kind of how the whole budget, it's all speculatory. I mean, we have what we've spent. We don't know what we're going to get in sales tax. We don't know who's going to leave on their own anyway, who's going to move away, who's going to find a better job. We don't know, what expenses may fall on us in terms of repairs or maintenance or things like that. So what we've got to do is, to the best of our ability, with what we have and what we know, get it honed in on a number. And that's what we're trying to do tonight is, the council, I think your direction here, and you guys can correct me at any point if you want, is to be able to hit that 8.3 with the remainder of the 9.2 in an unallocated.
What is our legally budgetable amount?
92.
9
No,
million.
it's 9.2, but what is it exactly?
It's on the very last page.
Well, actually, it's changed a little bit, like 9,220,000. We've done a few little adjustments.
So it changed.
It went down about $20,000, but not much.
So it's
Still 9.2 to.
Is it what's on what we got?
No,
That's
and
not.
I worked on it this weekend.
Okay.
9,220,000?
Yes,
Some change?
plus a little bit over.
Can we work with that number?
I think so. And then, when you say we need to budget 8.3, is that 8.3 flat, or is that
Well, yeah,
upper end of
revenues
8.3,
were
because
like
that's a lot of money?
8.3 and just barely over 8.3.
So it needs to be right at 8.3 then?
Let's do 8.3 and we'll get set, I think. Of course, there's no guarantee what your revenues will be in the future.
I understand. But if it's 8.3 versus 8.380, I mean, that's 80,000, that's an entire position that,
Yeah, no, it's not that.
okay,
It's like change over 8.3.
I understand.
So are we at the point where we're gonna start line item?
We absolutely can. We're just allowing everybody to get their questions out. So,
Because I have a couple of questions. I guess we could go,
well, we'll start with the 201.
yeah, and go through that budget.
Okay.
201, 5043, general insurance fleet.
I have a question.
Can we start at the top?
Can we start at 5, exactly?
5023.
How about I just go down and read?
Excuse me.
Yep.
How about I'll read it out, and if you guys have a question, I'll do last year's budget, this year's budget. Fair?
That's fine, however you.
So, given the understanding that we're in the O2 is our general fund account allocation, this is the general government under 201. So O2 201, I'll read the last four designations of the line item. 5023, Cobra admin fees. Last year we budgeted 1,000, this year 1,000.
Are we actually gonna be able to budget less than what we paid last year?
No.
No.
Okay, so what does it need to be?
Raised it a little bit. It needs to be 1,000. I tried to lower it I checked every single thing, and we can't lower it. It's gonna be just a few dollars under $1,000.
Okay, but it's not gonna be 1180?
Oh, was it gonna be 11?
That's what we spent last
Because
year.
1180 is what we spent last year, it went $180 over.
Yeah.
Okay. I don't wanna not fund any account.
Tell you what, I'll also read the expenditure. How about that?
No,
Okay. Yeah, and then it's $150 fee, so it's $11.10. So $110 extra.
So we need to budget 1110?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. 5031, general supplies janitorial. Last year we budgeted 6,000. We spent 5170 and 37 cents. This year we moved that to the 208 for facilities.
And we only put 3,000 in there, so do we think that that's going to be doable?
When we looked at that, we looked at what we had on hand already, meaning in the janitorial supply and things, and then we kind of reduced based on what we actually might project we'll need.
And the department heads are, for the most part, taking up the cost on their specific departments
Right.
that we would spend out of this normally. So the money budgeted is mostly for new equipment that they need.
So 208, 5031 for supplies, 3,000, we think that that's going to be doable for the year? Is that what I understand?
with the money coming out.
Honestly, I'm going to mark it off of that list so we don't have to cover it twice if that's the case.
That would be fine.
Okay.
Courtney, you just said that that's for equipment. But it's really, it's janitor supplies, or is it, what do you call an equipment out of janitor supplies?
It's not.
Buffers and such?
Yeah, small stuff like that, that's not actually going to be something that is for capital outlay purchase.
So if we
But-
gotta buy a
but like, we
vacuum.
buy our own toilet paper, our own paper towels, stuff like that in the departments.
Yeah.
So we don't have to budget as much in that line item because the departments have that budget.
Okay.
For sure.
Okay, 5032, general dues and subscriptions. Last year we budgeted 21,000. We spent 16,238 and 22 cents. We budgeted 16,200.
I assume that's fixed.
And we've already spent 15,194.
Yeah, unfortunately, that's fixed. There's nothing that can be changed from that or reduced
Are we gonna need the 3822?
to 3822.
That's
Yeah, that's the
what was
difference.
under budgeted from our expenditures last year.
We had a- When we looked at that, we had a
No,
little
there was,
bit of
there was
excess.
another purchase out of that last year that shouldn't have been.
Okay.
All right, 5041, general unallocated reserve and excess. This is the line that's the big question for the night, but last year we came in with 183,378. We spent 15,500 of that. And right now that, no, I'm sorry, I'm on the, follow here. Am I reading that correctly?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Sorry, my eyes got a little crossed, I apologize. And right now, that number as it stands on your papers is 319, 799, 33. I expect that will float as we go through the night. Okay? 5042, general insurance liability. Last year, we budgeted 2,500, we did not spend, and we did not budget. 5043, general insurance fleet. Last year, we budgeted 77,100. We spent 77,197, and that did go up. So we have budgeted 93,420.
And we've spent that.
Those purchase orders have been paid out, yes.
That's already spent.
If we have a reduction and we're using less vehicles because we got less personnel, or is that even a possibility?
The only way anything comes off the insurance is if it's surplus and it's
Surplus.
no longer on our property.
Yeah, we
That's
can't
all
just
profit.
park a vehicle without surplusing it. We still have to pay for it.
And I assume we've looked at, I mean, do they tier their coverage?
You pay, the municipal setup is based upon size, fleet, and things like that. So I don't know that there's like your health insurance, I don't think you get a gold, silver, bronze option.
Right.
But one of the things that we.
For like deductibles and different levels of coverage for, is that not like any other?
All the same
Yeah.
for every vehicle that we have and then
Okay.
a $500 deductible.
Right.
No.
And so we did, we have talked, several of us talked, I don't think we've officially said it in a meeting. If we did, it was just in comment, is that we're not opposed to going out for RFPs if we need to on that, after we get this done. We have time through the year, look at next year, see if there's a better option out there for us. So again, budgeted 25, we spent 845 and 48 cents, and we're at 39,846 and 43 cents. 5045, general insurance property. Last year, we missed the mark on this 100%. We were all aware of it. We budgeted 2,500 and that came out to 122. Anyways, that now is 134,875. So it went from 122,645 to 134,875. 5051, general utilities. We budgeted 40,000 last year, spent 43,654 and 53 cents. We budgeted 41,000, keeping in mind that we have several buildings that we, although minimal, we've turned off those utilities to those because they're just sitting there.
So we think we're gonna be able to meet that number?
Sure hoping to.
Have we considered turning half the lights off in a building or anything like that to try to help?
I don't use my lights in my office almost ever, so.
She's got 2 windows.
I mean, I mean,
Yeah, you know, the encouragement.
we're talking about laying people off, or at least that discussion's been on the table. I would way rather see us cut off half the lights in a building.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think that's, you know, kind of good advice at any time, at any given time. Anytime you turn the lights out, turn them out. Make sure that you know, when you look at your thermostats, if you don't have to run it to the extreme, then back it down a little bit.
Well, your big expense coming up for the winter is gonna be gas and heat.
Correct. So, you know, dress accordingly, right?
That's right.
Well, I mean, really, you know, we laugh about it, but why do we turn the heat up? Because we're cold.
What did Jared say? Put on a hoodie, right?
Put on a hoodie. There you go.
Come sit in a councilman's chair. You warm up pretty quick.
All right. 5055, flex spending account. We budgeted 30,400 last year. We did not spend, we did not budget. General telephone,
Did we do away with that account, the FSA, or what?
So when we very first started with the FSA account, we had to budget this money to get it going, but it's self-funded every year now, so we don't have to budget.
From
any money
payroll
for it.
deductions?
Yeah.
okay, general telephone. Last year, we budgeted 10,000. We spent 17,658, and we budgeted 8. I believe we've made some modifications to that, did we not? Like in terms of usage and expense, right?
Yeah, kind of, sort of. I think there were a few things coming out of this that didn't need to be as well.
Right, and some of those we moved again to departments. We kind of went through all that, but when we looked at that, we felt pretty confident that 8 was sufficient to cover.
Now, is that a landline phone, or is that everybody's cell phone bills too?
No, that's primarily landlines. Yep.
So you realistically think you overspent it by $7,650 last year, and you really think it's only gonna be $8,000 this year?
Well,
Like I said, I moved some costs out that were not supposed to be there.
so keep in mind, as we go through this, and this is not just for the council, you guys are already aware of this, but also for the people that are listening, wherever you're watching this from, whatever channel you're on. The idea is that as we've gone through this, we've looked at things that primarily have been taken out of the general fund historically that maybe could have been reassigned to the department that they're due from. So, for example, if a department has had an expense and it's been coming out of, I don't know, let's say general software, and that software specific to it, and this is a hypothetical I'm giving you right now, that software is specific to that department, then we've pulled that out of the general and assigned it to that department.
So specifically on phones that we're talking about, we're gonna see that adjusted throughout other departments,
Correct.
Yes.
the phone bill onto there, okay, that,
Okay. General outside services auditor, 15,000. We spent 15,224. We budgeted 15. And that was for the services we just received last week. General outside service accounting, we budgeted 27. We spent 26,800. We budgeted 27. Thank you, Mr. Colbert.
Do we think we can budget 26.8? And that's what we agreed on, right?
That's all right. You could say 200.
200 is 200, I'll take it.
Yeah,
General outside services other, 5075, this covers literally anything from elevator inspections on through. This is a,
That's the next one.
what am I, oh, I'm sorry. This has been, correct. Repair and maintenance would be that. Outside services would be anything where we would use a contractor or something to do any kind of job, any outside services that we would have there that are not legal, accounting, things like that that have their own line items. Budget in 95, we spent 46,986 and 64 cents. We've got 45 on that line. We also pulled I think that's where we had the commercial inspector last year was out of that, and we've moved that to community development.
Some of it had in there. It was also, some of it was coming out of the community development director's salary.
Yeah, so we were able to pull that down to 45. 5091, general repair and maintenance, we budgeted 50, spent 30, 682, and 67, and we budgeted 35. General education expense, that's a non-budgeted account. We budgeted last year 1,000, didn't use anything, so we did not. Retirement plan, 5251. We budgeted 5240, we spent 8,884 and 53 cents, and we're at 8,000.
Do you think we're not gonna spend 8,800 this year?
That was, they increased their fees this year that we had to pay, but I believe, yes, we said the last fiscal year, there was
money in that or not?
$500.
Right now,
And
sir.
then the yearly fee
No,
that has
we're not gonna
increased
get
already
any.
worked in there, but that
You
500.
don't want it?
Can't get it.
We think we're good at 8? Okay.
Okay.
General software, we budgeted 65,000, spent 67, 590 and 53 cents. This year we're at 64, 108 and 36 cents, sorry. City,
Are we gonna,
oh, I'm sorry.
no, you're good. We spent 67. My experience is software and maintenance agreements always go up.
It was reduced because last year we got Time Clock Plus, a new timekeeping system, so we were able to reduce it down some this year because we didn't have.
Those were one times.
Okay. So we should be good at that number? Okay.
City holiday display, last year we spent 560, we did not budget anything. Although there were some costs absorbed into other accounts miscellaneously throughout the year on that, but again, we did not budget anything on that this year.
Did we get that appropriated through other funds?
It was, I think majority of that was done through the.
No.
What do you mean?
We had a discussion a couple weeks ago about this, and we were going to try to see if they would get the money that they needed through
They're working on that.
Donations.
other funds.
So they filled out the form for the GRDA grant that was taken down to Mr. Chris. He gave his opinion on that. There's others in the community, private and public, that have offered up some monies there.
And
So you're
hotel-
saying that the GRDA grant was disapproved or approved?
I was told there was no money in there for that. I handed the form to him and said there was no money in there for that. So I think they're still looking for other options. Again, we have businesses and individuals that have stepped up and donated to some there.
Do we have a cost of how much has been donated?
I don't.
We're keeping
have- I
track
don't-
of that, aren't we, in
I
our
have not.
bookkeeping?
It looks about like 22 to 2,500 right now.
Is what's been donated so far. And then I did tell her that she could get her 2 boxes of lights.
So where's that coming out of?
That's probably gonna come out of just the general outside services. That's gonna be right about $1,000, so. There you go.
Okay.
Okay, recodification. We budgeted 1,000, we spent 1,000. We didn't do anything in depth like we're planning. So that cost this year is gonna be $12,975. And I believe
Have we encumbered that already? We agreed that, right?
Yes, and,
it's a half, right?
yeah, we don't have to pay any differences until new fiscal years. So
Correct.
this is all we need for this fiscal year.
Election expenses, 5311. We know that those went up. Last year we budgeted 1,000, spent 1,000. This year we budgeted 4,000.
Are the only items that we're intending so far is our typical yearly elections? Or are we expending?
I have a proposal for you guys again to increase hers, mine, and Jeremy's thing to 4 years. If that, but it goes on the same ballot as the rest of it, so it shouldn't be anything crazy, as long as it's on the same ballot.
5312, legal publications. Again, 2,500. We spent 2554.15. So
42.
what did I say? 25. I'm sorry, 2542.15. I apologize. And we budgeted 2,500.
Courtney, we're gonna spend the 4215?
No, I moved some things out of here that we didn't know also.
Drug testing expenses, 5331. We budgeted 15. We spent 1555 and 87 cents. We budgeted 15 again for this year.
We should be fine, especially if you guys don't plan to hire, so.
new hire randoms and for cause.
Yeah,
Christmas employee appreciation, 5333. We budgeted 56, we spent 51, 56, 78, and we have 52 in there for the budget.
This is probably not gonna be a popular thing to say, but if we're sitting here staring at our employees when we're talking about having to make employee cuts, I'm positive they would rather us balance that to zero and continue to keep them employed. I don't think that any of us up here are not appreciative of you guys, but I think if we're talking about saving money, we probably need to take it out of there as well. You guys might disagree, and if you guys have an opinion about it, feel free to speak up. I'll give you the floor, but I don't think it's right to sit here and budget 5,200 while we're talking about if we have to let somebody go, so.
I would like council, this was one last year that was a hotspot, and at council recommendation, we re-put that in there, so I would like full council discussion on this.
In last year's budget, you actually had it zero, right? In your initial. I agree with Tyler.
I also agree with Tyler. That was one of my talking points, but he beat me to it.
I don't think we show our employees enough appreciation anyway. So that was something that was small, but it was absolutely, I thought.
I agree, and I 100% agree with the sentiment that we need to be showing them appreciation, but showing them appreciation in this aspect, I think, is taking this money off the table and putting it back in somebody's salary account or anything else to keep them employed.
When do we pay it? Is it at Christmas or?
It's a Christmas
Yeah.
time.
It's a Christmas bonus.
we usually try to do it to the closest paycheck at Christmas.
It's a gift card, right, at the grocery store?
Yeah,
How much
Yeah,
is
in
it?
the past, it's been $50.
$50.
Well, last year we did a $50 gift card for every employee. In the past, before that, it was $50 for full-time employees and 25, I believe, for part-time employees.
so it's not
But
something
last
that's,
year, we did $50 for every employee.
Remaining council?
I agree. We're gonna have to pick all the way through this to try and save somebody's job, and if that'll help, let's go for it.
I think we need to try to figure out how to raise more revenue. That's where I think we need to go.
We can't sit here and raise more revenue tonight, Joy.
No, it's too late now.
I mean, if we got the reports then and a miracle happened and sure enough, all of our revenues just skyrocketed, I'd be more than happy to do something then. But if we're talking about, would you rather have a $50 gift card or would you rather keep your job? I
don't know that we
I
can-
think that's where,
I don't know that we could hire somebody for $5,000 a year.
We make enough.
oh no, what I meant was if we decided to do something then around Christmas time, if things look upward, because we don't know what our sales tax revenues are gonna do.
Yeah.
I mean, there's no guarantee, but
Other comments from other council?
Can we can make a motion within this motion to take that out, right?
You just tell me what you want it to be,
I'm-
and I'll put it on.
And put it on,
Well, and
put it up for a vote.
Keeping a tab at the
Discussing,
opinions.
I don't think you have to make a motion, I think you can just say that right now, and then when you get to the bottom.
Right now, it's 5-1.
Budget, yeah.
And I'm making note of any changes that you guys make with here, so
So you
that I
gotta
can list
do
it
that
correctly in a
account.
minute.
And then I guess at the end of each section, you can see where we stand.
Well, that too, but so that I can reflect it correctly in the minutes of the changes made to the budget that was presented to you guys.
Do the other two council want to make a comment on that?
Mayor,
Dennis?
I'd be willing to try to do a charitable golf tournament for city employees, take that out, maybe we could raise that money out there.
I'd be
Thank
happy.
you.
I'd
We
like
can-
that.
We'll discuss that later. Thank you. Appreciate that. Okay,
Well, if that's the case, if we're able to raise some appreciation like that, then I'm okay with making that
Mr. Bowman,
zero.
generally, I mean, are you able to say how much you generally raise on a tournament?
You know, different golf tournaments, it just depends on the effort that's put into it. You know, we've raised a couple $1,000s. The United Way raised $30,000 the other day. So, you know, it just depends on how much effort we can put into it. But I think if everybody tries to help do something, I think we're confident we could probably raise $5,000 or $6,000.
Have any issues with that, with being a city golf course? Would it matter?
I think, thank you for the offer and the idea.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
Okay.
We can always come back if revenues just
Well, right
go
now,
the
the
way, we
opinions
can always
are,
add to it later, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
We can
usually
move
do a
around.
budget review, and if there's a need to change the budget for any reason
Good.
right
with
now, it's
revenues, then you guys could do that at that time.
6-1 to remove, with one councilman not sharing an opinion on it. So, we'll follow that.
Are we officially changing it to 0, or?
Yes.
I'm okay.
Pryor Main Street, that has been, in the past, that's 5334. Typically, that's 20,000. We've paid 20,000 this year. We have agreed, we've gotten the EDTA to cover that, so that has been removed out of the 5334. 5337, Pelivan, that's 32,000 budgeted, 32,000 spent, and another 32,000 budgeted for this year.
Is that their only source of revenue?
No.
What do you mean?
Pelivan, are we their only source of revenue?
We are not their only source. That is what they, through the structure of their grant and their pricing, that's what it costs to run the vehicles here in Pryor.
And the nation kicks in too.
The
Are we
nation
legally
kicks in on
obligated?
the-
Go ahead, I'm sorry, Mayor. I
It's okay.
apologize.
It's okay. The nation pitches in for tribal individuals, and that is separate from this completely. So that also covers, when we talk about what the tribe covers, that also covers individuals outside of city limits. So this is our share of having that use here.
Last year or the year before, I can't remember which, we had X amount of dollars budgeted for them, and then they come back in the middle of the year and said, oh, we need more money or we can't operate. So you're on the board of directors for that group. Are we expecting that same kind of thing to happen, or are we gonna be locked in with keeping it like it is?
I know that in my
And no more.
discussions with Grand Gateway, we talked about that, and much like the same problems that we've seen, Pelivan is seeing, with their fleet insurance, almost tripling for their fleet that operates in, I wanna say it's 7 counties. The idea is that Grand Gateway is trying to one, seek requests for proposals from other insurance companies to compensate, just as we've said we'd like to try to do. But also, at this point, they're also trying to find grants to cover that difference for that. So, right now, we've not been told that that's gonna go up for us. So, you know, we budget that's what we're paying them. That's the bottom line. My concern with Pelivan is that we do have individuals in the city, that absolutely rely on that, that don't have an income, they don't have means, and they are allowed to use that to get to and from medical and emergency as well as grocery and things like that. So primarily, that's gonna be an elderly or a disabled or severe low-income scenario. We also have individuals that, through whatever rhyme or reason that their constitution has provided for them, they don't have the means to get a car to go to work. And so they can use that, they can pay a minimal fee to get to and from work, or maybe they can pay that fee and not have the money to buy a vehicle at the time or whatever. And so I do find that, you know, for some individuals in our community, that is a crucial service. 5340, CARD, Senior Nutrition Center. Last year we budgeted 5, we spent 5, and I budgeted 5,000 again. That goes to provide meals for the senior citizens at the CARD building. Again, same scenario, a lot of these individuals can't afford their food, and they do need and rely heavily on that. 5341 miscellaneous. We budgeted 5,000. We spent 2,031.84, and this year we did not budget anything in that.
This was another case of things that could be distributed to the correct departments.
Okay.
Youth program, we budgeted 1,500 on that. We approved the 1,500 going to the Imagination Library. but I don't recall why that was never sent out. Was it that we didn't approve the expenditure?
You guys budgeted it, but there was never anything requested
So,
or approved for the extension.
We did not budget anything for that this year.
Would the police department's youth police academy fall under this category? Because I noticed that they don't have anything budgeted in their department for that specifically.
The line item is very vague, but it was originally for the,
Imagination Library.
yeah, but it's just as youth program, so I guess technically it could be used for whatever you guys want to classify that.
The intent was for that Imagination Library that promotes literacy and things for small children. Previous to that, I don't think that we had even had anything in that line item for a couple of years. The American Legion, 5346, budgeted 1,000, we gave 1,000. We've talked to them and they understand that there's no funds for that this year, so we did not budget that. The Disabled Veterans, 5347, again, same situation as the Legion, budgeted 1,000. Last year we gave 1,000, this year we don't have any allocation for that. Credit card fees and bank expenses, 5350. Last year we budgeted 10,000, spent 6213 and 13 cents. We budgeted 5,000. A lot of those changes have come with the changes that we've made through credit card things and such. So,
I do have that question, that item that we were discussing, the program.
which item, which program, which?
This
Talking
is
about the previous council meeting.
previous council meeting. How would that reflect here? Would that,
It would almost zero it out, except for the expenses we've had this year. But you guys have not approved a contract, so I would prefer that you left my $5,000 in there so that we could pay that. And then in the event that we get that contract approved and I get to move forward with that process, we save that money.
That excess would be there. Okay. 5582, state permit fee payment. We didn't budget anything. We received $4 and there was nothing budgeted this year. And 5590, plan review, community development. We spent 900 last year. We did not budget, but those expenses have all been moved to community development. Okay.
So before we move on, just kind of summarize here. We've spent 30 minutes on one account. We've saved $5,400 on a $596,000 proposed budget. It's less than 1%. We ain't gonna get there at this route.
Well, I say we continue getting through it. We're here for the long run tonight. That was the agreement, so.
Well, and some of these too are large expenses that we've already encumbered, right?
Yeah, the insurances and things that we've already had to pay.
Like the 93,000, we're not changing that. We can't change that. So,
So when is our budget due, or when was it due?
August 25th or 27th?
25th.
Oh, so we,
Either one of the, it's the same week, it doesn't really
It
matter,
was
but it was one of
last
those
month.
2 days.
it was due last month to
Yeah,
the
it was
county,
due almost a month ago.
so we're already,
We're already past the deadline.
And that's been that's what we've been talking about for a week now, so.
well, I'm actually going somewhere, I think. I'm kind of thinking out loud at this point. We've put 319,000, again, came out of the police, and we put it in unallocated reserves, 319,000. Where does that put us, Courtney, with the overall levels of, we budgeted 9.2 million. How much are you actually allocating of that 9.2 to departments other than unallocated?
Other than the unallocated, all but $591,334, or not $591,334.79 have been budgeted to departments. But the general fund department total is $591,334.79 without the unallocated balance.
And that will improve once we do the voluntary separations, depending on, depending on how many take that, and at what grade, or at what pay level they're at. Right?
Yeah.
And to Jeff, if we approve a budget tonight, not knowing how much these voluntary severance agreements are gonna give us, and we watch the expenditures for the next couple of months, assuming Casella starts working.
Casella will work fine as soon as I have the time to devote to fixing it.
Okay.
I've been too hot up fixing
So
it.
when can we come back in and say, yeah, we don't like the budget we passed, we want to do another budget?
I don't know if you do another budget.
Or we like the budget we passed
Amend it.
and we want to amend it?
Well, I don't know if you would amend it, or you would just take corrective actions with your spending.
Is
I mean, you
there,
could amend the budget, but usually you only amend the budget when you have increased revenues more than you expected and you're going to overspend the budget. People don't usually modify their budget to spend less.
But we could, no, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying we could always modify the budget to reallocate,
Yes, you can do that anytime you want.
and that does not have to go to the county.
No.
It's
once
just
you
council
approve
action.
The total budget, movement within the budget is at council discretion.
The 9.2 is all we have to,
Yes, once you budget the 9.2, you can actually move money in and around as you see fit at any time. It's your call.
My concern is we're going to sit here for the next 5 hours,
Well,
8, 9, 10,
Yeah.
12,
at least, yeah.
with the lights on, running up our utilities.
I,
And we're not gonna save, we're not gonna get anywhere even close to where we need to be. Back to the mayor's original point this morning, the general fund, the only driver in the general fund when it comes to expenses is personnel costs.
well, that's the main.
It is the driver of, I mean, it's like 80% of our general fund, 78, 70, 70, 75, 80%. I'll give you 75% for sake of argument. You know, let's pass a budget tonight that we're obviously not going to be able to put the full 900,000 in unallocated reserves, but we have the option to do that at any time. Jeff, I'm looking at you. We have the option to reallocate as we see fit,
Yeah, budget.
even in 30 days, once we see what these severance packages are saving us.
Right.
We have the option to go back and say, no, we're going to relook this, we're going to spend more or we're going to spend less.
Right,
We're going to allocate more or less. We can do that any time.
right.
We
I agree.
could,
I
but
agree
we won't.
completely with that. I think
I mean,
that
and I-
we need to get a budget passed tonight. I think 100%. I think that's what we've been saying all along, some of us. But I agree 100% that we already know we have a start in our unallocated funds. We have a plan, hopefully, to around potentially 370 more going. And then we, as Charles just said, we watch our spending, we reallocate as needed and make hard decisions as we need to make them moving forward.
if we're gonna make hard decisions, it's gonna have to be tonight. We played that we'll watch it game before. Last year, I'll say again, he told us what to save, 100,000 a month. We did not. We watched it, but we watched it go to 680,000 over.
No,
If we don't take the responsibility tonight and cut what we've gotta cut, and we imagine we're gonna pass this, we're gonna spend it all. And it's not fair to department heads to say, you've got this budget, but you can't spend it.
That's not what I'm saying. And maybe I need to clarify this. Let's put it in unallocated reserves tonight, the 900,000. How we do it? Salami slice it as far as I'm concerned. Because we can always come back in.
So where's your suggestion that we're gonna move? What would your suggestion be of what we move to put
Well,
into?
I need to sit and do some math, to be honest with you.
My concern with putting it in there and salami slicing or whatever is without a proper path forward, we're going to be sitting here fighting every month over what needs bought this or what needs bought that. It's not comfortable to sit here all night, but I also don't know what else we're supposed to do at this point. I think that a honest effort was given to look at the budget without making hard cuts. And unfortunately, I think we're at the point we're going to have to make hard cuts, and I don't know how else to do it besides making sure that we've cut everything that we can cut. just like the 200 that we're not gonna pay to Jeff, just like the 5,200 for Christmas stuff that, it's not comfortable, it's not fun, but I don't know, we owe our employees, if it takes us all night, we owe our employees to sit here all night and cut every dollar that we can cut before we try to send out a letter to any of them or anything else that says, hey, your job's on the line. I don't care if I sit here till 6 tomorrow morning. I am friends with every one of those employees right there. I am going to be able to look them in the eye if we have to send a letter out and say, I did everything I could to save every dollar everywhere that I can. I don't want to sit here all night, but I will. And without a path forward, it does us no good to put money anywhere and not say what we're gonna do.
We played the game of we'll watch before, it didn't work. If we don't take care of it tonight, we're gonna be in the same boat. Only next year, we're gonna be broke. And then the property taxes are gonna take over.
I'm good sitting here as long as we got, that was not my intent. I will sit here as long as everyone else wants to. My concern is that we're not gonna, and once we sit here all night, we're not gonna get to where we need to be.
I don't disagree.
I agree.
I think you're right, but I think we're actually gonna know a true number of where we're at. And then at that point, if we're saying it's personnel reductions, it's reductions from other budgets, we know the exact number that it needs to be at that point.
Okay, I'm good with that.
But you're not gonna know the exact number until you know about the.
Exactly, until we know
I,
who's actually gonna
I
accept this.
completely agree
Yeah.
with that we won't know how severance packages are gonna play into that.
Right, so you won't know exactly.
No.
That's my argument in the first place.
I will know, or we will know tonight that we have this much in unallocated reserves, and if we accept a severance package at the next council meeting or whenever that is, we are going to know this is how much that saves, and we're gonna know at that point whether or not further personnel or cost cuts are gonna have to occur. Correct?
Probably,
Yeah,
So,
because I don't know that we can bank on all 6 of these
Agreed.
departments taking a package. So if they don't, I mean, if they do, great, but if they don't, we're still in the same spot we're in exactly right now. We don't know.
Can we direct tonight that any savings coming from these severance packages be directed into unallocated reserves automatically?
That would require us changing the budget that you're approving.
Yeah, that's exactly right. You just have to do it in the budget you're approving.
But you said we could change the budget anytime we want.
You can.
budget transfer anytime, yes.
Okay.
and we'll know what that savings will be pretty fast.
2 council meetings at most.
Shall we continue?
Yeah.
Are we ready?
Yep.
Okay. All right, general government, 203 budget, community development, salaries. We budgeted 73,402.16. We spent 99,346 and 98 cents, and we have 73,402.16. That was also other salaries that come out of there, not salaries, expenditures for town square building. And then that's our contractor was paid out of that, so.
Incorrectly paid out of that. Shouldn't.
Yeah, incorrectly paid out of that. So what you'll see as we go down through there, the other line, commercial inspector, that goes up 30. So that's where we're at there, so.
Sorry, for my math, on the general government, what was the final number after your cuts that you did that?
I have 916,424.09 right now.
That's including the unallocated, right?
Correct.
So without the unallocated, it's 5, I can't read that.
Without the unallocated, it's 591,334.79. With the unallocated, it is 911,134.12.
I have 916,424. Did you take the 5,200 out?
Yeah.
And add it in there?
I didn't put it in unallocated.
Oh. Well, I have 916,424.09.
That's gonna change.
Did you add it to unallocated?
Mm-hmm.
What's your unallocated?
325.89.30.
Yeah, she hasn't been adding it yet to unallocated until we got through with everything, and then we would see what the unallocated would be based upon whatever is left with your total budget. Since since you are trying to hit 8.3, and you can budget 9.2, she was going to update unallocated at the end and not for each line item. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
We good to go? I don't wanna rush, I'm not trying to rush. I'm just-
I have 591, 334.79 as a total without unallocated. Okay,
Say that number, so we have 591.3.
34.79.
All right, we got the 5011, now we're going to 203, 5012. Community development longevity, we didn't budget anything, we spent 4616. This year we budgeted 300. 02, 203, 5015, contract commercial inspector. Last year we budgeted 30, but it was incorrectly paid out of that. We spent 67, 73, 75.
I do have a question on that one with regards to item 2. And it may just be that it's something that we do later, but is that gonna have to, are we gonna have to fund that account if an employee in that department takes the package?
That
It's
would
probably just for our knowledge right now to understand.
have to be some sort of journal transfer that you guys approve for
Okay.
the movement of the money.
But the wages for that individual would also take
Yeah,
up
the
part of
wages
that.
would go down. So
Absolutely, I understand. I'm just,
you would have less actually expenditures.
right, just so that we're understanding what we're getting into now is that if that accepts it, that's one we know we're gonna have to move money to.
Bateman hearing officer, 5017. Last year we budgeted 600, spent 474.99. That's been moved to the general management account under that one. Community development FICA, 5661 and 17 cents. We spent 5321.70. We're budgeting 5638.22. Community development retire and pension, 6606 and 19 cents was budgeted. We spent 6610.24. We budgeted 6633.19. Community development health insurance, 6989.04 was budgeted. 7123 and 40 was spent. We budgeted 7708 and 56. Community development unemployment tax, 257. We spent 269, we budgeted 270. Community development workman's comp insurance, we budgeted 1,500, we spent 1408 and 49 cents. We budgeted 1530 and 70 cents. Clothing allowance, we budgeted 500. Last year, we did not spend it, we did not budget.
Does he have a clothing allowance?
In years past, there has been, but it's been minimal. I think I think actually before, when last year we took it from, I believe, 1,200 down to 500 last year. And that was communicating with him that wasn't, 1,200 wasn't needed. So,
It's realistic to say that we don't think we're gonna need to buy him anything this year.
at the most, it's shirts, like a t-shirt. When I talked to him, any of the other was in the past, if he had ripped his pants or something, then he was done on that, so.
If it's a benefit for him, I don't want to not give him his benefit if it's gonna use it, and I just wanna make sure that we fund it properly. If it's not gonna use it, then I understand, but
Other council?
I don't wanna create a budget with potential expenditures that we didn't cover.
So you're saying at a time.
He did not use it last year, just look at that column. So,
I mean, I suppose we can leave it at 0 and just understand that.
If you have things that come up there, like instances like that, that's why you got the, unallocated up there. That's where you go to get,
unallocated, we have miscellaneous things.
yeah.
Periodic, I mean,
Contractually, they have
They
uniform
do,
allowances
yes.
that we need to fund, and I don't know what our policy is for city employees, so
no.
that was actually where I was going with that, I'm sorry.
5027, OUBCC fees, nothing budgeted, nothing spent, nothing budgeted.
I'd like to make a clarification on that, there are fees that are paid each month.
But those are taken in directly from building inspection permits and then paid out directly from that account.
Yes,
So we don't need this expenditure account.
It does not need to be expended there, but it does come out of general dues and subscriptions.
So they balance each other, is that what I understood?
Yeah, we only pay out what we bring in for that. We have to charge them $4 and we have to pay that back out to the state, just like court fees.
Thank you, Laura. 5031, community development office supplies. We budgeted 500, spent 681.33. We didn't budget anything primarily because most of what is used is just part of the office supplies up here.
That and there's two account numbers for basically the same thing, so.
Right. So 5032, community development supplies general. We budgeted 500, he spent 141, or 140.21. And so we budgeted 150. And just for reference, a chunk of that was actually, we needed some embossers to mark when we approved plans. Site plans are approved, and those were more than half of that price. So that was just so that we could know when plans had been approved. So we had an identifier on that. Community development telephone, we budgeted 900. We spent 1057.54, and so we went back with 900. Again, those were changes that we've made there on the phone lines as well that we're expecting. You should see that throughout when we go through the telephone. 5080, inspector outside services. We didn't budget anything or spend, but that's where we've got the town square. The remainder of that is going to be, so we've got 25,000 there. Repair and maintenance, 5091. We budgeted 1,000. 854.01 is what we spent, so we budgeted 9. That primarily covered a repair on his vehicle. Community development, gas and oil, budgeted 1,200. He spent 873.12, so we budgeted 1,000 on the gas. And again, we've now moved him over to the Agriland fuel station at the PD, so we can get a little more accurate number as we go through this next year. We can actually pull his fueling out and mark it. Education expense, budgeted 2,000 last year, spent 1033.93. There were a couple of those continuing education things that he's going to have to do this year, so 1,000 was sufficient to cover that.
Okay, Mayor, I have a question. If this department is one of them that's proposed on this buyout plan, isn't this department salary funded partially by MUB?
I don't think so.
For a building inspector? They are, aren't they?
25,200, I think, or something like that.
But they do fund it. So if we save that money from them, then we're gonna give that money back. Parts of that money is gonna go back to them instead of into our budget to help save money too.
Does that cover the inspections, or does that cover that
I
salary?
think the agreement was they would add half the salary so that they could have a full-time inspector, because I think years ago there was talk of contracting it out on a part-time basis.
Because city used to be the building inspector years ago, then MUB took it over, and then the city took it back over from them, and the deal was that they would agree to pay part of the salary. So we need to figure out where that's gonna go in this back to them, and how much is not gonna be able to be saved as part of your savings plan.
Take this up on the voluntary.
And a reminder that any discussion about any one particular like this is not an insinuation or an encouragement.
I know, but I'm just saying that that's the department that's on here.
It's revenue lost, I think.
Yes.
Possibly.
Unless MUB wants to just generously let us keep that as part of their,
Well, I mean, we're still gonna be doing the work, we're
allowance.
just gonna have to contract it out,
yeah.
and so it might be
So that needs to be
change
taken
the
into
agreement.
consideration.
Absolutely, thank you. We will do that. All right, General Government, 205, Planning and Zoning. 5032. We budgeted 500, we spent 399. We zeroed that out this year.
Sorry, did we make any changes on that line, on total general government?
No.
No, not for community development.
No, sir. Planning and zoning, miscellaneous mapping. We budgeted 4,000, we spent 5,250. I'm sorry, thank you, 25. The numbers are blending, so I apologize.
And it's early.
Give me a minute to correct myself, huh? 25,5280 is what we spent. We have gone to a different, decided to use a virtual or digital maps rather than having them printed and hung on the wall. So we did not put anything there. Periodicals and publications, 5313. We did not budget, but we spent 9390. And we do know that there were some things that we would have expenses on this year, so 2,500 is what we put there.
That had a lot to do with moving money from 201 accounts to the correct departments that it was supposed to be in.
Things that were paid out of the 201. Okay.
Mayor, could I request about a 5-minute break?
Yeah, we can.
Later on, we'll request nap time, but right now,
This isn't about napping, is it, Bruce?
no.
Yeah. There are no changes to 205. Let's take a 5-minute recess. We'll convene it.
No, it wasn't you, that's mine.
That's right.
I may find some stuff here now.
Okay. All right, gave everybody a few minutes
you.
longer there. We're gonna go into managerial, 207. 207, 511, managerial salaries. This account, we did not budget anything, but we had 795.86 out of that. And we spent 600.
No, that is the, for,
Tim, right, that is not my salary, that is
no,
our,
it's all broken down further down
Right.
for everybody else, but that is
that is for our nuisance abatement officer, correct?
$600 is?
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's based on 12 abatement hearings at $50 a meeting. So, managerial salaries clerical, 5012. We budgeted 37,856. We had an extra clerk come out of that that should have been out of the clerk salaries, so that came up at 66,314.79. That was just an error in the system, so that'll go back to 48.84 and 48 cents.
I want to ask a question. Just because we're on here and I see a difference in the salaries, are there any proposed raises for any employees that's not contractual?
No, the difference in the 37 last year and the 40 this year is the 1-year raise that this employee got.
Yep.
But nothing outside of that.
And just step raises or anything like that are the only things that are?
Correct.
Right, okay.
Okay. Mayor's secretary overtime, we did not budget anything. It wasn't typically something that we see there, but we ended up with $122.73. Again, not planning to budget anything, and that very well could have covered the two clerks that were paid into that.
But we have spent 103 so far this year, right?
Yes, that's correct.
So we have to put something there to cover that.
And if there wasn't anything budgeted for overtime there, why did we spend $103?
Because we weren't able to comp their hours and let them leave early during the week.
Also, keep in mind that sometimes the mayor's secretary will cover extra meetings, such like that in there. And then that was part of the attempt, horrible, awful attempt for me to cover some of those meetings was to help reduce that. They learned real fast that probably wasn't the best thing.
Was it just one meeting that happen?
No, there were a handful of them, but it's okay. That's all it took.
So if we're not allowed to comp them like you just said, then,
They have to comp it within that same week, otherwise they get paid overtime. So
and it just didn't happen that
if
time.
it's a Thursday meeting or something like that, we can't make it work, then that's what happens.
And we've made minor adjustments to how they operate the mayor's secretary operates their schedule, whether it's a longer lunch or leave early on a day, just so that we can avoid those extra hours. Okay, managerial salaries.
Do we need to fund that? I think we probably need to fund that 10303 at least.
Yes.
All right.
We want to put 150 in that.
That's fine. Where should we take it from though?
Well, we'll look at how to get it after we do them all.
Well, I didn't know if he wanted to move it from somewhere within this account, I guess was my question to begin with, sorry.
We'll have to keep going, find out.
I think we let that come out of that. I know it's.
Okay,
Yeah.
so 150?
Is that what everyone?
That's what I think Councilman Walmart had.
Yes.
Shop there?
Yeah, it's fine.
Okay.
Council.
Are you guys down there okay with that?
Yeah,
Chris?
because it could happen again.
Yep.
Okay. All right. 5015, mayor's salary 9124. Spent 9123.92. A little bit of a savings there. Budgeted again, and that has also been. If you remember, that's been locked in by ordinance that's not to go up. 5016, managerial salaries council. That's you guys. Budgeted 24. We spent 23,775. So we budgeted again 24.
What are we allowed to legally make changes to in regards to those two?
We can't affect our overall pay. We can affect how much we want to budget, but we can't affect our overall pay.
And if you plan to have more special meetings, we should probably budget more money.
So if we've already encumbered 4,900 out of that 24,000 and we're just now a couple months into the year, do we need to raise that for council salaries?
You've had what, one special meeting, two special meetings? This will be your second special meeting this year?
It's not only council meetings though, it's
Right,
when they have.
Committees.
their
Committees.
right.
And O and I and things.
But there, yeah, there are cancellations on other committees, so.
But we're saving money on street committee because there's been about 4 months that we haven't had a meeting, counting this month, so we're doing our part to save money.
Yes, we got yours today.
So
yeah.
long as you're effectively overseeing everything.
All right, so do you want to leave that?
Well, we can't legally change anything.
Okay.
Can we not legally change it, or can we legally
You can't
change
give
it?
yourself a raise.
I'm
You're not giving
I'm
yourself
not
a-
talking, hang on,
Other than that, you
Sorry.
stand down. 24,000, I'm not interested in raising it at all.
Right.
We can legally change any of this. This is by,
This is just your budget.
but I want to zero out, I have said it for almost a year now, I want to zero out city council salaries until we get over this. There has got to be a way to do that.
Not until the next election.
I guess you could all
You can probably
get them and donate them back.
forego your own, but I don't think you could actually enforce that on anybody else.
And if we
Yeah.
do that, it affects the
How,
MUB.
but how is it set? By ordinance or by charter?
I believe.
I think it's state law, isn't it?
By ordinance, and then state law says that you can't enact a raise for yourself.
Yeah.
You can't enact a raise, but
Well,
can
you can act in
do-
any,
And this would also affect the MUB's members' pay because the charter says that will receive the same compensation as the city council
But the charter can be changed by the vote of the people.
by other people, but that would be down the road.
But in the meantime, you can write a
Otherwise, you're
check.
just writing a
leave
check
it
back
for
to
me.
the city.
Yeah, that's true.
I don't have a problem with that.
All right,
So we leaving it? We changing it?
leave
You
it.
got to
Leave it,
leave it.
yeah.
All right.
Illegal to not do it.
Do what?
So you got to leave it, it's illegal not to do it.
No.
It's just mind-boggling.
All right. 5021 FICA, 11, 695 and 32. We spent 13. Again, we had that extra secretary on there. So we went to 11,927. And I think you'll see that with some of these other numbers where that extra salary made the adjustment. So 13 on 5022, 13,759 and 20 cents was budgeted. We spent 9703.76. That'll be 11,871.76 budgeted.
I have a question.
Yes.
If we reduce this by a position, why is it our retirement went up by that much money?
We didn't.
This one's not listed there.
I thought there was a position that was incorrectly
No, it
put in
was-
the managerial.
It was just paid out of that. So for clarification of that.
Yeah, there was an overlap last year when one transferred out, and you have to, most of the time when you set people on, pay codes, they have account numbers to, like, our pay code 101, regular pay. It's a 5011. Well, in some departments, special departments like managerial, you have to, consciously go in and change the regular pay code from 5011 to, like 5012 for managerial salary, or 5016 for council, or 5015 for mayor. So if that doesn't get done, then it still keeps going out of 5011 or the 5012. So, there's just a little bit of lapse in getting that changed.
Yeah, I think I'm with you. But our overall expenditures for salaries this year went down compared to what was last year. But our retirement that we're paying in went up. Does that make sense?
The retirement should be 9% of that 48,840.
The employee that is in this position was also a temp employee for the majority of the budget last year. But for this full fiscal year, they are a full-time employee.
So is that an accurate are we good on the number, I guess, then? That's, okay.
Thank you, I did not think about that little thing there, appreciate that. All right, 5023, health insurance, we budgeted 36. We spent 37.92 and 91 cents. This year's total came to 21.53.62. Employment tax, 5024, 257 was budgeted, we spent 458. After the correction, we came back to 270. Workman's comp, 5025, we budgeted 27,000, or 2,700. We spent 2355.96, and that came up to 2456.83. Telephone, we did not budget that last year, but we ended up with 72, and this year we budgeted 300. Travel expense, 2499 was budgeted. We spent 1,046.96, budgeted 1,250, and some of that did cover. I believe it was that or the education. One of those did cover sending part of our expense to the treasurer to do her Cassell training. So, education expense, 5111. We budgeted 2,000. We spent 605, so we put it back at 1,000, and that also will cover anything that's needed in terms of what may not be covered somewhere else. Managerial miscellaneous, 1,000 was budgeted. We spent 971.87, so we put 1,200 on that line.
Can we move the 150 from overtime and take it out of that?
We can do that. Council, can we get some
You're
input?
talking about out of the 5341?
Take it to 5013, take it out of that and put it in 5341.
Make it $1,050?
Yep.
Sure.
Yep, good.
Good.
So that,
Zero might change.
02. Okay. Got that, Chase? All right. This also falls under managerial. This is the new facilities department, so there was nothing budgeted last year. This has been created to move the maintenance and janitorial off of the parks department and into a little more appropriate place for their funding. So this is the 208, so 5111 or 5011. We budgeted 98,355, longevity 360. We did not budget any overtime at this point, but it looks like we got $4.05 on that right now. FICA 16,930 and 22 cents.
Can I ask a question?
Yep,
Going back to salaries, how many employees is that?
3.
3.
Full-time, 1 part-time.
Part-time maintenance, 2 full-time janitors.
Thank you, Mayor. Gordon?
we should, I know it's not much, but it's $4.05 in overtime that we're gonna have to budget for, I think.
Okay. You want to take that out of supplies or something in there? So
And I don't, make it $50 probably, and we can move it out of one of those other accounts below it, but maybe they won't get any more the rest of the year, but it,
let's just, I would almost say if we're going to put anything there, let's just put 100. Because we've seen in other accounts where
okay,
100 is easily accruable over the time. So
okay.
we'll add 100 to that. Council's okay with that?
Yes.
Terry?
Yes.
Yeah.
Take it out of supplies?
No, we'll add it.
Okay,
Sorry, I don't mean to be like parent, but sometimes I can't hear head nods.
okay.
All right, where were we? FICA, we got that. 5022 retirement, we've got 88, 84 and 35 cents. Health insurance, 15,417.12. Employment tax, 795 and 71 cents. Workman's comp, 3303 and 73 cents. Clothing allowance, $100. Supplies, 3,000. And gas and oil, 1,500. That gas and oil covers our maintenance guy's, gas and oil for his truck.
So,
And that has also been moved to the monitoring system at the tanks at the other building, so that we can, going forward, at the end of the year, we will be able to accurately budget what he spends on fuel.
can we take that 100 out of their supplies, 5031?
We can, but that's, their supplies are already trimmed down pretty,
All right,
since we took that.
gas and oil?
Jeff has a solution for you guys.
Yeah, what's that, Jeff?
Well,
So the facilities FICA only needs to be 759301.
759301.
Okay. How about we take it out of there?
That's a good spot.
Okay.
And then that changes it about $8,000.
Thank you, Jeff.
Yep.
Appreciate that. Okay.
Do you have that total at 139,408.92?
This calculation doesn't have the rest of it factored in, so once we get through the rest of this.
Okay.
You said 139.
139,408.92.
$32.90.
92. Yeah, looks like we saved 9,200 there.
Good. See, we're making progress. All right. Did you get that number, Chase?
I did.
All right, General Government 209, this is clerk. Last year, we budgeted 264, 270. We spent 232, 129, 72. That's also gonna be less that clerk that was partially paid out of my salary, so you guys just remember that. I won't revisit that on every line. So what we did, put that back in, we're at 257, 508. 5012, we budgeted 4740, spent 791241. We're at 3240 for longevity.
Courtney, on longevity, is that doable with the employees you have? Because it's considerably less.
Yeah, there is, we had employees that in last fiscal year's budget that had worked for quite some time that have resigned, or that have retired, so.
Okay.
Clerk overtime salaries, 5013. We did not budget, but we had 61566. We've already got 80 on this year, so we put 500 in there. Again, she explained with the other clerk, that's easy to do.
Our sheet says 0, so do we need
Oh,
to
I'm
make it
sorry, no, I
500?
looked at the wrong column, you're correct. I've got this ruler that she brought me because I was using paper. I had that covered. Oh, yes, you're correct, 0.
Do we think 500 is doable, or?
They've never budgeted in this account number, so I originally wanted to budget 500 because I think that's the most reasonable, but in an effort to save money, if
I would feel comfortable if you put something there. You've got.
Most of our council
I'm
meetings are
not gonna
pretty
say no
short,
to
so.
you guys giving me overtime money.
No facetiousness
No.
there. Okay.
Do we think 500 is reasonable?
Yeah, I believe so with the way that we've changed everything.
Okay.
So am I putting 500 in here?
Yes, please. Left side of the bar?
Yes.
Comments on that?
Yep.
Okay. All right, 5021, FICA. We budgeted 23,363 and 87. We spent 16,441, 33. That's 19,947 and 22 for this year. Retirement, 5022, 27,486 and 90 cents was budgeted. 18,683.05 was spent last year, so we're at 23,467 and 32 cents. 5023, 69,337 and 15 cents was budgeted. 54,707 was spent. 68, $0.6376. 5024, employment tax, $12.85. We spent $10.22.46. This year we have $1,080. Workman's comp insurance, $421.57. We spent $382.71. We have $433.23 on this year. Supplies, we budgeted $2,094.25. I spent $24.95.77. We have zero on that for right now.
Question.
Answer, yeah.
The office is gonna have some supplies.
We'll do the next one.
There's two account numbers for that.
Okay,
So I budgeted it all in one account number.
okay.
Where did we budget the time clocks in last year? Do you remember? Was that in-
Those were budgeted into an account that we're not using this fiscal
We
year.
got rid of that account, so
So that was one-time expenses last year, and now the only costs that we have for the time clocks are the yearly fee that is in 201.
all right. That good? Answer your
Oh, I'm
question.
sorry, that is the account number that the time clocks
Yeah.
purchased out of.
I mean, when we talk about supplies general, we're budgeting less than what we spent last year, so I'm just, I mean, we spent 15,000 last year on supplies, and we're budgeting 12, so I'm just making sure.
I stopped printing a lot.
Okay.
Yeah, we reduced costs, we were able to reduce a lot. of
Also on that note,
supplies costs.
general comment for council and anybody else that uses the copier up here, make sure if you don't need a color copy, hit the black and white button, please.
Get you this?
I think it's safe to talk about that while we're talking here. We had a substantial number of color copies made
Last month,
last month.
it was double the normal bill, so.
Yes. So, just make sure if you don't need color, hit black and white.
Or
There's,
if you could use a scan, I will happily scan it for you to save you.
scanning is easy and free. All right, 5032, clerk supplies general. We budgeted 15,000, spent 13,656.11. We have 12,000 for this year. Telephone, we budgeted 2,500. We spent 2,592. Again, we're 2,600. Personal auto use reimbursement, we budgeted 150, spent 243.94. Budgeted 150. Clerk education expenses, we budgeted 2,000, spent 1374.29. We budgeted 800. Clerk miscellaneous, I'm sorry, I forgot to give the designation of that account, but
What,
clerk,
I'm sorry, I meant to say, what recurring, education does the clerk's office have every year?
We go to municipal clerks and treasurers training 3 to 4 times a year.
Okay.
To keep up with certification.
Okay, thank you.
5341, clerk miscellaneous. We budgeted 600, spent 197.62. We put that at 300 this year. Postage, 42. Postage rates have mildly increased, so we went from 4,500 budgeted, spent 38.31 to 4,500 budgeted this year.
We're gonna expect to hit that mark or hit close to that, or?
Yeah, we should be fine there.
Was there anything we can take from it?
Do what?
Is there anything we can take from it?
No, that's not one we need. We have,
Plan
Right.
to increase their rates more than once this fiscal year, so.
Okay.
It's already gone up once just in the past couple of months, hasn't it?
Correct. And I think they do it every 3 months, if I remember correctly.
So
Alright.
that increased 500 for that.
what did you say? I'm sorry, Chris, I couldn't hear.
It increased 500 in that 209 because of the overtime that we threw in there.
Yep.
But other than that, everything else is the same.
Did you get those numbers, Chase?
Yeah.
All right, because we're gonna go to your favorite line here.
Absolutely my favorite.
Absolutely your
I
favorite.
want you to notice I was under budget.
Appreciate that, we really
You
do.
weren't underworked, though.
But we're talking about this
I was
year.
gonna say, and unfortunately, on track this year, you can look at
Oh, we
the
have to insure
expenditures.
it then.
Pryor's had a lot of legal issues. This,
Do we, on the 500 that we put in for OT, do we think that we could take that out of postage? If we only spent 3,000 last year?
They plan to raise their rates, I wish, less often than they are, so that's up to you guys. I've cut as much postage, I've cut as many things being mailed out as I possibly can, but I can't stop all postage.
No, I understand that.
We get a government rate, but that's still expensive.
And we've already spent 2161 already.
Wow, yeah.
Do we think we could take it out of supplies?
You guys take it wherever you want.
Well, I mean, you're the department head. No, you're the department head, and I mean,
I would rather you take it out of unallocated. I don't know where I could take this out of any of those numbers. I've cut it down to absolutely bare minimum.
So that would take her budget last year from 417,748 to 394,589. We had that 500 in there.
Yes.
I guess I'm just trying to not pull from unallocated reserves as much as possible, so I'm trying to keep it staying within the budget.
How much was saved out of 208?
9,200. 923721.
Do we want to look at moving it from there?
Well, that 92 would, in essence, go to the unallocated at that point, so.
Well, I know, but
Other council thoughts?
Are we still talking about the postage for the clerk?
We're talking about the 500 from overtime salaries,
yeah.
where you'd like to see that come from? Whether we want to take it out of her postage, which
I don't think that's a good idea for postage, because it's just gonna keep going up.
So Courtney, are you literally at your $12,000? Is that the bare bones minimum for supplies?
Yeah.
And there's nothing else
I mean, if you guys want to cut it from there, go for it, but you might see reduced services in our office from what I've already done.
And keep in mind, we are also pulling some of those community development supplies out of that as well. We just kind of figured that.
Everybody uses.
Yes, because you cut it out of building inspector, community and said it would come out of this one, so
That's not what happened. He's saying that he uses our supplies.
Right.
that's what I'm saying, yes.
Cut money from his budget to add to mine or anything.
No, he uses ours.
They just use your
Our
stuff.
supplies as well. There's no way.
And part of that postage is also for mailing community development items as well.
Yeah.
And that postage meter has to be, we have to pay into that, so we have to keep that
Yeah.
loaded up.
Fee every year.
It may just be that we have to take that 500 out of it, unallocated. Okay,
Appreciate the discussion nonetheless.
100%. All right, so are we good there? Okay, we will move on to General Government 211, Attorney Services. Last year, we budgeted 60,000. As you heard Mr. McBride say just a second ago, he was very proud that he 5645 or 45570.
One of us is trying to save money.
Where are we at this year?
How low can you,
I think he's excited that I can't run reports yet.
It's all right.
how low can you go?
You guys can do the math on the expenditures. The first month was really bad, but that's because we had an arbitration that got settled at the last second after all the motions and everything. I don't anticipate any months being like that. I think 60 would be a good number.
All right, so we budgeted 60, we spent 56, 45570, we budgeted 60 again. Miscellaneous legal fees, we put this in there to cover some of the things that we know that we've got extra fees on.
Or that we already currently.
Correct, so some of those things that we've paid out due to legal situations already. We budgeted 2,500 last year, we spent 1124, but we needed to put 22,800 in there.
The only thing that has not been paid out of this account is a $2,500 budget, basically for us for the rest of the year. The remainder of that amount has already been spent.
So that brings us 82,800. Okay, 213, treasurer, 5011. We budgeted 2331. We spent 2330 and 80 cents. Again, thank you for the savings. Wonderful. We budgeted 2331. FICA, 1761. We spent 1762.02. This year we have 1761.87.
I don't think they figured your overtime, did they?
She doesn't get,
If she gets overtime, I need overtime too.
5025, workman's comp. We did not budget anything last year. We've already got $2.28, so we put 38.27 on there for this year. Supplies, we budgeted 150, did not spend, we put 500. Bonding, we budgeted 1,000, did not, but we put 1,000 in there for this year. Travel expense, there will be some educational things that she'll need to do, so we put in 100 last year, spent 412, 27. Put in 500 for this year. An education expense, last year we budgeted 1,500, spent 923.63. We've got her at 700 right now.
Is that gonna be sufficient for whatever training that is needed?
well, 700,
Sorry, multiple
Well-
people were talking.
Sorry, is $700 gonna be sufficient for whatever education expenses are needed?
Fortunately, our software company, Cassell, if we go to Salt Lake, we do not have to pay them to train us on additional features that are available through their software. So that would incur a trip to Salt Lake. If they come here, they charge basically by the hour plus their travel expenses. So it's, when we are seeking that training, it is better to go there than for them to come here.
but $700 will cover the expense there, you think?
Yes, I mean, we went for 3 days last year,
It was 4 or 5.
but, yes, it was.
And then we budgeted both for supplies and office and bonding, but we didn't spend any money out of those accounts last year.
Well,
The bonding should have been spent, I'm gonna have to look into why that hasn't, but that's a requirement by law every year.
Okay.
I'm not sure why that was not encumbered, but it was required by law to have the bond.
Okay.
All right, further questions? Comments? Okay, we'll move into general government, 214, police. SRO, this is the SRO budget. This is also a new one that was created at the direction of council to kind of monitor and track what we spend on the SRO salaries and such. So we'll just run down through what we budgeted and we'll move on. 5011 salaries, 376, 544.70. Longevity, 3870. Overtime, we did not, I explained that earlier, that's invoiced. And we have 25,000 there to invoice for the school. We have the 5020 SRO fitness, 1,800 FICA.
I have a question on
Yeah, I do too.
fitness.
I want an explanation on
Mayor.
that,
Yep.
please.
If, what is that $1,800 for fitness? What does that include? They have a gym with equipment in it, right?
It's a
So,
contractual obligation that's in their contract,
Yeah.
that they meet
Okay.
certain requirements and they receive a stipend. Is that
Correct, that's in our contract, that was real last year
Yeah.
on council.
FICA, 25,538.66 cents. Health insurance, 93,680.64. Employment tax, 1350. Workman's comp, 16,555.79 cents. Pension, 43,399.03. For a total 562,738.82 cents. Please remember that that is the full salary for those 5 officers. That's not broken down into 75/25. So that does include the 3 months that they are not at the schools.
75% would be 422,000.
All right, 215.
So do you make any changes?
All right, I have a question.
Okay, what's that?
So this shows us pulling that amount from the general budget. If they're contributing, how's that accounting happen?
We can't budget projected revenue that we bring in like that. We have to budget based off of last year's revenue.
We got 90% of 260,000 in our revenues to add this year, right?
Right, and the money goes in as a reimbursement revenue, so if you look at your revenues, you get financial statements. There's a line that says school reimbursement or something like that, that shows the amount of money coming in. So we treat payment as like a service fee for the school, and then we show the expenses in total in the expenses.
So the amount that they contribute towards this is in that 9.2?
No.
It's part of the 8.3, when I say it's a repeatable revenue, that's included in that repeatable revenue,
Okay.
okay?
I'm sorry, what did you ask on that?
He answered. I was trying to figure the breakdown. I mean, if we're doing our general budget based on this tax, and that, how is the money that's contributed from the school system applied for this purpose? That's what I was trying to understand.
Yeah, so that's not gonna be tracked here.
It won't be tracked in the expenses, though. The expenses will be expensed in full, and in your revenue section, you'll have a line item that shows the school.
And it's just revenue.
Okay.
But it's only 90% of 260,000
That's
this
what we
year.
can legally.
Correct.
Right.
Next year it can be
Part of the
90% of 300,000.
Right, that's right.
But the amount we are supposed to get per that contract is up to,
It's 300,000, but they pay it month by month and they don't pay it in advance, so we can't count the revenues.
right,
Also, technically, contracts can fall apart.
Correct.
That's true.
So you don't really.
You don't wanna bank
budget
on
the
it.
full amount because we budget 90% like the law says.
Yeah, but you don't wanna bank on it because
No.
6 months later it could,
Correct. All right,
Thank you.
yes, sir, no problem. Good discussion. All right, police salaries, 23-24 budget, $2,327,309.84. We spent $2,227,711.46. We have $1,719,501.58. 5012, police longevity. We have 22,260. We spent 20,284.59. We've got 24,720. Police overtime, we budgeted 80. We spent 114,390.95. We've got 80 budgeted.
Is that, Jeremy, is that gonna be realistic considering your salaries went, I mean, your 23 expenditures for salaries was 2.2 million, you're down to 1.7. And then that's a lot of positions, and now your overtime last year was more than your budgeted, and we're still budgeting. Is that realistic?
I mean, where we're at right now, I mean, probably not.
Yeah,
A lot of
you're
things can
halfway
change, it
through
depends
it.
what happens, we're through the busy time of year. But like Sunday morning, we had that major accident, and we had several called out, to help with that. So a lot just depends what happens.
But you also have another 25
From the school,
from the
yes.
school.
But as you go down,
But that 25 from the school is dedicated only to the SROs for school-related
Right,
yeah.
right.
business.
Yeah, it doesn't.
But we didn't have that
impact
figured in this one last year.
Does this include your OSO and other grants for overtime?
no, the only other one we have right
So
now
this
is OSO.
this is overtime that's not grant funded.
Correct.
Did you get, is it OSO? Did you get grant money from them for the events that we just had?
No, we
Because you had mentioned that you were getting, I think in your report, you said you were getting.
made it through
reimbursed for
Rocklahoma, and by the time Rocklahoma ended, we depleted it. So all of Born and Raised, the Chili Festival, went off of regular overtime. But in October 1st, it starts up again, and we'll get under $36,000.
And the overtime account is for the entire police department less the SROs, so even dispatch is included in this.
So right now, we're down to dispatch, we're using officers to cover dispatch, and we're using detectives to cover schools, so there's a lot of moving parts, and all of it is hit out of that one fund.
The expenditures are 37.6 out of there on this, and I don't know
This
how
last
up
was
to,
printed on September 13th.
It's more than that.
so.
So you're at the halfway
So,
mark
but
already at the
If
first
we
quarter.
don't think it's realistic, what is the realistic number? I mean, or do you have an,
I mean, last year we hit 114 minus the 25. I mean, I think that would be a more realistic expectations, whatever that number is.
Yeah, that
85?
114 does
Include the
include the school
SROs.
stuff.
So I mean, if you did 114 minus the 25, that would put me in a better,
isn't that 85?
But you weren't down the whole last year.
correct. We're down more now than then, so.
Yeah.
And depending what happens with, severance package or somebody leaves, then that's gonna, that's a kink in it too. So overtime is gonna be an unknown, honestly.
You're talking the severance agreement?
Correct.
EDTA approved.
EDTA did approve the 4,000 from the bluegrass to go back into overtime, so that will,
But part of that went to streets. I don't know how much.
500.
500 of that went to cover, so their amount is 4,005 something to
Correct.
cover streets and head.
So do you have even a ballpark figure of what your overtime should be?
No, just off last year. I mean, honestly, it just depends what happens. We're doing
Would
things to mitigate it.
125,000 be an unrealistic number?
I don't think so.
What'd you say, Terry, 125?
Based on last year plus what should happen this year so far?
That's coming
So
straight
we're
out of
talking-
allocated.
Almost, at least 1.5, if not 2 employees, when we're talking 125,000. What is,
I mean, that's always something we can put in there, and then you guys, if it starts getting close, we can look at it again and reallocate some funds, or however we need to do it.
Over $300,000 from his budget.
So there's-
Right.
Positions, so.
I know you've recently changed shifts.
And that was part of that big
What-
hit. So when we were on 12, some of the money didn't, when you move to 12s, it goes to 168, so there's an extra 8 hours built into overtime. That came out of overtime. Everybody's going back to 8, so that will mitigate some of that issue.
What does your expectations for patrol go to when you're on 8s? How many people do you want out?
I want a 3-man minimum all the time, so you'd have 3
Do you
days.
have that
Right now we do,
with or without overtime?
without, unless department's comp happens or there's unforeseens in the school. I mean, that's in a perfect world.
Leave and everything, but your staffing supports having 3
Correct.
out.
Right now, yes.
I guess my concern is we're at the first quarter, we're not even halfway through. And you've already spent half of your
Correct.
proposed overtime. Terry, are you recommending 125, or was you just talking?
No, I think that should be a bare minimum. Based on that and based on the trend that we have already, that would give them $11,000 more than what they had last year.
Chairman,
Keep in
Francis is
mind-
probably not gonna like me saying this, but I honestly think we need to keep it at 80 for the rest of the city employees. And we just need to watch the overtime that we're spending, and if we decide we need to adjust it later, then maybe that's what we need to do, but we're talking about putting 45,000 in there, that's gonna have to come from somewhere.
I do know that almost every year that I've been able to pay attention to prior to this, it's been over 80. Nobody's ever budgeted more than.
Overtime for the police? I don't think that's 100% accurate, but
You can budget 80 and change it later on. I mean, there's nothing to stop you from doing that.
It's up to you guys on that one. So if we want to do that, and then if it starts going over,
We just have to pay it out unallocated.
correct.
That's what we do.
But at mid-year, at the rate you're going, you're gonna be over.
Most years you are.
I mean, if we're sticking to what's been said all night, that we want a realistic budget, then it makes sense to raise the overtime right now versus waiting and seeing, because when we suggested that earlier, you know, was, well, we need a realistic budget, so. Kind of with Terry, I mean, if we need to have a realistic budget, we need to have it for everything, so.
You know, the thing with overtime is you're never gonna get to a realistic number.
That's true.
An actual
You're right,
realistic.
I know,
mean,
I know.
This
I
is
know.
where you throw the dart and hope
I
it
do.
think we probably ought to shoot for a goal lower than higher. I think we're defeating our purpose.
Well, and a lot of our large sums of overtime are starting to pass.
Hopefully, yes.
Yes, hopefully.
Yeah,
right.
that was gonna be one of my questions, is do you tend to see it more during the first half of the fiscal year?
I mean, when you hit September is a big month.
I mean, I would assume September, November, December are probably fairly heavy.
Like I said, there's some unknowns in there, but I mean, if those unknowns happen, then whatever we need to do.
And again, you didn't expect to get a call on Sunday morning, like,
Correct.
so.
So, in the past, and there's been a discussion that to just leave it alone, and then we'll just pull it out of the unallocated reserve, because that's what we've always done. Is that what we want to realistically
No choice.
plan for?
Well, you're gonna pull it out of unallocated funds right now because that's the only place you have to pull it.
Or we just bump
You
it
either
down,
pull it out
don't
and-
spend
Or
the
you
extra
cut
in
your
overtime.
expenditures down.
Where are you cutting?
We'll see here in a little bit.
It's very, very hard to predict police overtime, because stuff happens like the other night.
It does.
And you can't not respond or call out people if something happens in the middle of shift change or right before shift change.
There's still ways that you could stop a lot of it. Some of the emergency stuff you can't. It's gonna happen.
Yeah.
But you just have to look, we're trying to cut this. We're not trying to increase it, trying to save the city on this thing. And not spend our reserves down to nothing, which Troy would like to do, or he wants to raise taxes, which everyone he'd like.
No, what I'd like,
Fees,
Let's
especially
get back
fees.
to, hey, we need to get back to the police overtime, stay on topic. What do we want to do there?
I definitely don't want to increase it. Shoot.
Leave it like it is, we'll see how we come out.
We're already halfway there
Yeah, we're gonna be
to that
here,
80,000.
we're gonna be here in 3 months having this discussion again.
Well, the Born and Raised, the Chili Festival, a lot of that stuff is already passed. We've got to buckle down, and if we allocate the money, it's gone.
Is any of the overtime that's in there reimbursable through grants that we'll be getting funded back, or no?
That's in there right now? No.
Yeah.
But even if they are reimbursable by grants, it still doesn't reduce the expense, you just have the grant money coming in.
I don't know what that is. Pager.
I think our message needs to be, we need to buckle down on overtime and hold on to it. If we're telling every other department in the city that same thing. And I'm not saying Jeremy's not working on it, but we have to look after the whole city, and it's not great to sit here, because at the end of this conversation, we're gonna be talking about where we're gonna get money from to make cuts. And I don't know that it's great to say we're gonna increase overtime to a level that possibly we can control with internal mechanisms.
Agreed.
Do we wanna go through the rest and see what we come out with and then return back to this one?
What's your internal mechanism plan for that, as
Ace
he
is
mentioned?
part of that, but other than that, there's really, I mean, you try to keep the guys at 160, you know, in the 28-day cycle, but if they get to that last week and things happen, not all you can do about it. You know, like this week, into the pay period's coming up, that hit and run happened, I've got investigators that's gotta work it. So they're gonna end up working that into overtime. There's nothing I can do about it, you know, so there's those foreseen things that you can't control. And then if somebody goes on workers' comp or pulling to cover schools, you got two out in dispatch, I mean, there's been a lot of unforeseens happen since July 1 that we've had to cover. And all that falls upon the department to make sure it's covered. So if dispatch goes out, an officer that's OLET certified goes in to fill in.
Terry, what were you suggesting to make that to?
I said a large number earlier, but I'm gonna reduce that way down to 90,000. 10 more thousand.
80 for me.
80 for me.
We're supposed to be cutting, not increasing.
But that's just my opinion.
Tyler, you wanna leave it at 80?
I think I would like to right now.
Yeah, we can come back if something else changes during.
Well, ultimately, I mean, well, it's one of those areas that's, you know, Chase had talked about earlier. And, I mean, if it runs over, that's something you gotta provide an essential service. Unfortunately, my hands are tied. Now, we're watching things and it's not gonna be, you know, just blown, but, you know, we can always watch it month by month or however we wanna do it. I don't care.
Where are they at right now, Courtney? I know,
Well, the 37 is from a few weeks ago, and they actually haven't had their overtime paid out yet. It won't be done until after the pay period closes on the 27th, so we checked that account number, but it shouldn't change too much.
how can this council affect not paying overtime until we know we've blown the budget? See what I'm saying? I mean, is it gonna come to us and, nothing against you, Jeremy, in any way, or the police in any way. You know, all of a sudden, we're gonna get a financial statement that says your overtime's 15,000 more than, or 10,000 more than what you budgeted. Is that when we react?
Technically, anytime an account is gonna be over budget for the thing, it flags us in accounts payable. With payroll, we're gonna have to amend our procedures to keep an eye on this a little bit differently than how it functions in accounts payable, but we're not supposed to encumber funds for anything if there's not a budget in there, so.
But what about the council, from an oversight perspective?
So
That's something we're gonna have to just keep an eye on in payroll.
Do you know it, in the time in, or do you know it as you go along during each day, or how does it? Huh?
And we watch it throughout the pay period.
We can get an idea where we're headed, but we won't get it till the payroll reports are done.
Right, well, that's it, you won't really know until the payroll is run.
for reference, the police department's overtime budget is 5% of your annual salaries. The fire department's is 1%. That's a pretty drastic difference. That's rounded up, it's 4 points and change. But also, there is a clause in your all's collective bargaining agreement that once overtime funds are expended by the city, officers can begin accruing comp time.
Correct.
And I know it becomes an issue of when they're gonna take that time off, but that, I don't know how many people know that that exists in the contract. That's accurate. I mean, I think I read it.
No, and I've been
Yeah,
a pro comp time guy, as far as several of y'all talked to
I
about.
think
I think it's a good
It's
thing.
up to 200 hours in it.
Officer
Yeah,
Bennett's here,
that's
he's
what-
probably pretty well versed. I don't know where Mr. Phillips went, but it's after overtime funds are expended, then it rolls to comp time. Is that accurate?
Yep, subject to the availability of budgeted overtime funds, then all employees shall be compensated in wages. And in the event that the budgeted overtime funds are depleted, then employees shall be compensated with compensatory time off work. That might be verbatim, but that's, if the budgeted overtime funds are depleted, at that point, then we can start accruing comp time. There's nothing set how much or anything like that, or when we have to use it, when we can use it. That's literally, it's as vague as that. We've been asking for comp time clarification language for years, and it's difficult to get that put in there, but that's how it reads now.
But just for the rest of the council's understanding, if we go overtime, there is a mechanism in place that they're still compensated at the same rate. It's just in time off. I think Mr. McBride would have to speak up, but I think federal law mandates that if they don't use that time within 6 months, we have to pay them.
Right.
And I think we're supposed to budget for that if we're gonna be using comp time.
Well, comp time's an unfunded liability for sure, but I don't know that,
Not everybody's gonna quit at the same time either.
well,
Good.
hopefully in 6 months you can get them some time off.
Yeah.
So when we're talking overtime, I just want to make sure people know that exists.
And that is in contract right now, so that y'all can even further this year's contract if it was brought up. You guys can talk about that.
Yes, I'm okay looking at it at 80 for now, but it's not a realistic number. It's really not.
Right now, it's at 40,660.
so we're literally more than halfway over, and we haven't even finished the first quarter.
But we've had our big events.
Well, we've had a lot of issues within 2 dispatchers gone, covering schools, covering shifts, and there's been a lot of moving parts. It's been a long couple months.
And I think that you have recently taken the reins to say, we're not working anymore without your approval. Explicit approval before it happens, I think.
Correct.
Well, we also had other situations in that overtime that we had to address.
Correct.
That were quite drastic.
Unforeseen.
Yeah, we'll call it
Unforeseen, yes.
So, I think getting that out of there, monitoring it. I've asked Lisa, just so you guys are aware, when she pulls her papers, to give me that overtime report, that she gets that out. So we are really monitoring that as close as we can. Just like I said, there are some unforeseen. So do we want to leave this and move on and come back if we need to? Yeah. We'll get an answer on that one.
Sure.
Sure.
All right, then we will. Thank you, Jeremy.
Do I need to go?
No, you can stay there all night. We like it.
Step back if you need me.
I mean, it is what it is. All right, 5014, VAWA grant, that is the Violence Against Women grant. We did not budget that last year. We spent $15,360 and 56 cents. We budgeted $65,119.92.
Have we secured, Jeremy, this is a question on both of these, but we've secured funding for both these grants throughout this year already, right?
Correct. There has been some issues on the wall funding.
It's federal issues.
Federal issues.
They're working on getting the federal issues figured out. I can't tell you about all of them because I don't remember everything, but the state has committed to the reimbursements for us for this.
So just so you know, on the Volleyball grant, so we were using Detective Fisher and Detective Stanglin in the schools to help fill in. The narcotics grant said, no way, he can't do that, he's strictly narcotics. He's going back to narcotics, and that was through the grant people that said that. Volleyball leaves a little leeway, but not much. So we gotta be really careful how we use them. They need to spend the majority of their time doing what the grant's paying for, because we have to back that up with stats.
But they're 100% funded for this year.
Through those grants.
VAWA is 80% funded, not 100.
80% funded, okay.
There you go.
But the COPS grant is 100% funded?
Yes.
Right.
Well,
2 years.
yeah, it's based off of how
What wage did you pay?
it's how we decide to do that. We have decided previously to recuperate 100% of the funds for now.
So that one's funded for the year, and the other one's 80% funded through the year. Okay.
All right. We good to go on? 5017, COPS grant. Again, last year we spent $23,640 and 48 cents. We are at $52,701. All right, 5020, police physical fitness. We're at $6,900. Police FICA.
The 152,06640 for that, not the one.
Not the 152,889? Okay. Did everybody catch that?
Say that again?
This says
150.
152.66, not the 889.
The red number, not the blue one.
All right, so last year we budgeted 187,315 and 59 cents, spent 176,305.47. As she said, we're at 152.66.40. Retirement, 26,77.11. We spent 23,872.12. We're at 26,77.11. Health insurance, 625,102. We spent 545.93 and 69 cents. 447,189.09. Employment tax, we budgeted 10,023. We spent 10,477.45. We're at 8,370. Workman's comp, 95,000 versus 89,358.98. We've got 86,466.77. Pension, 256,702.35 versus 257,975 and 27 cents. We've budgeted 223,737.98. Clothing allowance, we've got 1550 versus 1847 and 23. We've got 2,000.
What comes out of this account?
So that is non-contract stuff, so that would be me, couch, dispatch, animal control, uniforms like that. So there's snacks in there.
That's so sweet. Thank you.
Is there what's our agreement on paying that stuff, I guess?
Never have been an agreement. I mean, if we need it, we get it for them. I mean, that's always been.
Non-contractual.
Correct, non-contract uniforms. So if they need a uniform, it's not like we buy them all the time. But there's not like a contract thing in there.
I'm just trying to understand what.
It buys my uniforms.
Or what our obligations going into the year are, I guess is what I'm trying to understand.
I mean, and 2,000 to cover all those uniforms is not much.
It's just kind of as, well, I know, but it's just as needed. It's not like we say, hey, we're gonna buy you $500.
Correct. It goes through me, and it's as needed.
Okay, sorry.
No,
you're good.
Good questions, appreciate it. 5032, police supplies general. We budgeted 9,000 versus 7809 and 87 cents. We put that at 8,000. 5033, contract uniforms, 20,700 versus 31,735, 71. We budgeted 36.
Is that,
That was off last year. That number was not correct, so that's why I have to make up per contract.
and is that,
Stay up here.
is this 36,000?
That's the correct number.
There's a contractual number in there, right, based upon the number of positions you have? Your positions were reduced, but I don't see that we reduced this number, so could that number be reduced? What's the contractual number?
I don't know yet. I'd have to look and see what that number is. Trammell would know that. I mean, he's
800?
800.
Sorry, 800
It's 800 per person, yeah, for all
So-
contractual.
times
I
28?
didn't remove 3 because I did not remove that from that line item. So 3 salad, unless they've expended.
2,400.
some of that.
Do what now? Sorry.
Tyler?
Yes, sir.
Just to clarify that, it's $800 plus one uniform that the city pays for outside of that $800.
Mhm.
So it'll be.
Another 100,
Uniform cost per.
100, 120 probably?
probably. Mhm.
We can definitely take 800 off of it because we had that one open position there, but I don't know if the 2 employees that.
I would have to look back and see if any of them had bought anything from July or not. I don't know. I'd have to look at, Trammell keeps those numbers.
At 800, I've got 22,400, and then if you do 120 times 28, that takes it to 25,760.
I think I can't remember what the issue was with that. Do you remember?
I'm guessing it's probably a higher number based upon contract negotiation talks that I don't really want to get into, but.
No, that wouldn't be in part of that. That wasn't even figured into that number. I don't remember. It would take me some time to research. I could make a phone call to Trammell and talk to him. He would know off the top of his head.
It's essentially
Could reduce that sum then. but-
$10,000. I mean, it sounds like, I've got 25,760.
I'd rather make a phone call first to make sure I'm not missing something in that. Because I may be
Make that
missing.
call and we'll come back to you.
Yes, I may be missing something.
We'll come back to that in 50.
I just don't want to misspeak.
Do new hires, equipment and stuff come out of that same budget?
I think that's the next
I
one.
think that's contract, our department
He
uniform.
takes out a contract.
Let's, while he's making that call, let's go down to 5051. Police utilities.
Do we need to do 5034?
Oh, I'm sorry. That's part of the next one he's gonna call on.
No, that one is the new hires.
Okay.
He's talking. Bennett's gonna call.
We can hit it. We can hit 5034. I was just gonna skip past all the uniform stuff, and come back to it. 25,000 versus 19,146.34. We've got 22,000 in there now.
Okay. We've cut positions. Do we think we're gonna spend $22,000 from your budget?
Let me ask him on that one too to see, is that
Do you have a round number of what it costs to out?
6,000 per new hire?
Okay.
I think that's what he took it. Trammell does a lot of those numbers, so I've never honestly done one of them.
So, okay, you said, we budget $200 for that.
For 200?
Outside of the 800, so it's 1,000 per person, so roughly it'd be 28,000 is what we should have budgeted for the 28 people that we currently have, so that's probably
could probably budget the number we had to start with. Also asking about the.
So if we took that to 28,000, and that's $8 grand.
Yeah. You guys okay with that?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Move that to
Yes.
2,800.
Wait,
Jeremy, we moved that to 28,000.
Okay.
I'm gonna move it to.
All right, are we all good with that?
Which one?
Contract 5033.
28,000?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Move on to 5034, department uniforms, 25,000 versus 19,146.34. We've got 22,000 in there.
I know he's making a phone call on that one to see. That's probably new hire, but I wanna make sure.
Okay.
Because new hires would be about $6 grand a pop.
Okay.
We'll come back to that. We've got that marked. Police utilities, 5051, 18,000 versus 21,927.83. We've got 22. Police telephone, 26,000 versus 45,633.14. We've got that at 46. A lot of new equipment and stuff on that new building.
Contract phones are in there. I think air cards are in there. Off the laptops, there's a lot of things rolled into that. But it's,
A lot of the, Courtney, correct me if I'm wrong, a lot of the FIT expenses came out of that account as well, correct?
I can't,
I don't think FIT came out of that. We rolled that out of a different.
Some, there were some,
pretty
so
sure this
some of the
is their
communication
landline
stuff,
and their
yes.
contract.
A lot
Our
of-
contract, our landlines, our air cards, things like that. And that's what it came out. It was under budget last year.
All right, 5062, police duty ammo. We budgeted 10,000 versus 7734.12. We've got 15.
Why are we going
What's
up
the increase, yeah.
so much on that?
We switched pistols, so we're gonna be qualified more, and it's a 16-hour course we're gonna be running through, so we're gonna be burning more ammo this year than last year.
Do we have any carryover ammo from last year?
I'd have to ask the armor. I mean, he's the one who tells us what we need. He goes in there, looks at what we do prior to us ordering it, and that's built in for that. So that's why it was up this year, because there's gonna be a lot of ammo shot to transition to those red dots.
Yeah,
It's supposed to be a 3-day course, we went to a 2-day course.
If you figure how many rounds you shoot on transition on each officer?
I'd have to ask Kenny.
600, I think. So if you have, you
How do
qualify.
you remember?
You qualify.
That's pretty close. And it's, if I'm being honest, from somebody that transitioned to red dots, it's not enough. I mean, I'm not sure that we can give you any more money, but it's not enough. The amount of repetition you have to do with those guns to get comfortable finding that dot in the sight of the gun, it's probably every bit of 1,000 or 2,000 rounds. And it's not you can definitely dry fire at your house or do repetitions with your pistol at home, but it is a marked change for more understanding. And Kenny stepped out, but I'm sure he can confirm. When we're taught to shoot our guns, the first thing that you're taught is you put your front sight, and that's what you focus on with your target in the back as kind of blurry or not. That's not what you're focusing on.
Yeah.
When you switch to a red dot, you focus solely on your target, and you bring the pistol up and let the dot acquire the target itself. So it's completely backwards from everything that you've ever been taught how to shoot. If you're a brand new officer that's never shot a gun, it's probably really easy for you because it's a lot like playing a video game. I've got 20 years on. It is not. It's not an easy transition
I'm gonna struggle.
Well, and I do know when
get yourself
to
accustomed
what
to.
you're saying, I know when we originally talked about this, and we went through months ago, I think 1,000 rounds was the number that we came up with.
And I know Kenny's worked on that. He's the one who came up with numbers and rounds.
I don't know what number they've come up with, and I'm not sure that the city can give you any extra money. But I'm just, from my own personal experience, it's not an easy transition that you can do. You don't just put a new gun in your holster and go out there and carry it the next day. It takes lots of repetitions.
I kind of talked about that a little bit whenever we explained the need for the transition whenever we were looking at purchasing. And it comes down to liability. We have to train to a certain standard to reduce liability to the city and to the officer, everybody that's involved. So we need that time to train. Otherwise, we're accepting that responsibility. Me as the trainer, and then you as the council who has to pay that lawsuit if something happens. So failure to train is one of the biggest lawsuits in law enforcement, I think, when it comes to the officers getting into critical incidents, but we can talk about that. But
We're talking about rounds ordered.
rounds ordered, yeah.
Up from last year.
So we have to train those guys. We went from a time that we shot one qualification a year and expected that to be okay, to whenever Jeremy got elected as a chief, minimum, we actually qualify on every gun that we're issued and not just our handgun, and we do it twice a year. And now we have this red dot transition school that's 1,000 rounds a person, just to get them familiar with that new system and the new way of doing things. I mean,
kind of less lethal comes out of that also.
Well, I have a question. Isn't the standard course 500 rounds? GRDA shoots 500 on transition.
500 on transition?
Going from you and I discussed this when of course, it's water under the bridge, but discussed how bad a Glock was with optic sights trying to learn. It's going to be hard. So we know we got them. We got to train with them.
And muscle memory isn't developed until 5,000 repetitions. So, I mean, we can dry fire a lot of that, and we can get repetitions ways other than actually putting rounds on target. But at some point, you have to have that feedback of where that round's impacting on the target in order to learn. And so, while you're developing that muscle memory, you have to get that feedback to know that you're not developing bad muscle memory.
And I know what you're talking about. The rest of them probably don't. But muscle memory is where you train, and when it comes to a serious situation, you do it automatically. You don't think.
50% probably, or if that.
Yeah. But what I'm getting at, you think it takes 1,000 rounds to get everybody qualified and used to the gun?
I think so, yes.
So that would be probably
and that's
$7,000.
It's kind of like a budget. If that's how much we have expected to shoot, we might not shoot all of that.
Well, that's also, we got rifle in there, we got shotgun in there.
223, you qualify 40 rounds.
Twice a year.
That's
assuming they all
twice
qualify.
a year.
That's all assuming they all qualify
Shotgun,
the first.
you've got 20 rounds. That's going to be $5 shot, 5 slugs. I've pretty well got it figured.
And then your less lethal stuff.
And 50, without doubling, if we double it, it'd be more, but I figured up 5620. So if you had somewhere around probably 8,000, you think that would do what you need to do?
Total, to get us all through and new duty ammo and all that? It's expensive.
Is that rounds or dollars? Is that?
We're talking dollars right now.
Okay.
If I figured it right,
So-
the 9mm is probably what,
25 cents a round.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I figured 1,400 rounds is $350. So if you shoot the transition course, you shoot 1,000 rounds, that would be, what, 7,000 rounds? Or $7,000, excuse me.
Maybe say, yeah.
So you'd be, at the long end, probably what, 10,000 maybe?
Minus what you may already have on hand.
Yeah, and that's another thing.
Yeah.
We don't have stockpiles, I promise you.
Yeah,
Go
so
look at our
that's the
armor.
thing, we budget the ammo that we're gonna need based off of what we're gonna deplete this year, and then hopefully to have a little bit left over. We ran into an issue a couple of years ago whenever you couldn't get ammo, and we had guys that we needed, McGirt was happening, we needed guys on the FBI task force, in order to be accredited through the FBI and get that accreditation, or whatever you wanna call it, that commission. They had to qualify, and we had no 9mm ammo in stock in our department. I went home and got some out of my safe so that I could qualify them, so that they could actually have a qualification on record, so that they could get the credentials that they needed to do their job. And we don't want to run into that again. That's why we budget a little bit more. It's not a lot more, but I understand we're trying to make cuts, but we can't run into that situation.
Well, this whole discussion, that's what I'm talking about, is trying to save money to save a man in the end.
I get it.
I mean, I love shooting much as anybody, and I know what you've got to do. And as you get older, you have to shoot more to stay with what you think you used to shoot, and that's the same thing with the new officers now. They've got to get acquainted with their weapon. I understand that, but what I'm saying, could you do with 7,000 instead of 10? I guess is what I'm asking.
I mean, that's cutting it in half from what we had budgeted. Let's cut it for 15. We had 10 last year.
Let me correct myself here. I'm like the mayor. I looked at it so much I can't see. Okay, you had 15 budgeted.
Correct.
Could you do it with 10 and make everything work?
We try and see.
Well, I don't want any safety
your
issues to
thoughts?
pop up. But you
Go
need,
right on down the list. What are your thoughts?
anyway, that's just.
Can
a
we
question.
meet that halfway at 12.5? At least give you something.
This is one thing where I feel like you guys are the experts on this new stuff and these new things, and I think our community wants to know that you are well-trained and have done everything you can, and I think as a city, we need to, like you said, it's for
something else
everybody's benefit. I kind of think we need to leave that one at 15.
Well, and last year, you can see, we budgeted 10 and we only spent 77. So if we don't need it, we won't spend it.
Right.
But it'll
Right,
stay in
but-
that line item.
Troy, what are your thoughts? Let's go on down
I
the
think
line.
we're good at 15 for right now. I think it'll stay in the line item, and if they don't spend it, they don't spend it, we'll get it in carryover.
Barry?
I'm good with it.
So majority are okay leaving it?
Okay. And like I said, we didn't spend it last year, so we don't spend it this year, we'll spend it.
All right.
What did you
What
guys
did you
get
say on
answered
that?
on
The uniforms?
Yes.
The uniforms, so, the uniforms police, or wherever that is.
Yes,
it's the
police
three,
department.
5033.
Yeah, 5034. It's 5034, it's 22.
yeah, 5033 is our contract uniforms that we discussed. That $800, all that stuff doesn't, he said that doesn't include patches that we have sewn on, which is another $15 or $20 per shirt, per person. I mean, so I think that was some of the excess in there, plus the extra people. The police contract uniforms is for new hires. So.
Not
that's-
contract.
No, I'm sorry,
Police
police
uniform.
department uniforms, yeah, 5034.
So that
That's,
one's about 6,000 a new hire.
It's for new hire.
Yeah,
But you're not gonna have any new hires in this fiscal year.
we don't know that. I mean, the
Well-
school,
Depends how many people left. I mean, if you lose 3 officers, at some point, you're going to backfill. So there's a possibility. Now, do I ever see that? No. But at some point, you fall so low, we've already lost 6, so.
Our discussion was, we make that 0, and if it comes to that point, then we move it out of unallocated.
I agree.
Okay.
Yeah, that's fair.
Sorry, just
So which one did
not to whisper in front of everybody.
So right now, we're going to take out.
Which number is that?
503.
5034.
We're going to just make it 0 and then come back and.
Get it if you need it.
Higher, yeah.
This is 50.
All right. We good to move on? Did we cover 5051 utilities? I think we did.
Yeah. We got down to, we're at 5076.
Okay, thank you. Outside services auxiliary, 21,600 is what we budgeted. Spent 21,000. We've got 18 on there.
That's the cleaning. So that, when I took over, we had Duke in there as the maintenance. We dissolved that position and did a contract to save money. And that's what we all agreed upon. So she does all the cleaning for the department.
What else does she clean? Does she clean the whole building, or does she just clean your outside?
Or our side, so all of our side, twice a week.
Who cleans the other side?
Firemen on their side.
You guys interested in some contract services?
I think the one grinning ear to ear there is the one that gets bathroom duty.
And if you've never been in there, it's a
Is there any
large
way we
area.
can reduce this?
She's took only twice right now, and ask Sarah, it doesn't take long to get, it's a brand new building and it adds up fast. And I think the people want the officers on the street, not cleaning toilets. I mean, if it was me, I'd want the officers out working, not in there cleaning the building on cleaning duty. I think your money's better spent out there, in my opinion. So you're gonna take officers off the street to clean that building, and it's a big building. I don't know if you've ever been in it, but look at those locker rooms, all those toilets, if there's trainings, it adds up fast. She works her butt off.
Can we reduce how often she cleans?
We already did. We cut it down from 21 to 18 already.
This year or last year?
No, this year.
Which is how much? I don't know.
I mean, it's 400 a time, or a week.
She's paid 400 per
Week. Per clean, yes.
per clean.
No, a week, so it's twice a week.
So
So it's 400 every
200
week.
to clean as well.
Yes, 200 to clean.
Is she cleaning every other week?
It's gonna start getting dirty fast. That's all I'm
I
saying.
mean, yes, but to some degree, the guys should have some personal respect about the building as they just got built.
They do,
Clean up after
but there's also, I mean,
I'm not,
told you my
I'm not signing them
experience.
up to clean up all the time, but
that building is big and it doesn't take long. I mean, that's my opinion.
Terry, let's go down the line. Thoughts?
And during the winter, if it's nasty outside, that stuff tracks in, them floors. I want to take care of that building. It's a brand new facility, and it's taxpayer dollars paid a lot of money for that. I don't want it to get trashed.
our janitorial staff that we,
It's trash
facilities.
started, but okay.
And there's janitorial services elsewhere too. It's not just like the police department, so.
You realize we're not picking on you. We're trying to find money to save
no, I'm just-
in the end here, and that's
Let's,
what we're doing.
Let's go down the line real quick on this one. I want to kind of keep it moving. I appreciate the conversations. Terry?
So currently, you're saying that how many times a month do they clean?
She comes twice a week, so she comes first of the week, end of the week.
Twice a week.
At $200
First of the week and end of the
a
week.
time.
That's back-to-back days.
So $400
Middle of the week.
a week.
She usually comes like Friday and then middle, yeah.
Pretty dang cheap.
And it's a lot of work. It's not easy clean. I mean, I've watched her. It's a lot.
I agree that we probably should and could cut something there in that. I don't know what the magic number is, but
Council could volunteer.
Yeah,
Just saying.
there you
throwing
go.
it out.
You look close.
You can go down and help her.
It is.
I'm good with
Think
it.
about it. Come back. Joel?
I'm good with it.
Lori?
Maybe once a week. Is that like a compromise? Fair?
I just want you guys'
Just
opinion. I'm,
Once a week, maybe?
You're gonna have to pay her overtime because you can't get it all clean in one day.
Well, that's different. So is she doing different things on different days, or is she cleaning the whole thing one time?
No,
That's
different things. She breaks it up. She can't do it all at one time. It's too big. And if you don't, I mean, if you'll come and look, I'll have her meet you there and walk through with you.
Meet
I
her
don't
there
think
while
anybody-
she's.
I don't, I'm not questioning what she's
I
doing.
mean,
just-
she breaks it up in different things. It's not all at one time.
I'm
Made a-
I'm okay with it then. I'm okay with it.
I mean, I understand the conflict. Especially when it's terrible weather outside and all that stuff gets tracked in, but, I mean, it's a balance between that and at the same time, people having, you're asking a former sergeant who made privates clean buildings for no more pay for 4 hours on a Friday.
Different staffing levels are down too. I mean, we're not full staff, so you got
Right.
officers that aren't. When they're in there, they're working reports, things like that. There's things that's.
Right, there's,
Cleaning toilets is not a priority.
no, I'm not saying your officers clean the toilets. I'm talking about cutting just the janitorial stuff back, services back to once a week.
Who's gonna do it?
The lady that's getting paid to do it,
if she cleaned once a week,
or her service.
how much heavier workload is she gonna be looking at?
It's gonna get worse. I mean, obviously, it's going twice for a reason. That was kind of what we came up to, because it was gonna be 3. I don't know if y'all remember that conversation. We did away with Duke's position, create this, and we had that
I
conversation.
guess the question I would ask the whole council is, and Jeremy, chime in if you want. My thought is, how many hours does it take for her, how many manpower hours does it take for her to clean everything? So we know that she splits it into 2 days, but is she spending 8 hours on Monday and 8 hours on Thursday doing different things? Or, is it a 16-hour job to clean that building for one person versus, and I guess that's really the question we need to ask is, if she were to cut it back into 1 day, are we still gonna be paying her?
That's what we'll have to talk to her about.
So,
That's why I said you're gonna have overtime when she does it.
Yeah, I mean, it was gonna be a 2-person job, and when we originally started talking, I don't know if y'all remember that conversation, but we talked about 2 people doing it. I couldn't get anybody to bid it because it was too big, too much work. Those kind of things were coming up out of it. And we had that conversation right here before we did this.
Can we try once a week and see how it fares for you and her both?
Well, I think we might ask if, you know, is she doing the entire building every single time?
No, she breaks it up.
Okay, so if she did the entire building once a day, I mean, that still wouldn't change the amount of work she's doing.
No, that's why I changed my mind and said, I'm okay with
I
it.
mean, unless she
yeah.
cleaned half the building once a week, but is that, the question is that feasible?
I'll bet you she takes out the trash cans and stuff too.
Yes, everything.
My only question, I did have one. What changed when we took it from 21 to 18?
Just took money off. I mean, she'll be, have to take some time off.
Yeah.
But I wasn't gonna say anything until we know what the budget is.
Okay.
So I didn't know what, yeah.
I mean, you guys can speculate what she does all the time, all you want, but I've been there at night whenever she's cleaning, I see what she does. So I can offer some insight here. She cleans the training room, which is a shared space that not only the police and fire use, but other community members use also, pretty frequently. She cleans the lobby and makes sure that that's presentable, because we as officers, and I don't think firemen ever go out there for anything, but the general public comes in, they use it, and it gets dirty, and we want to keep that presentable also so that people can come do it. So,
News reports. Go out there for news reports.
sometimes we do, yeah, I try.
So,
But she cleans, she takes the trash out every time, and she sweeps and mops all the floors every time. Other than that, she, all the other duties that she does, she kind of staggers those between the 2 days that she's there. And she's usually there several hours a night. So
Charles?
it's not like she's just coming in for an hour or two and cleaning and then going home. She's there almost as long as I am.
Choi keeps saying overtime, but she's not salary. I mean,
She's not salaried.
She's a contract fixed.
She's not
amount,
salaried.
right?
But there's not a
Yeah,
set
I'm just making
contract.
sure.
So, I mean, if something were to change and her hours are gonna be up or something, then she could say, well, I'm not gonna.
I'm just making sure. I
Correct.
thought
No,
that's
no,
how we paid her, was
no,
a flat
she's-
contract.
That's contract.
When her contract or her service was hired by the city to do, start with the new building, was it put out for bid?
Yeah,
And she
nobody-
was the only bidder on the whole project?
Correct.
Nobody else will touch it.
Went out for 3 bids. I tried, even our janitors that do here, they wouldn't touch it.
let's get the rest of the council's opinion and
Yeah.
move on.
Keep it at 18,000.
Yeah.
Okay, Chris?
I kind of see this one both ways, because it is a large building, and I do know they do have to be on the streets. So
I'm good with keeping it at 18 for now.
I kind of, I see both ways. I can't really, I'm kind of on the fence.
One,
Listen to you, man, come on. Keep it or go up.
we can try one, and if it doesn't work out, we can always go back to 2.
Okay. If Gone Theater.
At least look on the bright side, you're not having to clean the jail.
Terry, you were a keep it? Is that what you said? No, we were gonna come back to you.
Yes, you were.
No, back to you.
I mean, if it's,
Let's keep it like it is.
That's 6 at a keep.
All right, we're a keeper.
We will just continue to watch it to see. All right, and then we'll take any volunteers from the community that want to step up and help. Fair enough? All right, 5091, police repair and maintenance, 30,000 versus 32,577.32. We've got that at 32.
what does that entail?
Building, anything in the building,
Building?
yeah. Which, as we know, there's a lot of repairs that have come up in that building.
Well, I want to back
Yeah.
just a second to the outside service auxiliary. You mentioned that Duke did that job before, hired that. I've seen his name pop up on purchase orders to pay him, so what's his role still
He's
do?
doing contract stuff with the shelter. So if there's like.
Okay, he's a
Nothing
contract
at
worker.
PD. He's put like door stops in, just like maintenance stuff.
Okay.
Instead of us hiring it out.
Okay.
It costs us
Little odd job.
correct odds and ends.
So,
Okay.
but regarding the building maintenance, a lot of that was extremely unfortunate and kind of unforeseen in a very interesting way that a lot of people have some strong feelings about. What are we expecting with that from further on?
Hopefully, we're saying, hoping nothing big goes out.
So we were able to
We've done a lot of
navigate a lot
legwork.
of things. You know, Seth Jacobson with Jayco Air came in and put a lot of time and effort into working with Willowbrook even after, and I don't want to get into the contract of the week, I don't want to go backwards, that's not what I'm saying. But we were able to navigate through a lot of those repairs and the air conditioning and facilities things with his help, and I would say probably close to 100,000 plus he saved us on that by getting Brenna and her crew to come back, not just there, but I believe we did some at the library too, to come back and do some things. And so definitely we're grateful for what he was able to do there and push some pressure on to get some things done that were straight up construction issues.
Yeah.
So.
But there's a lot of moving parts in those buildings, all those AC units and the generators and things like that. You know, we serve as a generator, so they'll go out, but there's a lot of moving parts right there, that doors, gates, things like that.
Are we good there? 5092, police vehicle maintenance. 75,000, we spent 92,576, 23, we're at 77,342, 25.
I think that one could be reduced, if we use the vehicles less.
Okay.
The more miles we drive that aren't actually being driven in the city for what they're intended, the more maintenance, the more oil, the more gas, the more everything. I think that could be reduced.
So that 77,342.25, that's a pretty exact number. Where did we get that? Was that from historical data or?
No, that is, he budgeted 70, but when we had to fix the functions on our spreadsheet to balance out to the 9.2, I was able to give him a little extra money there. So he didn't know that I added 70,000 to his budget for that.
So you added 7,000 to balance to 9.2. Why didn't you just put in unallocated reserves?
I'm trying to help the actual thing. We spent $92,000 last
I'll say, I don't think 70 is a realistic number.
Okay.
I mean, it's something I can't control. I mean, I know the take-home cars have just got brought up, and I'm an advocate for take-home cars. In this time of law enforcement, when everything's getting cut, retention's a huge thing. If you pay an officer, if we hire a new officer, say the new one just hired, you spend $6,000 in a new uniform, training, equipment, things that's go along with that. You're gonna save a small percentage, but at what cost? And at what cost to the employee? They live out of those cars, all the equipment's in those cars, they take better care of those cars than they have at home. Coming from a department, I've always had a take-home car, every department I've been at.
So what's the current policy as far as?
25-mile radius.
25-mile radius. How many officers are outside that radius?
Some of y'all may have that, I'd have to put it there.
2. No, the outside 25 miles is only 2. They park at Catoosa PD.
Correct. I don't know how many.
So they still, but they still take those cars parking.
Catoosa PD.
They take them to that 25-mile mark, or close to, there it is, and then they drive their personal from their home.
If you get a pool car, you're gonna realize they're gonna get worn out quicker.
Well,
They're gonna have more maintenance, it ain't gonna
And
save.
I will just say this, and Troy, I think you were on the council too, and we went to this. We were seeing a tremendous amount of, believe it or not, a tremendous amount of wear and tear. I don't want to say the word abuse, no offense, guys, but it was just that the pool cars were not as cared for as when we gave them their own accountability, their own car. And we actually reduced greatly the repair and maintenance on them. They drove them with more care, they kept them clean, they monitored. Yeah, we worked up the miles, there is no doubt there that it was a cost, but the offset was that at the time, we really needed to get that repair cost down, and those take-home cars brought that down quite a bit.
And this was in place when I took over. You know, that's my 2 cents on it.
Is that in written policy?
No.
From your department?
No.
About the cars, is it in the contract?
No.
Okay, so who set that unwritten policy?
Chief Nichols.
There was Chief Nichols. I had negotiated that with Chief Nichols, and so that was one of the things that we submitted at that time, was a study that was done by NYPD that talked about their maintenance cost for their take-home vehicles that were assigned units versus pool cars, and that accountability was a significant improvement as far as the maintenance cost for having somebody that actually has a unit that's assigned to them. And that was ultimately one of the things that led to us taking these cars home. These cars now have over 100,000 miles on them, and that's 100,000 miles of pretty much in-town, hard driving, going to calls, stuff like that. I mean, not all of it, obviously, but that's a lot of it.
How
I
many
can tell you,
miles do you patrol in a shift?
between 20 and 50 typically.
That's what I was thinking.
Maybe a little bit more,
So-
maybe 100 and something.
And I'm not being mean, I'm thinking out loud. We're trying to save you some money. One of the things I've harped on forever is BG oil treatment we get. I've asked Courtney, she can't come up with a figure. Do you know how much we're spending on that per vehicle?
He has no idea. That would come through, that's, we're gonna pull numbers and try to figure it out. And I talked to Scott on that too, and Scott, he was like, it's kind of a trade-off.
Can I ask you a question about that? I use that program myself, and I've got a deal that says if something happens to my engine, because I started using it before 50,000 miles, that they pay up to $6,000 on the engine and $5,000 or $6,000 on the transmission. Have we tried to see if they would pay for any of the engine?
They have paid for some of the water pumps and stuff, and there's some, Trammell wouldn't know all the logistics of that.
Okay,
So there has been things.
They are paying
Correct.
back, okay, that's
But are
good.
we paying, my concern is, are we receiving the value that?
Trammell thinks we are. I mean, Trammell's the one who does our fleet. He thinks we are. I mean, he is dead set that we're saving money
Okay,
by using it.
if you get a car taken to 50,000 miles, and they do their whole BG treatment on it, it's somewhere close to $1,000. That treatment is done to every vehicle that's treated at 50,000 and all the way up twice more to 120. So that's, and then every time you take it in, they're wanting to change out the brake fluid, and they're eating you up on cost. I'm thinking that you can quit that and save you some money.
I guarantee you my oil change with that 2 additives in the transmission and the engine is like $40-something.
I know Trammell, it's not that high, because he,
It's $40-something down
Does it
at
cost you
Mike's
$900 to get it started?
No,
No, I don't. It did, but it is us. We're paying the $900 to get it started. Then you're gonna pay, now we're getting a good deal in the oil change, but they're getting us on the other things they're doing. Our oil now and our gas now will make the car take care of just fine. Now, I'm just trying to think of money, the way saving money is all I'm doing.
Okay, on this 5092,
yeah.
what do we want to do? Want to leave it, move on, or add to it? 77, 342, 25.
What do we expect with, well, I guess, if less cars are being driven currently?
Well, we were at 92 last year, so you're,
I mean, we got 3 new Tahoes getting ready to go out. One of them's almost done. We had an issue with the brush guards, so that'll be fixed. Those 3 new ones will help. Being down staffing is gonna help because that's less cars driven, so.
I think that's one of those where we're going to have to look at and say, you know, mid-year.
And we are
we're gonna have to
surplusing
Look at it.
some of the trouble cars that are.
Mayor,
getting
wonder
us.
if we can come back to this, just hold it off and go on through and come back.
Well, I think, I mean, we can, but I think as we look at that, that's one that I think would be acceptable to say, you know, mid-year, if we realize we're gonna have to move some out of that unallocated to cover more, then that's probably what we need to do.
that's what's gonna happen.
I don't like
Well,
how it's spending and allocated, that's our reserves, that's what we're trying to get away from, is going broke.
So hang on,
We're
Bruce,
spending a reserve.
you're at the end of the quarter, you're $12,000 already expended. If we project that, that's 48 grand for the, I'm gonna do that 12 times, yeah, 48 grand for the year. Is the 11,996 realistic for the rest of the year? I mean,
We got some in the encumbered column in that as well.
He does. There's some encumbrances in that, so I don't know if you're looking at that or not there, because
so we'll add 21, yeah, that's 80, yeah, there it is.
there's a lot of encumbrances. So depending on what vehicles do,
There's $57,000 encumbered in blankets, 57,586.07.
Wait, there's how much encumbered?
57,000, those are blankets.
Oh, blankets.
okay,
Correct.
sorry.
Those are still encumbrances.
I'll just kind of gasp a little bit there.
It's actually spent 11,000.
The expenditures, I think that's only 2 months, I don't think that's a full quarter, just a heads up. I know on the legal it was only 2 months.
Is it only
and we've had a couple big hits. I mean, cars, wiring harness was fried, and one of those 18s are hurting us.
We had one that we parked because of the damage.
Correct.
Yeah, the problem with the maintenance, in my opinion, has to do with the content of the fleet, but that's not for now.
No.
That'll have to be worked on much later. But unfortunately, you can't look forward and know what days and what's gonna happen, but I really hate to say that 77 is probably not even enough,
I just look at last year's.
with potentially what could happen.
To Councilman Smith's point, I really want to refrain from telling you how to spend your money. I just want to give you the money and tell you this is how much you've got to spend, and then it's up to you to keep it at that or below it. That's just my 2 cents. If that means not doing what he's talking about, then that means not doing BG. If that means not fixing a car, it means not fixing a car. Well, I don't know, but I understand the spirit of what he's trying to say. It was save money, but at the end of the day, it should be we give you the money and it's up to you. And then, as they said, it'll be up to us if you think you need something out of unallocated reserves. I think that chest is going to be locked up pretty tight this year, though, just from the conversations I've had with everybody. I mean, I think getting money out of there is going to be pretty difficult. That's my 2 cents. If you think $77,000 will do it, then that's up to you, and it's on you to keep it there.
I mean, it was at 92 last year. That's all I can say. I can't foresee the future of these fleets. I'm not a mechanic, so.
The 11,996, I rounded that to 12,000 just for funsies. That was for, like Chase said, 2 months, so for a full fiscal year calculation, it's $72,000.
So, I mean, may work. I know the new car's coming out, and we had 6 new ones I got out last year, so that could offset some of that. I mean, it could work. I don't know.
All this fails, you got an ambulance.
Yes, we do. Thank you, Bruce.
So I'm good with 77,000.
Me too.
Yep.
Same.
So you have it in your budget to deck out the ambulance and put all the,
It's already got what we need on it, so.
what about all the outside coverings, fancy,
None of that.
from Premier Signs and all that? The outs,
We're not gonna do any of that on
Okay.
it, so.
That'd be a can of black spray paint, when you're ready. Couple cans. All right, we're gonna move on, we're gonna leave that 77,342. 5102, gas and oil, 86,000 versus 108, 186.65, we've got 88. Please keep in mind that the first part of last year, we did not have the new fueling set up. And when we went back and looked, it was, am I good?
Yeah, you're fine.
Okay, sorry.
Fix my papers.
We did realize, I don't remember what month that was, August, I think we went into that, or further on in the year, September. We went into that, and we did notice, when Courtney and I looked, that it was a tremendous amount of savings once we hit that program.
Yeah, and some of that money that we spent last year was one-time fees that we paid getting all that started up.
So it's a fluid price. Usually it's like 240, 260, whatever it is on the market. Sorry, he asked what we're paying for fuel. All of the locations, we have 2 locations still with the previous company, SNR, but we pay 40 cents under rack is the price that we would pay. We found some small fees that have come along, just administrative type fees that go along with that service, where we have to pay for the cloud that retains the data, things like that. That was less than a couple $100 or something, like $500, $600. But for the most part, we're 40 cents under rack. So if it's $3 at the current price, we're going to pay $240. I'm sorry, $260. I did that backwards in my head. I apologize. But the idea is, I don't think I've signed 2 invoices where that price hasn't, where it's been the same. And you guys, when you get those invoices, take a look. I've circled the price that we paid per gallon. But I will tell you that over the previous company we used, we're always 20 to 30 cents cheaper with where we're at now.
The reason I ask, Councilman Gantier's point a minute ago when he was discussing take-home cars, and I waited till gas and oil for this to talk about it. Ran a report on how many gallons of fuel each of Jeremy's employees have used, and then broke them out by if they lived in Pryor or had an outside Pryor address. The average amount of fuel that they've used from July 1 till September 15 is 224 gallons if they live in Pryor. If they live outside, it's 269 gallons. If you break that down to a monthly and then to a yearly, essentially, they're going to use 3,900 gallons more by living outside of town on the whole, which at $2.50 a gallon is around $9,800 is what our cost is, generally speaking. for them to take a vehicle home, on fuel only. That doesn't include credit card purchases, it doesn't include oil maintenance, it doesn't, tires, things like that, but fuel only, it's only costing us $9,800 to let them take their car home. Now, I will say, I think that we need to be watching things like if they're taking their cars to a second job, things like that, that could be very small savings, it doesn't serve the city a purpose, generally speaking. But I don't know that it's costing us a whole lot of money for your guys to take their cars home.
You're talking about the
in
whole
fuel.
department, not individual. You're talking about the whole department.
Correct.
For you, yeah. That's what we figured when we started that program, right, Zach?
It's been a few nights, but yeah.
Yeah, it's been a few.
We looked at that.
So so we're not up here saying, well, how, it's costing us money for you to take it. As close as I can figure, that's how much it's costing us in fuel for them to take it. I don't know how to, I guess if I had all their mileage, I could figure in tires and oil changes and things like that, but I don't have all that right now, so. I am curious how you're gonna cut 20,000 from your gas and oil budget though.
Hopefully gas is cheap. And being down several will help. I mean, there's 2 more down, so.
Well, and Courtney, I'm sorry, I know it's been a while. Do you remember what it was about the savings when we switched to the program? It was about because the year before was 107,000 for the full year.
Some of that was expenses were the startup
Wax
fees and
program.
stuff were into that stuff. There were some startup fees that had to come out of
There
that.
were about 6,000 in startup fees that went into that to get the program, to get this stuff. We weren't charged for the tanks or the actual setup. It was the actual monitoring system. But
And last fiscal year, there were some purchases for Wax Bank out of there from the previous
correct.
way that we did fueling, and that was more expensive.
But I would say, I don't even want to throw the number out because I'm afraid I'll be wrong, but I would say it was close to 20,000.
I don't remember.
I don't remember either, but I remember it was enough. We were like, oh my gosh, that's pretty drastic.
Yeah.
It's like everything else, you just have to watch it.
And the other side to that is that we also have it where we can monitor it. We have cameras on it. We can see it. They have to be on site. Every gallon of fuel that goes in there is accountable for now. So there's no, in response to situations that we've had that have cost us money in the past, we've addressed that with this system, and that's no longer going to be an issue. So what do we want to do?
So you leave it like it is. Leave it.
We're gonna tie it to.
Yeah, and I'm not trying to deter anyone from making cuts on any cost that we can, but I want us to speak intelligently about what the true costs are about that stuff.
Well, and I think to that point, Tyler, we've spent so much effort over the last year trying to get things more accurate, trying to get things pulled out, allocated where they need to. We have to look at what we have to put more money into and what we have to take money away from. So it's a process of honing in what we've got. So that said, on 5102, gas and oil, we'll just go down real quick. Keep or reduce.
Go.
Terry?
Realistically, 86,000 versus 108,000. And you got it back down at 88. I foresee we are gonna go over that again. But, we're gonna go over it, there's no doubt, but I guess we're gonna leave it like it is for now, we'll just have to fix it later.
Joy?
Stay like it is.
Yep.
Let's keep it for now.
Tyler?
I say we keep it for now, but I would like you to have a conversation with you guys about their practices on driving the cars, If it's not city related, I think we probably need to not be doing it.
Keep it.
Good. He keeps it too.
Okay.
We gotta go on.
All right. 5111, firearms training, 10,800 versus 98.75 and 29 cents. We got it at 10,000.
Yep.
Police training, 18,000. We were at 17,896.52. We are at 18,000.
What? What's the difference in these two?
So firearms training is your recall, any kind of Glock armor schools, things like that would come up.
What all comes out of that when we're saying it's 10,000 though?
That would be your overtime for the recalls. So any of that recall overtime comes out of that. So twice a year times the entire department.
Is that accurate, Courtney? Do we bill that overtime to that account?
The majority of the purchases that have come out of this account this year are to Glock.
Glock
there's
armor
a
school.
couple- Yeah, for 250 dollars
We had those.
per charge. A couple of them are to officers for per diem, for, I assume.
For Glock.
I-
So it's just
I'm
training
not
for
saying that I'm
firearms
against
stuff.
it, but I want to make sure that if we're gonna bill overtime to that, I wanna make sure that they understand that that's.
Overtime doesn't come out of that.
So it come out of your other stuff. Okay, so firearms training and
Yeah,
such. Maybe it's the per diems, any kind of things that they would have on it.
And we've already encumbered 9, so. Okay, hang on. If we've encumbered 9 and we've expended 3, are we really at 12 on that account?
No, we haven't encumbered 9, we've encumbered 5. We've actually spent 3,000 total.
Okay, it says 9, sorry.
Yeah, it says that we spent 3,022, but it also says encumbered 9.
I know, I was looking at it, the encumbrance says 5,000 here, actual spent was 3,000, the total that has been spent is 8,022.87, and we budgeted 10,000, leaving $1,977.13 available.
Okay.
The 5,000 encumbrance is to, ALS, case and difference.
That's the less lethal stuff. Then maybe less lethal comes out of that one.
Yeah.
We're good there now? Okay, we got the training already, police, the 5112. We're down at 5260, police technology, 2,094.25 versus 25,961.34. We did not budget, that's a lot of the things that we've moved around to either capital or to other accounts, so.
if I remember correctly, that 25,000 of stuff is before our budget was passed last year, before things were moved.
Correct.
Fit had hit it, I think, and so we got fit out of there.
OLEDs, the 5321, we've got 8,500 budgeted last year versus 6,180. We've got 8,500 again. 5322, property rental and insurance, 600 versus 600 last year. We don't need to insure that or put that on there this year. Jail operations, 5333. We budgeted 15. We spent 14. 27609. We've got 13,000 in there now. Budgeted. Sorry, rephrase that.
That's Mays County jail fees. So anytime we house an inmate, they charge us $30 an inmate a day.
I believe it's 50.
That's 30.
For the OLS, are we expecting to spend that amount?
That's a terminal fee, yeah, that's a yearly fee, that gives us a yearly cost
Okay,
for terminals inside dispatch.
okay, well, because it said the expenditure the previous year was about $1,320 less.
It should have been 85.
We only spent 6180 last year.
We added another terminal, so we got 2 terminals up and running in there, so we did. So there's only 1 terminal that was actually OLEDs, now we did 2 to get them up and running.
Okay.
We got everything set, just, I got the licensing.
On the jail operations, if crime's up, so I know you're putting lots of folks in jail all the time. So is that gonna be realistic to make it through?
A lot of them is if it's, you know, if they're native and it's gonna be Cherokee charges, Cherokee pays it. If it's gonna be Mays County charges, it doesn't charge us, so it's just city inmates is all it is. So if we arrest somebody for a city charge,
We add a fee to the court side of it too whenever they're jailed.
so it's,
Not that
it'll
they
be,
always pay all of their fees, but we do ask them to pay that back to us.
Okay,
And we did get an agreement with Cherokee Nation where they generously give us some money back from our citations that we issue and then.
Yeah, as long as it's, but if they're jailed, then we have, that's all on Cherokee Nation. We don't
Correct.
process any jailed.
All right, are we good? 5341 miscellaneous, 500 versus 6095 last year. We've got 200 in there. Police postage, again, postage rates taken into consideration. 350 last year versus 1563 and 600 this year. Is that gonna cover what we need? I think when we talked to Trammell, he said that that would be sufficient. 5344 investigations, 1500 versus 152309. We've got 1,000.
Where'd you go?
5345 employee testing, police employee testing, 4,000 versus 419125. We've got 4,000 again this year.
Jeremy, what does that entail, since you don't test for hiring?
Grant writer also comes out of it, so.
What is
The
it?
grant writer that writes our grants and helps keep track of grants, that also comes out of that number. So Danielle, which helps, she's got us since I took office in May of 23, we're up over 400.
Right,
400.
and that's admirable.
That's
Why
right.
don't we call it grant writer then instead of employee
We just
testing?
changed the line item, we just have to get with Courtney to change some of that.
Is that what,
Yeah, create a different accountant
I can't
number
remember,
for
yeah.
that,
do we,
but
is that what we pay, like whenever we hire somebody though?
Correct, NFIs and things like that come out of that.
Okay.
Well, thank you, that's what I was wanting to know, but I didn't know about the grant writer part.
I show we saved 30,000.
what is it?
30,000?
We've not shaved 30,000 off, right?
Yeah, we need to go back to the overtime. Are you guys leaving it at 80 or are you gonna be changing that?
Leave it.
I thought we were leaving it.
I thought you guys were wanting to come back to it at the end of.
I think we moved on, because I got, well, yeah. Do you guys want to revisit overtime, or do you want to move on?
Leave
I
it.
mean,
Hey,
Leave it?
Leave it like it is.
good.
You're gonna leave it?
So we shaved 30,000.
What is the new number that
Tyler,
we
do you
have?
have that new number? Or does-
216.
Yeah, 32, 84, 492, 10.
That's exactly what I have.
Say that again?
3,284,492.10.
Okay, okay.
All right, we're gonna move on to animal control. You guys good?
Yeah.
Finish this page out, and we need to take another break. If you need a break, just tell me and we'll stop.
We're just breaking as we go.
Hey, whatever it takes. All right, animal control, 216-5011, salaries. 131,208 versus 131,218 and 95 cents. We're at 131,208. Animal,
Any idea why it was $10.95 more last year, or?
I think what we'll find is somewhere in there was another line or,
Okay,
I don't know. I've seen that in a couple where
okay.
the FICA or something was off, and they crossed each other out. All right, longevity, we've got 1320 versus 1172.27, we've got 2100. Overtime, 6,000. Last year we did 10,602 and 69, we're back at 6,000. 5016 temps, we've got 24,000 last year budgeted versus 16,988.82, and we're at 17,000.
So can we go back to overtime? Is that realistic? I mean, we were 4,602 over
Jeremy, Becky?
budget
back
last
to
year.
animal
Y'all
control.
okay?
I do think we paid a bunch of overtime last year before we got temps, I think, if I remember right.
Correct.
So you go with 6,000? I mean,
We're gonna try to be good at 6,000, yes.
Appreciate it.
I know one of the biggest things there was in the mornings and cleaning.
Yep.
I know, how's that one temp position worked out for you
So
back
we,
from May?
so she still comes sometimes on the weekends to help Robert.
Okay,
But,
She's in the school.
Yeah,
She's
she's
going
in
back to school, so she's
Oh,
not as much hours.
Yeah,
that's right.
I mean, we're talking maybe 8 max on her now.
And do you have an idea of how much work and time the new kennels and all that have cut down? Because I know that was a huge
That
deal
was
for y'all.
huge.
It's still the same amount of work, it just cuts some time. I mean, you
Yeah,
get all out of there at the same time, instead of
Makes the
flopping
deal
around.
Yeah,
It
and
basically
instead of
saves
moving
us an
4 or
hour.
6 at a time, you're moving pretty much the whole
An
thing.
hour a
all the way.
morning, and it gives the dogs at least another 30 minutes outside instead of inside their kennels.
We'll try to keep it at 6,000.
I try.
Appreciate that.
thank you.
Again, great opportunity for community volunteers.
Just
Um,
dump water on all your employees or feed them after midnight or something.
We'll try.
You know, if anybody got that
I did.
reference,
I know, right?
that's awesome.
Okay.
All right, I think we're down to FICA, 5021. We're at 10,138.39. Last year, 567.63. We're back at 10,198.06. Animal control retirement, 5022. 11,927.52 versus 11,915.13 and 11,997.72 budgeted. Health insurance, 40,578.09 versus 41,116.80 versus budget of 44,675.22. Employment tax, 771 versus 753.87 versus a budget of 810. Workman's comp, 6,200 last year versus 6,031.25, and a budget this year of 65,81.45. Supplies general, last year 45,000, we spent 51,969.33. We're at 50,000. Utilities, 8,500. Last year we were at 10,477.78. With 9,000 this year. I think something to notice, by resealing up the building a little better, that should save less time watering and hosing things down, should save us on some of that. So hopefully that'll.
Insulation, that's great.
I think we had a bum air conditioner too.
Air conditioners and insulation.
So, and a more efficient dishwasher, right? You know, that'll do it right there. All right, 5061 telephones, 1,300 versus 1177.59. Budget this year of 1,200. Repair and maintenance, 5,000. Last year, 5075.48. This year we're at 3,000. I think we'll see those savings in the repairs that were made to the building.
Mayor?
Yes, sir.
But it shows that we've already spent 2676 of that.
That's the cars, so we have 3 animal control vehicles, so that's what that's for.
Right, but your repair and maintenance account's already spent.
Correct. We tap, so last year, that was over, and we had to tap into our repair and maintenance of the police department budget. So some of those overlap. We fix them where
Right.
we can out of those budgets.
So I'm saying we need to put more into that one. We're already
That,
spent.
or do we want to track that under the,
Both repair and maintenances are low, so I don't know if and those trucks are pretty odd. No, Becky can tell you the years, but 2 of them are getting old.
Well, I wouldn't have a problem if we needed to put some in there. I think we just, we don't wanna continue dumping money into those vehicles if we find out that they're gonna be.
How much does one of those cost new to replace them?
I'd have to talk to Cal on that, because they're
How
those,
much?
A lot.
they're those big trucks. Now, you can if the beds will fit, there's things you can do. We've talked about it, and I just have to get a quote, because things have changed so much since they bought them. So I'm really not sure.
So I know MUB just bought a utility truck, obviously a little different style, but it would be the same body and engine pretty much, and theirs was, I wanna say it was just about 100,000.
I don't think it would be that much.
But they're also
Whenever you put the box
reusing
on
the
it.
beds.
That's a lot.
It adds a lot, the box does.
So
And
I
it depends on if it's gas or diesel, if it's,
All
and
of ours are
and if it's
gas.
4-wheel drive or not.
they're all
I mean, we've got some
Mine-
F-250s in
Maria's
there.
is a 4-wheel drive,
Yes, ours
hers
4.
was the newest.
I mean, I think there's 60 just to buy outright.
Okay,
And you're
yeah, I
gonna
have
have,
no idea.
Yeah, they're not.
you're gonna have
I'd
cost
say
and upfitting.
100,000 at
Yeah.
least.
Did you have a suggestion on that?
No, I just wanted to bring your attention that they've already spent almost all of that, so.
I think, but I think the trucks you guys have, I mean, one's got over 200,000 miles on it, doesn't it? Or is it 100,000?
Mine's got 170. Maria's doesn't have very much.
Maria's is the newer one.
Yeah, Roberts is
Is
the,
His was Derek Melton's back in the day.
yeah.
Yeah, it's
and-
got,
But what are we
I mean,
gonna-
all in it.
I don't know if it'll look a ton.
what are we gonna do with this account since we're not through the quarter and we've already spent almost 2,700? I mean, yeah, repairs are repairs. You can't control that.
I'm not sure what we spent that on.
I'd have to look, I mean, Courtney can pull it up, but
And if we don't want to do anything with it right now, we just need to keep that in mind, that we may have to pull out of your unallocated reserves for that later down the road.
Yeah.
Can't do that, I don't have no money.
Charles?
Just bring it to your attention, y'all do what you want.
That was good all night.
That number, the 2676, is exactly how much is still spent out of that account. They haven't spent any more since this report was ran.
you remember what that's for? You see it? I can't remember what we spent it on. Too many things to look at lately.
Do you think that's realistic?
No.
No.
That's what Trammell says, because it ain't gonna happen.
It's a few different things, Polypro, Donald Common, Pryor Lumber, S&J Plumbing.
Okay, so that's not
Okay,
just
so-
vehicles.
Oh, that's not your vehicle,
Oh, that's
man.
all kinds of.
That must be the repair and maintenance on the building then. So the vehicles must be coming out of our,
On your own, yeah.
everything's coming out of that one.
Okay.
Well, in that case, do you think that that number is doable from there? On
what that
vehicle
would-
stuff, or on a building?
We should be. I
We
mean,
got some
there's
capital too, but.
minor little things that may pop up, but
Less than
But see,
$324?
that's just a couple $100 to last you the whole rest of the year, though.
Some,
324, I think.
well, duct tape and foam caulking, you know.
Well, and a lot of the problems that we had in that building have been rectified.
It's still an old building though,
It is.
so, I mean,
I'd take
we
it,
did do a facelift on it and did some things, but
that needed done for several years.
correct.
Okay.
Okay?
We had a discussion, it probably ought to be at 5, which is what it was before. I mean, telling them you've got 9.5 months to go and not to spend more than $300 on your building, I don't know if that's doable.
I mean, that's like light bulbs, everything, right?
Because realistically, this is what I've harped on since I've been on the council, that we don't take care of our buildings. And it takes money to do that, and that's not realistic to finish repairs that may or may not come up on that building for the rest of the year.
So to Charles' suggestion, you okay taking it?
I didn't hear what he said.
Five
Take
work.
it 5.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Joya?
Yes.
Lori?
Yes.
Yeah, because we don't take care of the buildings, they're just gonna cost us more money.
Gantier, Bruce?
Go ahead.
Okay, change that to 5. All right, adoption operations, 5335 for 400, we spent 4250, so we didn't budget there. Animal control capital outlay, we had 2100, we spent 2094.25, we didn't budget, we moved that to,
That was the time clock. for
Capital outlay.
right, time clock stuff.
I have the new total at 295,770.45.
That's what I have too.
Did you get that, Chase? All right. Anybody need a break?
let's push.
Let's go, okay. 217, general government, fire. Volunteers, 5010. We budgeted 3516, spent 12,714.40, we're at 34,1767. Chief, how are you, sir?
I'm doing good.
You guys look nice tonight.
Yeah. James did some numbers on that volunteer account. And we're looking at maybe cutting it down to 22,000. We're not getting volunteers. The ones that we are getting, we're not having very many showing up. We got 5 that are the main guys that show up. We've got 3 guys that we're probably getting ready to talk to about maybe turning some stuff in. We got 4 guys that are on the bubble. We're hoping if we can be around that 10 guys, that we've got 10 sure enough dedicated guys that are kicking, that we should be able to operate in that 22. That being said, we've lucked out. We haven't had an ice storm or big grass or anything like that, so.
Okay.
Don't voice that out loud now.
All right.
So what was the number?
22.
22 even?
Yes, sir.
Courtney, did you get that?
Nope, they do.
Fire volunteers, 22,000.
We're dropping it down to 22.
52 to 22,000. I'm sorry, 5010 to 22,000.
You're confident with that, Ethan?
Yep.
22 even?
Yes.
Yes. And that's just where we're getting in. We're not, the volunteer thing for us and a lot of the towns around, which like we're the seat of the county and everything else, if we don't have the guys on duty,
We saw that the other day, we had a shift change. We had 8 guys that were either coming or going, so we had a good response to a structure fire. That same day, later on in the day, we paged out for another structure fire, and we had the 4 guys on duty. Off-duty guy came in and a volunteer, so we had 6 guys on a fire scene. So we're trying to figure out how to get the volunteer stuff up, but we're not the only ones struggling. It's across the board, so.
And that factors in the money we've already spent for this one, right?
Yeah, for the 22,000. Yeah, I think we've already spent 2, but I mean, the way James ran these numbers or whatever from last year's calls, that's where we're at on that.
Just double check.
All right.
You know, I think if we just kind of scan down through there real fast, you're gonna find that that's pretty much all.
Yeah, I mean, everywhere else, it's either controlled by the contract with the union, and we've cut all of our aid accounts that we have kind of, I don't know if you want to say control over, but where we can go, it all pretty much carries over from just,
Well, let's just read it off. If you have a problem, stop me. How about that?
Do it.
5011, salaries.
Nope.
$1,198,572.68 versus $1,207,983.91, and a budget of $1,238,79.30. 5012 longevity, 18,120 versus 17,268.38, and a budget of 18,720. Overtime, 16,000 versus 14,967.13 versus 16,000. Sick leave buyback, 5016, 14,189.43 versus 15,883.31, 19,770 budget. FICA, 17,863.45, 18,213.60 on last year, 19,188.99. 5023, we've got 325,718.40 last year versus 334,56.80, and a budget of 339,600. Employment tax, 5,140 versus 56,33.19 versus a budget of 5,400. Workman's comp, 55,000 versus 50,836.39. Budget 60,623.10. Retirement 172,332.50 versus 173,607.81, and a budget of 171,568.51.
No, it's 178.
What did I say?
171.
I'm sorry, 178,568.51 budgeted. 5027 life insurance, 3264 versus 2243.48. This year's budget 2280. Fire clothing allowance 25,000 versus 21,655.46. 22,000 this year. Office supplies 5031, 2,500 versus 2310.21. 2,500 on the budget this year. Utilities 5051, 24,000. We spent 27,705.66. We've got 26,000. 5061, 2,500 versus 1538.85. On the fire telephone, I apologize, 5061, that's gonna be a 5,600 budget.
and that one went up because we had our Wi-Fi stuff for the iPads was in a 201, and they moved it from that 201 to there.
Before you start back.
Yep.
When we lower his volunteers, does that not lower some of the taxes and stuff that we're gonna have to pay?
It's just on your workers' comp, right, for volunteers, FICA and workers' comp.
So yes, but I don't know that we could calculate that right now.
Okay.
It won't be much.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because they only get Medicare, if it's only 1.5%, it's not Social Security, it's just Medicare.
It's not a lot.
Okay.
That money will still sit there though, we're not gonna be able to spend it for anything, so.
5061 telephone, 2,500, 1538.85, 5,600. Outside services, volunteer, 5,000 versus 3356.20. We're at 3,500.
What is that?
That's the one we've got where we pay like the pension stuff on the volunteers and all that stuff. We buy shirts for them, things like that, little bit of equipment, so they don't have a clothing and equipment allowance, so the ones showing up, we buy them flashlights, stuff like that.
Gotcha.
5091 fire repair and maintenance. We're 38,000 last year, 29,979.83, 30,000 this year.
Question.
Yep.
I think I've had a conversation with BK where they did as little repair and maintenance on vehicles as you possibly could get by with.
Yes.
Is 30,000 gonna be enough to do what you guys need to do to keep?
Well, as long as we keep these guys happy that are behind me. Fletch replaced a power steering pump, the cold air intake to the turbo on brush tube. Johnny 5, he's replaced all and did the work on the small engine repairs. Baird's done some electrical work at Station 2, Milkier's turned some wrenches. So we're offsetting a bunch of fees to where we're trying to keep the fleet up and running, but I wish you would let me go before the PD where my guys weren't taking notes all the time, but that's something that we're fortunate to be able to do. So it helps offset some of that stuff because we're not sending something to shop, but the guys also need to be recognized that they're saving a ton of money, because if we send any of our stuff, especially big equipment out, you're not only talking a 140 shop fee. I mean, if it goes to a big well mechanic, we're looking at $180 to $220 an hour shop fee. So
Plus time down.
yeah, so the guys do. I don't want them to think I like them, but the guys do help out quite a bit, and I'm proud of them.
And I think we share that sentiment.
Oh, yeah.
We appreciate that, and it is recognized, and we do respect you for that.
Is 30,000 gonna be enough for what you guys think you need to do?
Yeah, James is looking over. We look back and it's going to be right there. I mean, I'd take more. The last conversation I had with the mayor, he said we got to make it as tight as we can because we were talking, the doom and gloom of it. So we're working our hardest.
We knocked 8,400 off your volunteers. Do we need to put it there?
I mean, I'll take it anywhere we can go.
I don't.
Yeah.
At the same
No,
time,
I mean, we're looking at
8,400 to somewhere else. We're gonna.
No, we're looking at 30,000, and we use our repair and maintenance. We don't have separate, so our fleet comes out of that. The building's coming out of that. We're running 2 stations, so that just gives you an idea of what the guys do with 30,000. I mean, yeah, I mean, I'd take 38 if we wanted to put it back up there to that, and try to hold back on our spending as much as we can, but.
Have y'all considered using BG for warranty?
No. I was gonna see if Bruce had a minute maybe tomorrow to talk about that, and if he did, maybe invite him over, but no, we don't have anything like that that I'm aware of. I guess we got local 3567 is what we've been using.
Yeah. I just knew from our talks that you had foregone probably some maintenance that needed to occur on some trucks last year.
Yeah.
And I want to make sure that, to Councilman Lamar's point, we have to pay the maintenance stuff to keep that stuff going, or we're just going to cost more in the long run, so.
Right.
Yeah, and like I said, we're pretty good, and James is pretty good at keeping a fleet schedule for us. The building stuff, we don't know. We have things, but like I said, as long as the guys keep helping us out, we're doing pretty decent. But even if we did put more in there from that 30, if we could even go up to 35, I do believe that we watch our accounts very, I mean, we really do try to keep up, and if we're told to tighten our belts, I feel like we do it.
You're really close to halfway through the 30, I guess,
Yeah.
You're at 13, so.
38.
Well, we got a lot of encumbered too, so like we pull all the
Take that,
O'Reillys,
put it into that
all those are already encumbered in blankets.
maintenance, yes.
So that's why that comes out first, just to be honest.
38.
Yeah.
38. Charles, 38.
38,
We would take that.
417.67.
Would be the new total there.
Yeah, because it's just might as well get all of that from the 84.17.67 is what we took from volunteers.
38, 467.
41767.
38?
38, 417.
Okay.
Thank you, guys. All right, 5102, I'm sorry, I didn't go all the way down. Chris, Bruce?
Yes, good.
Okay, thank you. 5102, gas and oil. 27,000, we use 28,637.74. We get 28. 5111, we've got 8,000. I'm gonna back up a little bit. They are one of the two that is still on Station 2 using SNR, right? Diesel.
CNR.
CNR,
oil.
yeah, sorry,
Yep.
CNR for oil.
Yeah, and James is currently, I mean, he's tracking that. He even is trying to order the fuel if ag comes and drops fuel off. He's trying to do an order from CNR at that time, or at least get prices to where we're tracking to see where our diesel is. I'm at to the penny because fuel changes. So CNR, we really do like Clay because we can watch the fuel and we can order fuel when we see the fuel drop, or when we think, or if we think something major is going to happen and fuel's going to jump up, we'll make sure tanks are topped off. So, but James is in charge of the fuel and he does it pretty good, and he's got a running summary for me that he's been running the last 2 or 3 months, and here in a month or two he's supposed to give me a breakdown and where we can sure enough see if one's doing any better than the other, if they're neck and neck or not. So,
All right. Any comments on gas and oil?
Nope.
Fire education, 5111, 8,000 versus 7723.96 versus 8,000. Fire capital outlay, 5411. Last year we budgeted 4178.50. We got 4178.50, and the rest of that's been moved to 44.
Nothing was moved in 44 from that. That was just the time clocks last year.
That was time clocks. Okay, yeah, station
Yes,
1
two
and 2.
time clocks.
Thank you. Okay.
All right.
questions for me?
No, sir.
Thank you.
Stay the same. Gentlemen, thank you for being here tonight. We appreciate you.
Appreciate it, guys.
You're still welcome to stay for the rest. General government, 219, parks, 5011, park salaries, 142, 135 versus 144, 38, 42, and a budget of 147, 50902. 5012, park wages, pool management. We had $80.78 that came out last year, but we have gotten rid of the pool stuff.
I think
Park.
there was some kind of Scrivener's error type.
Yeah, whatever it was there. So we're, just let everybody know that anything with park and pool has been zeroed out. Park overtime, he had $153.70 attached to last year, nothing budgeted. Park temp employees, 13,000 versus 12,277.75. We've got 13,000 again. Park longevity, 5015, 4,020 versus 3729.22, with a budget of 4140. Maintenance and janitorial, you'll see that's the balance we had where we moved the facilities out, so we have nothing budgeted there. Park FICA, we had 20,697.54, spent 17,565.29, budget 11,601.12. Again, moving some of those employees out. So retirement, 24,252.84 versus 18,928.22. Budget of 13,599.81. 5023, park health insurance, 49,175.18 versus 41,803.49, and a budget of 31,82.20. Employment tax, 1799. Spent 1561.73. We got 810.
I know, is that from the facilities
That and just
creation and attrition through
yes.
positions? Why that went down?
Oh, yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, that's the only reason.
Workman's comp, 696345 versus 631338, and a budget of 314956. Clothing allowance, we had 1,200. They spent 663.75. We have 600 for clothing allowance. Safety boot reimbursement, 5027. Frank asked that we give 600 there this year. Some of the guys are in need of that. Park supplies general, 5032. We have 2,000 last year budgeted. We spent 2,294, so we're back at 2,000. Utilities, 54,000. We spent 44,834.58. We're at 45,000.
Will turning the stuff up at the pool help with that?
It's pool's totally disconnected.
It is now.
But it wasn't last year, so.
Last year, and then we finally got, all lights are converted to LED now, the King's Court lights.
Okay. That's, sorry, I guess my question was, it wasn't disconnected last year and it is this year, so it should help with that number,
Right,
right?
we'll also see that like with the PYO and stuff, we shut those off, so. Park telephone, 5061. We had 1,500 budget, we spent 482.91, we've got 500 on there. FEMA reimbursement, we had a 49.15 on that one. 219, 5091, park repair and maintenance, 16,000. Last year, we spent 11,814.60. We've got 12,000 this year.
Frank, how does that sound?
It's gonna be tight, but, try to make it work.
Okay.
The big thing on us is, the lawnmowers have just become like vehicles, computerized and stuff. And so, kind of keeps talking about we do all our own repair and maintenance, but every now and then you get that issue that has to go out to, John Deere and so. Other than that, we do everything we can. So unless you foresee
Does your splash pad repair come out of that too?
yeah, that's
Everything?
repair and maintenance is everything for us, but there's never anything come out of that. Or not yet.
But we think we can, the 12,000 mark we think is doable?
I mean,
Might be tight, but.
it'd be tight, but we'll do our best, yeah.
Okay.
All right, 5093, park pool expenses other. We had a $20 somewhere out of that last year, but like I said, closed all those down. I'm gonna jump down to 5102, park gas and oil, 5,000. Last year, we spent 59.91. We've got him back at 5. Keep in mind, we also pulled Gary Buffington's vehicle out of that.
Where are you fueling up at?
He has a tank.
You got your
He has
CNR?
New tanks.
He has a new Agriland tank.
Okay.
Okay, 5341, park miscellaneous. Last year budgeted 1,000, we spent 691.10. We've got him at 800. And park capital outlay, small purchase, 5413. Nothing budgeted this year, but we budgeted 2,100 and spent 2,094.25.
Question. Frank, I think I'd asked you last council meeting or one before about the skate park, and you said you plan on doing phase 2 of the skate park this year. So where's this at in your budget?
Yeah, here's a capital outlay.
Capital outlay, I think.
It's on
44.
44.
Oh, it's not on.
We
It's
approved,
not
okay.
in general.
Okay.
All right. Thank you, Frank. Okay. General government, 02-221, library. Library salaries, last year, 377,161. We spent 338,416.68, and we are at 366,311.02.
I'm sorry, I know I asked you earlier about individuals who have left. Was that all during this fiscal year?
We had 1 leave a previous fiscal year and 4, these are part-time, not full-time, but 4 part-time people leave this fiscal year. 3 left in August, 1 left in September.
Okay. have those been, are those reflecting out of this budget?
Actually,
I know they're part-time, so it's not gonna be a lot, but
yeah, their total salary for the year is 14,000 or something like that.
Right.
No, I haven't removed this from anything that's changed this fiscal year.
okay, so how much roughly out of all them, did you say 14, is that 14,000 per? Or,
For part-time employee, yeah.
so how much are we
For
looking?
salary, not everything.
Right, but how much are we looking at potentially saving out of that?
I would, yeah, it would take me to do math. So it's 950. If you want me to do it, I will, but it's gonna take me.
I mean, outside of what they've already encumbered this fiscal year. Okay.
What is that going to do for services, though?
Well, I mean, that's the crux of it. So if we continue with the current staffing levels of 6 full-time and 3 part-time, assuming nobody takes the severance deal if that passes.
Right.
That's currently employed or currently budgeted, sorry?
Currently employed.
Okay.
If we continue at this staffing level, we cannot operate with our current operating hours for the rest of the fiscal year. We're gonna have to adjust those because we cannot cover the desks. Like today, I had to beg, borrow, and steal to be able to come here at 5:30 instead of staying until 6 to make sure we have 2 people in the building. Because we have enough people sick, enough people on vacation or whatever, that we just cannot get all of the desks. And I'm not even saying all the desks. I require that the main checkout desk at the front main parking lot entrance, that is staffed all the time by at least 1 person. And the children's desk, the youth services desk is staffed all the time by at least 1 person. It is not safe to not staff those 2 desks. It is the safest and the easiest if we have 3 people in the building, but we can't. So Saturdays are rough if it's busy. So if we continue with what we have now, we will have to cut operating hours.
Do you know how much?
So,
Sorry to put you on the spot.
no, I already have it figured out, it's fine. This is a library board decision, so it's not a decision I can make on my own. I will present to them cutting, either we open at 10, open at 11, or open at noon. I think that noon is a little bit too much, and I think 10 is pushing it. My recommendation will be 11. So we will still be within our state requirements for how many hours we are open based on our population size, and that does include after 5 p.m. hours and weekend hours. So if we open at 11, we would extend our Saturday hours until 2 to make sure that we meet that requirement, because we have to be open 3 hours on the weekend.
Would a temp help you at all in this situation?
I mean, yeah, staff helps, but with part-time, Bruce, it's actually more expensive to hire a temp than it is to just pay them the city's rate, because when you pay the temporary service, you're paying, I think it was, and this is old math, but it was like 33% on top of their salary, whereas if we pay them, it's like 9 or 10% for like the FICA, Social Security, all that stuff. So it's less expensive. That's why the library is the only department that has part-time staff as city employees, because once you come to the library, generally speaking, you stay for a while. Our turnover isn't great. We don't have seasonal work, so that's why my part-time people are on the city payroll directly and not through temporary services.
As you stand right now, will you lose any state funding right now if we go in from the state?
I don't know, and it's $8,000. I don't want to lose $8,000 because, that's a nice chunk of money, but we have to make the budget work, and it would only be for 1 fiscal year. The Oklahoma Department of Libraries has told me I can still call and cry to them, and they will still help me. So if we have to go without the state grant, I will not be jumping up and down about it, but again, if that's how it happens this fiscal year, we will make it work.
Just out of curiosity, just what staffing would you need to keep hours as they are right now? What would you need?
I would need at a minimum 2 part-time.
minimum to
Yes.
keep it where you're at now.
Yes, if we lose a full-time staff member to the severance package, I might need 3 at a minimum.
And there's 4 in there, right?
There are 4 in the budget right now. Well, 4 extra,
Correct, sorry, unfilled.
right.
All right, further questions on 5011? Okay, 5012, 1920 was budgeted last year, 1603.76 was spent, we've got 2,700 in the budget. Okay. We are slowly making progress, guys. 5013 overtime, budgeted 500, spent 216.50, we're back at 200. FICA, 294103 versus 24,963.80. We've got our 28,229.34. Retirement and pension, 24,654.35 versus 24,421.78. Budget of 24,882.30. Health insurance, 38,660.02 versus 39,758.94. Budget of 37,492.18. Employment tax, 2,593.44 versus 2,245.60, and a budget of 25,40.01. Workman's comp, 550 versus 469.95, and a budget of 613.11. Supplies, 9. Yes.
Can we pause, are you saying that I can have part-time people in that salary line? I mean, I don't,
Well, I would be a little more comfortable knowing, like, what that actual figure is gonna be.
Right now, I don't know if we'd say anything higher, it's just, right now, you didn't change the budget, but.
Right.
but I wouldn't.
I meant the figure on those who left, is like, what are they saving? I know it's some math, but.
I mean, if it was 14,000 persons.
ish.
Yeah, it's like 14,279.
4, that's 456, that's what we paid them in 2 months, 2.5 months, so probably about 40 something of that, maybe. But so, I would suggest that we do a group of the higher.
Right, that's what I'm saying,
Yeah,
is if you
right.
put it in there, I'm gonna ask for it, and you're gonna have to decide whether or not you wanna lift the hiring freeze.
But I would actually say, well, let's get through the process first.
Yeah.
Right, okay,
Just to even see what we're working with. I mean,
We're not quite even done yet.
I like the city library, don't get me wrong, but I'd like to keep it open in a year.
So could we maybe just keep the 2 part-times in there for her to keep her hours currently as they were in the
Well,
this budget?
I just meant for the number that we're trying to put for
Sure.
that budget.
And they
Make
can-
sure it's
but they can
accurate,
figure
so
that
what we
out.
can know to put into our unallocated reserve if we're gonna do any at all.
Sure, there's 4 in the budget.
They can change it.
She needs to hire.
Cause we didn't change the 366, 311.
Change it, so right now, there's
3.
4
They're in
people
there.
still in the budget, even though, you didn't reduce the budget to remove those 4 people. They're still in there.
Which I feel like we need to do,
course,
we've
you
done
did
that with
all-
all the other departments,
Yeah,
so
so
we
should
kinda
we-
need to do that
should
for
we put
her,
it
because
at
that's her big concern, she wants to know what her numbers are.
Should we
Right.
put that at 326, rough, or?
Well, if she,
I mean, it's not that I don't wanna give you anybody, but we're also,
Well, if we do 2 part-time, that keeps her hours the same. Right now, as it would stand, without any separate,
well, if that has 4,
and then we pull out the other 2,
so if you pull that 2, that would be 28 less, theoretically.
I would also say if we did that, but she has a full-time employee leave, I think that we should strongly consider at least looking at that being a part-time to keep operating hours. I'm personally not in favor of the library having to amend its hours and not be open to the
I
public.
agree,
Of course,
I agree,
you guys will have to wait and see what happens, and then you guys will make the hiring decision
sure.
at that time
And I'm not saying that that's on everybody, I don't know that we can make that exception for everybody, but if we're talking about removing positions, which we have from other departments, I think we have to be talking at least at what her minimum operating staff is to maintain the level of service that we're already committed to, that I would like to see us stay committed to.
So can we adjust that library salary to reflect that there's 2 open part-time positions right now, without knowing what's gonna happen, to ensure that now she has
So,
her hours, and then just revisit that if there is a severance issue later to hire,
Or if we feel that,
or,
or if we feel that that department should not lose someone, we can take that off the table on that particular one. That's an option.
What works best for you? No, I rephrase that.
I mean, you guys, we're gonna make it work. That's what libraries do. So, yeah, give me my number and we'll make it work.
Okay.
so that rough
Well,
40,000.
if you wanna leave her 2 part-timers and remove 2 part-timers, then each part-timer costs 14, that would be 28 less. Correct?
Ms. Malone, do you know the number for the part-time employees? Yeah, I thought it was like 13.1.
That doesn't, that's just salary, that doesn't add.
279.87.
For everything?
Yeah. For one person.
So if you remove 28, you would be pretty much.
Are you looking at
So instead of deducting 40 out of that, deduct 12 and keep 28 there for,
You just remove 28 from the 360.
the salary line.
would be just that, it'd have to come from the line item.
Well,
I think he's just saying for our calculation purposes, I think it's, that.
Just from the salaries line is 26,286 for 2 employees.
So you have to move 26, from salaries and so much
His brain hurts.
from another line, and
But that was
all right.
I was just trying to be a little.
To get an accurate number, we would have to run reports of what we've spent on these employees this fiscal year so far, and then subtract that out.
What's a good round number that we could,
I have
no idea?
What would you say?
26,286 in salaries.
That's for the full fiscal year, but we paid these people some.
Right, I understand.
No, these are vacants.
So-
They were vacated this fiscal year, though, I think.
Okay, sorry. Never mind. Then you can remove that full 14. If 2 positions have not been filled, then you can remove that full 14 for each.
Well, I was just saying 14,
That would have 3 line items.
14 times 2 is
28.
So 28. Okay.
If
So
you
rem-
removed it, you might be a little off on the social security versus the wages, but that's fine, that's all right. But minus 28,
28.60, that'll cover the balance of
yeah,
the change.
yeah, so subtract 28 from that.
That's 338, 311.02 from the 366 number.
Okay.
Wasn't that the first number you said?
Oh,
Yes. That's the very first number you said. Okay, Tyler, what was that again?
338, 311.02. I mean, obviously, we can do a budget line transfer if we have to later
Well, I
for
mean,
the
you might have to a little bit.
$15 or whatever it is.
We're good on totals.
Thanks for going back, Carrie. Thanks for stopping.
Well, thanks for,
Work for 25 hours, so I'm saying it might average out,
Yes,
if
I
you're
understand.
rounding, it's fine.
Okay. All right. We good?
I'm good. Yeah.
Yes.
Overtime, we're at FICA.
yeah, we're on supplies now. Sorry, I made us go back.
5031.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. 9,050 versus 122718. Budget of 8375. 5032 library non-book materials 15,580. We spent 14,225.42. Budget of 14,100.
Go back to those supplies. You spent 12,000 last year,
So I think,
and 8375 is what we're budgeting this year. You good? I mean,
Yes. I think that there were some things that were taken out of our library supplies that should have been taken out of elsewhere. We got a grant for about, I think it was about $4,000, maybe $4,500. And there was confusion about where to put that grant money and then where to take that money out of. So it was taken out of our supplies, and not out of where the grant money was deposited.
understood, thank you. Sorry, Mayor.
No, it's okay. Thank you for the question. I think we're down to 5033, office supplies, 9,700 versus 8285.24. We've got a budget of 8775. Library books, 20,000 last year versus 14,855.20 and 15,000 this year. Janitorial supplies, those were not budgeted last year, but we're moving those over 2,000 for janitorial supplies. Library programming, 4,650 versus 3,615.37. A budget of 3,538 this year. Library marketing, 1,250 versus last year 680.18. We've got 938 for this year.
Question.
Correct.
What does that consist of?
It is, hang on, let me get to my,
That's your summer program stuff and all that?
so it'd be like brochures. Last year we spent that money on, we got 2,000 new application cards for when you sign up for a library account because we changed the back of them. So we got new of those. We got envelopes, cardstock. It's stuff for, mostly it would be for marketing or like advertising kinds of things. So does that help?
Yeah.
Like library cards comes out of library supplies. It doesn't come out of this line item. If that makes sense.
What do we do on hire?
Okay.
Okay. 5051, library utilities, 27,092 last year, 24,316.74. We've got a budget of 24,500. 5061, library telephone, 10,368. We spent 10,368. We budgeted 10,368. Library repair and maintenance, 5091. Budget 10,000. I believe we had a return on that. Did we have for the insurance?
Yeah.
I don't remember what it was, or floor?
That's when she had the library club.
The flooding.
Again, that was a,
Long time.
it was weird math.
Weird
But
math, yes.
also the time clock came out of repair and maintenance for us, so that's 2,500.
So there's an insurance claim in there and some other things, time clocks, but we've got you at 5,000 for this year.
Yeah, well,
So-
and, go ahead.
So you've already spent 1,700 of that and 1,200 encumbered, so is that gonna be enough to make you through the rest of the year?
I don't know.
Again, it's building maintenance,
Well, and
and we have
last
to fix
year,
our stuff.
last year we had, a lot of our costs was to S&J because, or whichever plumber, we had a gas leak that they fixed. We had all kinds of stuff happening. The Jayco problems were fixed, or the HVAC, sorry, Jayco fixed those. So, yeah, your guess is as good as mine. I would, if we can do 6,000 in there, I think that would make me a little bit more comfortable. But
Were we not checking on if we could charge something back to the bond instead of?
that's our
general
capital
funds?
outlay.
Okay, is that capital outlay? Okay.
Wasn't, some of the stuff you spent last year, wasn't from the, freeze?
No,
No?
no, the freeze happened December of '22.
Okay, prior.
Yeah, so that would have been the 22-23 fiscal year. It all melts together in my brain, but
Oh, yeah.
Well, 5,000 doesn't sound like a lot at all for this. I think it needs to be increased some.
It's a big building.
Yeah.
Well, especially since 1,700, that's already been spent out of that 5,000 too, so it doesn't leave you that much.
3,900.
I just checked, and I think that encumbrance was actually canceled back out because the 1721 is actually what's been spent out of there. There's no encumbrances anymore.
Okay.
So the 1721 is the only.
Surprise.
So is 3,300 enough for the year, you think, or does it need to be? I mean, who knows?
As far as fixed costs in there, we're covered for the things that I absolutely know that we're gonna have to pay out of repair and maintenance. The rest is just, your guess is as good as mine, so we'll cross our fingers. And
We
you know
shouldn't have
what?
any air conditioner
The
coils
fire
for that.
department actually helps us out a lot. They've hung things for us and they brought boxes in, so we'll just call them and they'll have us.
Pretty handy.
That's why you guys are the heroes.
Your flex over, you can do it for you.
We don't have any vehicles, so there's that.
So basically what you're saying, before we can ever consider another hire for the fire department, they have to be both mechanic
Need a
and
plumber.
carpenter before they can be considered.
I am
You wanna add more to that?
I'm ready to
No.
help out. Okay.
I think we'll take it from unallocated if we have to.
Okay. All right, are we good? Okay. 5101, library travel expense, 3,000 last year, we spent 1382.01, and $900 budget on that this year. Education, 1,100, we spent 656.55, we've got 1248 for this year. And then library postage, 5342, we've got 1,100. Last year, we spent 750, we got 855. So, do we have a total for that, for the
530, 564, 96?
530?
I get two.
So we took 28 off, right?
560, 530, 564, 96.
All right. Thank you. Cemetery salaries, 223, 511. 139, 350. We spent 139, 322.70. We've got 92, 400. Longevity, 4,880.
One question, real quick. This jarred my memory. The safety position. Where do we budget that in?
That safety position is not budgeted in anywhere.
That wasn't gonna be somebody you hired for safety.
No,
It's
we
just
paid
somebody
it.
that takes the training
It's a
over.
stipend that we have to give out.
That would come under your managerial,
I
wouldn't
think
it?
that's what I was
It's
gonna say.
always been under cemetery because that's where the safety person was.
Well, before that, is at the rec center, because wherever the employee is, it's just part of their salary.
Can we encourage
I would say
an employee that doesn't come out of the general fund?
Direct someone,
So did you said nobody applied for it internally?
you're the safety officer.
I don't have a problem with that.
So we need to post it in our office.
What's that stipend?
What does
I
that pay
just-
extra?
I don't know how much that number is, but I just, do we need to budget for it,
I
or?
think it's like $850 for the year.
Yeah, it wasn't much.
But,
Paid out quarterly, once a quarter.
but we have to wait to see where it comes out of, right?
Could we,
If you guys
Just
want to set
unallocated
an
for now
account
still?
number,
we could unallocate it, or we could put 1,000 in managerial and then just pay it out of that for a year.
I feel like moving forward, having it in the managerial thing would be the easiest.
Yeah,
That way, no
that's-
matter what department it
we
comes
just-
from, it's
Well, it's
there.
kind of like the nuisance abatement officer, we moved that to there, I think that would be appropriate to move that.
But what if it comes from one of the enterprise funds?
So I guess then at that point, we could move it there. I don't know.
I think for right now, it would be best for us to put
And
the
then
sum in that managerial salaries.
your account, right?
Correct, so that would be the
5011?
5011.
And you said it was, 860?
Yeah. I think he said 1,000 though.
I think just put
To
1,000
make it
in there.
1,600 instead of 600? Is that? 600?
Yeah, 600 is there now, so we upped that to 1,600.
Make that 837.
So 5011, we added 1,000?
Yes.
All the safety stipend.
Just a safety stipend.
Did you get that, Chase?
5011?
Yeah, 207, 5011, we'll add 1,000, so it'll,
So we have a
Sorry.
net change of 1,000.
Yeah,
yes, sir.
sorry to throw a wrench in it.
No, I think that's, thank you for remembering that. Okay. All right, cemetery overtime. We did not budget last year, we spent 1,040.74. We don't have anything budgeted this year, but we do have $69 on there now. I think it would,
That 1,000 got left out, I think, by accident last year, because they take off when they can, but they do after hours, they do Saturday funerals. And so, like the one just the other day, they had all 8 hours Monday through Thursday, and they got a 2 o'clock Friday. On Friday, so they had overtime.
oh, nice.
With 2 of them now. And depending on what I got going on at the park, so I'd say you probably need 1,000 in there.
At
Yeah.
least.
Council okay with that?
In what, overtime?
Yes,
Yes.
especially being shorthanded, I think that's wise.
Oh, yeah.
But let me ask you a question, Frank. I'm not opposed to that at all, but I know that if you do a Saturday funeral, you charge extra for that too. Does that cover their overtime?
I think that's kind of what it was originally cut out to be. I don't know if it actually works that way because it's different.
No, yeah, that, any
fund,
amount that they pay back to us
Yes.
gets split 25 and 75 into the 2 funds, so.
Okay.
5018 cemetery temps. We had 8,000, spent 7651.40. We've got 10,000. FICA, we've got 10,972.40 versus 10,223.68. We've got 7,362.36. Retirement, 12,908.70 versus 12,895.88. Versus budget of 8661.60. 5023 health insurance, 41,652.26 versus 41,91.77, and a budget of 26,690.12. Employment tax, 771 versus 673.50, and a budget of 540. 5025 workers' comp. We've got 8,500 last year versus 75,76.44, and a budget of 53,45.32. Boot reimbursement, we did not have that previously. Again, we added that this year to the,
We did, it was just in another line.
was it paid out somewhere else? That line though, is there 331 is what we've got.
Is that,
That's,
we've put 600 in for his other
it's
account.
200 per employee, but one employee's already spent their 200 for the year, so we just took the difference off of, he didn't spend his full 200, so
Okay.
we just took the difference off.
Okay.
5032 cemetery supplies general. We had 600. We spent 421.51. Nothing budgeted. Cemetery utilities. Were we going to leave that at 0?
That's the stuff that we moved all to Fund 19.
Oh, that's right. We moved that to the care fund. So we've got 5032 supplies, 600, 421.51 last year. Utilities, 5,000 last year. We spent 45.56.11. Telephone, 350. We spent 288.
Question.
Yes.
You said you moved that to the care fund. Is that that perpetual
Yes.
care fund?
You have 2 funds. You have the cemetery and the perpetual, right?
Yeah, there's an interest and a regular.
And you transferred all this to the perpetual one?
It's in Fund 19, which is what you guys approved with the other funds in the
Yes.
budget.
And is that legal to do it that way?
It's cemetery.
To use these funds from that perpetual care fund?
Maintenance operations.
Yeah.
Okay.
Is that true?
Moving it over?
No, using the funds.
That's the whole like set up,
For operation and maintenance?
operation,
Okay.
a smaller cemetery, that's how
Okay,
they
so
all.
isn't that what I looked into a couple months
Yes.
ago?
Yeah, and then
Yes,
we
we did.
approved that budget.
Okay.
For the last council.
Would you call it the care fund? That would be off in
There, there was something, and maybe I don't want to get too far off, but I thought there was something that was, you could only pay with the interest of whatever your funds generated. And hang on,
This, the care account's like a percentage of what we get off all the sales, and the perpetual is the interest off of that. I don't know where that money, what that money.
We have, that's Fund 17 and 19.
Yeah.
So,
19 is where all of this
okay.
stuff is.
12.5% of all monies received for the sale of lots and interments shall be segregated and set aside to a permanent fund. And the principal can be expended for purchasing lands for cemeteries and making capital improvements. The balance can be invested in a manner provided by law for municipal funds. The interest from the investment shall be used for the same purpose as the principal or in improving, caring for, and embellishing the lots, walks, drives, parks, and other necessary improvements on such cemeteries. You know statute number?
Yeah, this is whatever I looked into a couple months ago. I thought it was okay.
We've done it before.
Well,
Not that
that's
it's
what I
legal,
thought,
but we
yeah.
did it.
It was basically just a maintenance fund.
Yeah.
And all that stuff is used for the maintenance.
Yeah, that's why I said it was okay, because of what it was being used
Well,
for.
it says capital improvement, so, or purchasing lands. It doesn't say maintenance.
It's pretty sure we pulled up and looked at when you and I and Courtney visited about that, and it was for operation and.
Let's read the statute.
What's your statute?
1126-109 for that one. And then the 1126-201 talks about the perpetual. And the perpetual one allows for the interest to be used in the care, maintenance, and repair.
Fund 19 is the interest one, just so you guys know.
Courtney, do you all have a little cheat sheet matrix made up that tells you what all those different funds are? Did you have on a Word document or something? Fund 17, fund whatever?
I have Casella that tells me all of that.
If you want one, I'll create one later this week if that would help you out.
Yes, it would. Thank you.
As soon as Cassell starts working,
Notice
you'll
this
see
is
it.
later.
You guys can see all of that. on
Capital
Casella.
improvements under that, defined in, it's 1117-110 is the definition of capital improvements. Capital improvement shall mean all items, articles, either new or replacements, not consumed with use, but only diminished in value with prolonged use, including but not limited to roads and streets, drainage improvements, water and sewage improvements, machinery, equipment, furniture, and fixtures, all real property, while construction or reconstruction of buildings, appurtenances, and improvements to real property. Costs and expenses related thereto of right-of-way or other real property, engineering, architecture, or legal fees and payment of improvements or subsequent reimbursement. So is that what that fund is used for?
He was asleep.
The guy that can answer that
I think
didn't
he's
catch
asking
it.
y'all.
In the past,
What do you use that for?
well, that's just to save on the budget, they came up to use that this year for my normal repair, maintenance, supplies. In the past, I used it when we done major improvements, like the roads,
Put up
That's
that-
new
exactly what this
fencing.
is.
I don't know that we can use it for general repair.
So that changed this year of what you used it for.
Yeah, one other year we have done this that I was told to. I mean, I was between the mayor and council before, but other than that, it's always been budgeted like everybody else.
I will say that's the way we've always done it, is not a strong legal argument. So.
No, that's what I'm saying, it's always been like a normal general fund budget for the most,
And you're wanting to, I guess, what are you wanting to use it for now? It sounds like the past has been correct.
It was our way of saving, I have no money to cut out of the cemetery at all, except for that salary.
Right.
So that was kind of our way to help towards the budget, was to use the care account money for,
For salary?
no,
No,
for
for
repair,
operations,
maintenance.
utilities.
The utilities, telephone, gas and oil repair, maintenance, those last few things on the,
Courtney, I'm guessing in that
But-
perpetual fund, we don't have $15,000 worth of interest, or do you know?
That account actually, I'm getting it confused with the other one. That one, last financial statement.
It looks like it can be used for the costs and expenses related to any rights of way or real property.
Does that include maintaining?
so that's stretching it though by saying it's to pay your telephone bill
Telephone bill would be a stretch, I think.
or your utilities.
It'd be a stretch, I think it could probably fall within it though.
The carry interest has about 18,000. Perpetual has 52.
1,000 or 100?
Yes.
In the interest account or the
No,
The interest account has.
principal account?
Principal has 52, the interest has 18.
So, Chase, if you read 26-201, it says that it can be used for maintenance. But it says in the maintenance and repair of such lots, so I'm not sure if that one's gonna be either.
Perpetual.
I'm gonna grab Drake Wade, 'cause they're not doing that.
So perpetual may be invested in the like manner as the original cemetery.
There you go.
And only the interest derived from the fund shall be used for care, maintenance, and repair. Looks like out of the perpetual one, the interest,
Oh, let's see.
all that can be used out of that interest is care, maintenance, and
Thought we
repair,
had it knocked out.
For the lots.
right?
Isn't it all the ones?
Probably not.
Well-
Lots, monuments,
Yeah,
and
we have
also
hardly any.
unless otherwise specified by the code.
Before, we're not gonna be able to. Isn't that what I've been saying every time? There it is.
So what are you doing with the interest?
That one down there's been saved
I've
every time.
never, in 20 years, I had no clue, never used the interest part.
Alright, so the interest can clearly be used.
This is just our first
The
tax.
cemetery care
We're about
fund
to build more.
Yeah.
can be used for anything that falls within that capital
And
improvement.
that's what it's usually been used for.
17,110. I think when we're getting, costs and expenses related thereto, the rights of way and other real property, engineering, architectural, legal, payments for improvements. I think when we start looking at telephone stuff, we're stretching it.
Do we need to pull that telephone out of there? I mean, we're $300,
One
$350.
attorney general opinion on it, but
And utilities?
it has nothing to do with it.
So you're saying the perpetual, the interest one had what, 18 is what I could use, and that's,
But only for the
That's-
repair and maintenance of
that's
the
gonna
lots
be pushing
themselves,
it.
I
Yeah,
think, right?
Lots and.
just for,
Roads and,
just for fuel and repair and maintenance, I'm gonna need 18, and that's still cutting. some.
Lots, monuments, and mausoleums.
So, in essence, we're gonna have to fund these accounts for what he needs to do.
Well, which ones? Is it, we have,
Utilities, telephone and repair and maintenance, gas and oil.
you can't do gas and oil, it's basically it's used for roads and lots.
I think maintenance and repair would, I think mowing falls in that.
I'm okay
He has
with
to make repairs to a building, is that gonna,
Maintenance and repair of lots, monuments, and mausoleums, I think that includes mowing.
But,
That's-
but if he, do we have to budget him money if he has to make
Feel better?
a repair or a maintenance to his building that he works out of?
Yes,
Cause this can only be for stuff that's in the cemetery,
that is correct.
right? That's what,
That is correct. Yep, no, I see what you're saying. Yep. Yes, I would agree with that. Unless somebody gives us a massive donation and says we can do otherwise.
explicitly.
Yes, I would agree with that. I see what you're saying now.
Okay, we need to put 5,000 in utilities. Let's start there.
What about supplies?
Put
I'm just
5,000
starting at the
for what?
blank, the zero.
Stay with the 600.
Yep. So we're adding 600?
You spent 420 last year. Think you could do 5?
I can try.
I don't know what you gotta buy out of there, so.
I can try.
So 500?
Five?
Sure.
Yep.
5, right?
Yep. Utilities, I think 5 is a safe number there too.
So before we move that over there, he had 5,500 budgeted for utilities, 350 telephone, 13,500 repair maintenance, 65 for gas and oil.
How much for general supplies?
Oh, sorry, 700.
Do what now?
And that other fund,
What?
that's what he had.
That's what he had
That's
submitted.
what I had in the original.
That's what he had submitted.
Looked like only 600.
But we're still going 5.
That we don't see that.
No, this is what's in that other fund.
Yeah.
Need to go to 5061 on
Yes.
telephone. We had 350 budgeted last year, we spent 288.
350 or 300 again?
300.
300.
Repair and maintenance,
Hey, that's the one that's gonna get kinda, I was gonna say I tried to go to 12 like on the park, but there's just 2,600 that's on my sheet that says
That's something that,
encumbered, but that went through council, the last one in June. I don't know if it was rolled, so I had it out of last year's
Chief,
budget.
based on that, could we create another line that basically would say grounds versus like building? And we could throw that number out there and split that up a little bit.
Yep, I don't know why you did.
We did like grounds and roads, or grounds and graves, or whatever, you know. I'm just throwing it out there, it's almost
Groundskeeping.
groundkeeping. Cemetery upkeep, whatever. You guys okay with that?
Yeah.
Yes.
you want me to create another account number?
Yes, please. And we'll call that, I like cemetery upkeep.
Okay, I'm gonna do 5092.
So that one will be like all the equipment and out in the,
Mausoleums, you name it, monuments, roads.
Are we funding that one?
Creating that one. And
Yeah,
that one
we'll
we can
split
use
up that
the account we were just
5
talking
on
about.
But we're not gonna fund it tonight, right? And it doesn't need, or,
No, we need to, what we need to do is repair and maintenance.
Yeah.
of the building. That's like, if he busts the garage door, we need to be able to cover that.
So what are you thinking about in there?
man, that one's
10,000?
for building.
nothing not on cemetery grounds, basically, like out in the grounds.
Building.
Yeah.
Yeah, or, I mean, I
I
think
was
it's gonna
gonna
be your
say just
vehicles or
the-
long,
Yeah, would vehicles, Steve, be set like,
I think lawnmowers or heavy equipment, I think you're fine, but vehicles, I don't know that,
Could be a stretch.
think your lawnmower and heavy equipment, you'd be fine, but
So like backhoe, would backhoe go?
backhoe could go in the other one, because that's you're gonna need that for the,
Probably put that in either one.
Your backhoe probably grows.
right, or roads.
But you use the dump truck on the grounds, that's a
That's the thing,
vehicle,
some
so I
of the
mean.
vehicles go it's just a general pickup, maybe not, but,
Geez, that's something that we could fund and come back and look at, see, make sure we're doing that right. Because we've already had kind of a conflicting,
I got a truck
Yeah.
getting worked on right now that I already know is gonna be like $1,100 brakes.
If I recall
That's
the
being-
discussion before, this is coming back to me, the discussion before was could we hire, maybe was it the summer help?
Yeah, I talked to you about
That's
getting
what it
temps
was.
out
It
of
was
the,
getting temps out of it, and I thought it was okay to pay the temps if they were out mowing for the summer, because that's maintenance. That was the issue that I was asking for.
You've already, it looks like we've already encumbered and expended
The
almost $6,000.
2675 is not accurate, it's not in there.
Okay.
I'm not sure why it's showing up in this report, but it's not actually there.
Okay.
It's from last fiscal year that's for some reason still hanging around.
so I'm still kinda confused what I'm putting in each maintenance thing.
Welcome to the party.
I have to, so.
I think when
we
we
all
talk
are.
repair and maintenance, so your 5091, we're gonna keep that to your structures. Your building,
What about the vehicles
Yeah, he
stuff?
said he had $1,100, he's getting ready to
And
expend.
like a dump truck, like he said, that's used in the grounds, so dump truck's at a
well,
vehicle or grounds?
I mean, if you ask me, I feel okay saying that those are included in the ground. You need that dump truck when you empty a grave,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
You need that to move the dirt, you need that to do those things that are required for that. Every cemetery's got one. I don't have a problem,
So building and the,
things like
the normal pickup, just normal.
normal driver.
Okay, so I already know, like I said, I already got $1,000 encumbered on a pickup. 'Cause I just done that today, so it's probably not in the. So between the building and the pickup, man, I don't,
Aye,
doesn't, yeah.
you guys feel about that? All right.
And that would go under what number?
5091, we're gonna put 5.
I would say 5, and then if you have to do any repair or maintenance, maybe you get with the mayor and Chase and say, can I take this out of cemetery care, and see if we can try to encumber that account appropriately.
Make sure we have a partner on that,
Yeah.
making those decisions.
So then, are you making a new line item for my grounds?
I made an account number 5092 for the grounds maintenance, but I don't have a budgeted number.
5,000.
5,000 for the grounds maintenance? or
Grounds
the-
crew, I was gonna say
Repair and
10 or
maintenance.
12.
Repair and maintenance.
Repair and maintenance. Repair and maintenance, and it'll be for,
5091 is repair and maintenance, and that's
Correct.
getting 5,000.
correct,
Okay, but nobody's allocated any money to 5092, the new number
Not
was
yet.
created.
But that's for
Correct.
40,
Thank you.
that's for new fund, right?
No, that's for general fund.
No.
223.
we would, well, I'm out, we would be able to then, by doing it that way, we would be able to use what we had intended, the 5092, cemetery upkeep would be able to use the care fund.
Cemetery care fund. Cemetery care fund, for clarification, is not in this budget, right?
Correct.
Correct. No.
So
So,
I don't need this account number that I just created, 5092.
no, but thank you for doing it.
I'm gonna delete it now.
Wait, no, just kidding.
All right,
There's no turning back.
okay. Gas and oil, 5102. The gas and oil goes for those machines, right? Is that stretching it?
That's for maintenance.
For maintenance.
Maintenance.
So we'll keep that the same. And then,
I think that in reading that, the intent of that is make sure your cemetery is covered. I think pretty much most costs, and I say most, not all, but most costs that I think go to doing that, including the roads, the mowing, fences, I
So
think almost.
that was the actual care account, not the,
What's in your account?
because the interest, I don't,
It'll be in a different
Yeah,
different
which
fund
I-
altogether.
I don't think it had enough to.
Oh, I'm sorry. 166, 971, 24. Do you have 166, 971, 24?
What are we allocating to cemetery supplies general?
500.
500.
Then yes, it is.
Thank you, Frank.
Was it?
Would you say that again, Tyler?
166, 971, 24.
Thank you.
Thank you for doing that.
Yeah.
All right, 225, we've got salaries. We budgeted 20,000, spent 20,004 cents. So we put 20,000 in, that is for, to cover emergency management salaries. Workman's comp insurance, 450 last year, we spent 379.86, we've got 505.57 for this year.
Is that on a contract? Is that why we don't have to pay FICA and everything else for that?
Yes, we should have.
Telephone, we spent 432 last year. Repair and maintenance, 5091.
Do we not think we're gonna spend any money on telephones?
I think when we talked to Johnny, it was, he's pretty much cellular at this point. So there wasn't any.
Let me check one second.
Well, even if he's cellular, who pays his phone bill?
We haven't spent any money this year, so we're fine.
I think we only are required to cover part of this cost, correct? I think that, is that correct, Jeff? County covers all the rest, so,
Okay.
and we do the 1666 a month on that, so that's what we put towards his salary. Repair and maintenance, 5091, we budgeted 2,500, we spent 537.60. Talked to Johnny, he didn't have any expenses there for this year.
He did kind of, but his expenses were capital outlay expenses.
Correct, it was for the sirens. Okay, miscellaneous, 5341. We've got that return of 19,943.50,
Those were peanut reimbursements
Right.
that you didn't have the account number.
so.
It says we've expended 16,000 out of there. Or encumbered, I'm not sure which column that is now.
I think that's showing us some stuff from last year.
Yeah, I don't think we've encumbered anything there this year.
I'm gonna check this in case.
And we paid from capital outlay the repairs or whatever on the siren on the south side of town. Is that,
Right.
that's where that money came from?
Yeah, there's no encumbrances on.
Okay,
You guys can
so
strike
that is 0.
16,000.
Which one, yeah?
All right,
That one.
so no changes to that one.
We haven't encumbered anything.
All right, 227, 5102. We didn't budget anything, we had 1,900 last year. Courtney, what's that 530.23 for?
This is an account number that was typed incorrectly. This isn't a fund. Part of the cleanup that I wanted to do was to deactivate funds and account numbers that we don't use. This was a typo that went to an account that we don't use anymore.
We
So
can
it was
scrap.
an encumbrance that has been canceled out and corrected to the correct account number, but this is just something I have to delete out of here. So you can ignore that and move on to 231.
Okay, 231, court. 5011. Last year we budgeted 83,524, we spent 12,319.93, we've got 37,128.
What,
What's the?
can I ask why we budgeted a lot and we didn't come close to hitting it?
We had 2 employees budgeted last fiscal year, and then one was
Okay.
terminated in September, and then I went without an employee until this fiscal year.
Okay,
Longevity, we budgeted 420, spent 96.90, we don't have anything there. Budgeted for this year. Court salaries, municipal judges, 11,232, we spent 11,880, we've got 11,232 on the budget for this year. Salary, city prosecutor, 5018, we budgeted last year 7,692, we spent 23,746.25, we've got 20,616.
question.
Yep.
I know we're gonna have at least one trial coming up.
We do our trials during normal court sessions, so it's not anything extra.
Okay, so we think this number is doable?
Yeah, based upon what we've had, yeah, we should.
Okay, thank you. 5021, court FICA, 8634.40. We spent 3641.58. We're at 5276.66. Retirement, $7,554.96 versus $841.12. Budgeting $3341.52. Health insurance, $24,989.04 budgeted, spent $1215.63. We've got $5781.43 this year.
Okay, I've got a question on that one.
Yes, sir.
Courtney, there's just one employee, right? And that's the temp.
Yes.
So why are we paying health insurance?
Well, we have, the judges have to, go ahead, just the so just the health insurance then is that I wanted to budget, that way I can offer that hopefully to my employee, my temp employee at some point, because she really needs health insurance, but it's budgeted if we need it.
But if they work for Express or whoever that agency is now, that wouldn't
No,
come
she
under
would
our,
not pay that, no, that's just in the event that she is approved to be hired full-time with us. Right now, we only pay salary line item for her.
So that would also include for FICA and retirement and employment tax?
Correct.
And workers' comp?
Yeah.
Okay.
thank you.
Question, thank you. Employment tax, $738.64, we spent $392.26. We've got $438.48. Budgeted $50.25, workman's comp, $200 versus $84.97 last year, budget of $117.05. Supplies, $2,500 last year versus $1,663.54, we budgeted $800. Jury expenses, we budgeted $100 last year, but we don't have anything there. Education, $1,500 last year, we spent $965.11. We budgeted $800. And court miscellaneous, we budgeted $100.
So when we talk about positions, I think that, to Mr. Lamar's point, this is an open position. This is really funded by temp salaries currently.
Currently,
Is that my understanding? It's 14,955.14 just in benefits.
This,
Excuse me.
and we did, talk with her to reduce this down to the absolute bare minimum, because we typically budget just for open positions in general, the highest amount of money that it can cost us for health insurance and stuff like that, in case they have a whole family they want to insure. But given her state, we dropped it down to what she would realistically spend for this, so it is reduced, if that, so, it would be,
I don't know of any more of a opportune time than to discuss right now if there's any intent with the council to hire this person full-time or not. And if not, then we make the appropriate adjustments from there. I'm not necessarily advocating for or against, but I think we need to have the discussion.
Well, I will tell you that it has been beneficial to have her here. I think it's a beneficial and crucial position to have that court clerk. I do think that it would behoove the city to bring her on full-time and stop paying the temp agency
Okay.
to
they
employ
do
her.
offer insurance, it's just not as good as ours.
I will also
We're
say,
also going to offer somebody in the clerk's office a buyout.
That would be out of 209 instead of 231. But yes, it does affect my department.
Right.
So how much would we remove if we don't hire?
If you don't bring her on full-time, it's the 14,000 that he's saying. 14,888.37.
14.
Well, there's 14,955.14 is what I show in benefits if I got FICA, retirement, health insurance, employment tax, and workers' comp.
Well, some of that's for the judges.
Okay.
So what is your amount, Courtney,
14,888.37.
that we're reducing? Okay.
Would the salary go down any at all, or is that what the salary would be?
No, that's the salary.
So do you have the net change from when we came in tonight to where we are today, right now?
With this still in here?
Do you have the net change up or down from where we started at 5:30?
For the whole,
For the entire general fund change, yes. We've been adding and subtracting all night. Do you have that?
not including what we have in unallocated.
Yep.
And for the group, when she gets that number to us, I've got two things that we have not got in the budget that I want to bring up that probably needs to be addressed.
Do we want to discuss these benefits real quick and figure out if we're going to leave those in there or not?
Sure.
Yeah.
Because it's 14.
We still have the unpaid invoices from the engineering firm that were given to us last year.
Correct.
So that's still out there.
With some of those being well past the due date for those.
Right, they're still out there in la land to try to figure out what to do with.
Well, and I have an idea, but it just didn't fall into
Right.
this tonight, so.
And then the other thing is the collective bargaining agreements that we still have out there that we don't know whether or not we're gonna have to, that's gonna cost us anything or not, but if we're figuring our budget, we kinda halfway probably need to know if there's something pending out there that we need to include in this budget. Because once we set the budget, again, we could go back and change things, I guess, later on, but I think that's just something that y'all need to know about, that's not been figured into this yet either. Just food for thought on that. But we do know that we have the engineering bills that are out there, for sure.
Yep. Like I said, I can cover that. Not right now.
Can we pay the engineering bills out of a non-general fund account?
I believe we paid just about all of them we could.
So, can we, I'm not trying to be a jerk about it, but if we could just discuss that in our next meeting. We'll discuss that as new business or something. Because I do have a.
At the next city council meeting?
Correct.
Will
I do have
that,
a non-general fund idea for that.
okay.
So
So
respectfully.
your proposal will not affect the general fund?
No,
Perfect, thank
no,
you.
it will not.
And we did agree to take that 14,888 out of the 231 account, right?
Well, I don't know that we've,
We have not yet.
Oh. I wrote it down.
I did too. I did think they were.
So my recommendation, I would recommend that we hire Taylor and be done with it.
I have a real problem offering somebody a job and we're probably gonna have to keep cutting.
Yes,
We're
kind of backward.
Well, it is,
We're at 8.86, and we still gotta get to 8.3. And you guys, from my understanding, was if one person from each of these departments took, we're at 370, we're still a couple $100,000 off from hitting 8.3. I have it 8.86.
Yeah, we did change that.
And, you know, you take, even if you take 370, that puts us at 8.49. We still got $150,000 to get out of there.
And you better add some more money back into the attorney's fees, because we're gonna be hitting $1,200 bill tonight, at least, if not more.
words, not mine.
You know, we still gotta find $190,000 though. We still gotta find 190. Is that what you guys want?
I'm sure that's how much we've budgeted so far.
With the cuts that have been made tonight, where are we now?
Yeah, are we behind or ahead?
Well, we've lowered some, but
Well, we've raised some more though.
I show we're at 86009.
Does
With
that count-
nothing in unallocated reserves.
Say that
is that counting that 14,888?
Yeah, out of there. That's,
So what's your?
I took that out, and that's 8,848,860.09.
But that's nothing in an allocated reserve?
Not counting unallocated. Which would be the balance of whatever 9.220. Yeah. Which, again, if
What figure do you have we have to cut then?
Quite a bit.
548,000?
Quite a bit.
Yeah.
$500,000?
That's some change, a hair over half.
I'm sorry, question? I have 8 million, not counting unallocated, 8,848,860.09. I left 6677 in FICA on the court one. That's what I had as a balance from the 14,888, 637 or whatever.
For FICA's only
2840.
Yeah, what for FICA is.
Is there anything in any of those other accounts?
Retirement, no, that's a goal. The employment tax should only be, it's 438.48 minus 270. So we have to budget that for other people,
Minus 270?
yeah.
168.48?
And then minus 80.35 for workers' comp.
80.35 minus what?
$80.35.
From the 117.05?
Yeah.
80.35, is that what she said? 80.35, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
You said it 3 times.
$80.35.
3670?
Yeah, 3670 should be what's remaining.
168.48 employment? And I didn't have anything in retirement or health insurance. Is that,
The 6981.84 is the health insurance, that's completely due monthly.
okay. How much is it? 6 what?
6981. I think this is last year. Because we only have 5781. Oh, the 6981 is for the full fiscal year, so the 5781 that I wrote on this paper is subtracting the 2 months.
So it's the number 6981?
No, the 5781, that full amount that I wrote on there in red is what would be subtracted if you're not going to approve her ever to be full-time.
Oh, from 18,000?
Yeah, 18,000
Sorry.
was what was budgeted, before we removed.
Okay, so take that whole 5781, so health insurance would be 0.
Correct.
Okay. Do you have 70,909.58 for that one then?
I wasn't putting those in there, I was calculating numbers off.
Okay, sorry.
231, you said 70?
I think it's 70,909.58.
Mr. Mayor, I also want to ask another question to clarify something, rumors going around since, well, they're still figuring that. I've been told by several different people in this, behind this podium up here, that there's supposed to be some CDs out there, $400,000 CDs specifically, that you may or may not be wanting to cash in to figure into this budget. And I'm just asking for clarification purposes, can you please explain all that?
All investments, we have CDs or investments with Energy, but they're included in the financial statements that are presented to you as investments, and they are included in the totals for budgeting purposes.
Okay.
They're already in there.
They're part of your carryover that, not all of your carryover is in your checking account, some of it is in these CDs. So there's nothing being hidden or anything like that, it's fully accounted for.
Correct, and then the amount for the general fund CDs is only like 187,000, it's not.
Right, and that 400,000 is probably
Includes the rec and the others.
is investments from all the different funds within the city, not UB, but all the other.
Correct.
Okay, so that's absolutely a false rumor then?
Yeah.
Okay,
They do exist, yes.
But they
Investments
are
are there accruing interest,
okay.
and it depends on how the interest is paid. Some are paid monthly, some are paid, upon maturity.
But they are accounted for. They are in the statements.
Thank you.
You ready to move forward?
I think
What was
What-
your total?
70,909.58. I got 37,128 for salaries, 11,232, 20,616, 2840. I'm sorry, how much?
2840 is what we would remove,
Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
so 243637 is the difference.
Okay. So 73,317.55.
Yeah.
Okay.
Say that again, Tyler?
73,317.55 on court.
So are we determining that she is not going to be ever hired full-time and that we're removing the insurance and benefits? Or is that just numbers you wanted to come up with before you make your determination?
I mean,
Can we talk about hiring tonight?
I mean, you're creating a budget, you're not determining whether to hire somebody, and creating your budget, I think you can talk about it some, but.
I think we're still
Well,
talking about cutting.
It might need to be something that we check out later once we see how sales tax revenues have,
As valuable as I think
and
this situation is, how can I hire somebody and potentially have to unhire somebody else?
Yeah, I agree. I don't think we can look at
I
that
mean,
right now.
She already works for us. just,
No, she works for the temp agency.
correct.
So she didn't work.
What would
She
be
works
the,
for us.
what would
Of the
be the
court
net
or the
cost
grand total?
Between her working under.
Eight
hourly?
million, $851,434.87.
So the difference in her being a full-time employee and being a temp is 14,000?
$14,888.
But we're still $551,000 over our
Actually, it'd be less than
budget.
that, because the 14,000 is calculated off of the full fiscal year, so.
And you're using 8,300,000, right?
Yeah.
So what was that net change, I'm sorry?
Right now, we're at 8,851,434.87.
8,851,000. What was the rest of it?
434.87.
430.
So we're 550,000 short, is that what I'm getting out of it?
Yes, my math's right, that $391,339.13.
That's how much we had.
Repeat that number, 391?
If I'm doing the total general fund in red minus that 8 million number he just gave is 391,339.
But I don't have unallocated reserves in mind, just so.
Actually, you had it $400.
Well, he's at
We had
391.
we had 319,000 in unallocated reserves.
We went from 319 to 391.
Oh, 391, okay.
Yeah, so we saved,
So how much did we actually?
I'm sorry. I mean, we cut $70,000 out of there.
Okay, I got it. All right.
Yeah, going on 24.
What were we doing here again?
And we've just gone through the first round of this.
Mayor, I wonder if we can have about a 10-minute pizza break, give her strength to. I don't think it's gonna get any better from this point on, might as well be full.
Well, why don't we sprinkle it with a little positivity, Mr. Smith? Take a
Why don't
break.
you press sprinkle with some reality, Mayor?
Oh, good.
Hey, we're done. Go. We're gonna recess.
When do you want to be back?
Does the,
10 minutes.
10?
oh, so hot.
Okay, good.
All right.
Call for vote.
All right, made it through that. Thank you, everybody, for your patience. We have discussion on that. Discussion on the O2 fund.
Yes.
Okay.
So we have a total, not counting unallocated funds, but we are expending $8,851,434.87. And our target is 8.3. Which means we've got $551,434.87 to cut. I don't think that there'll be any hesitation in going back to number 2 and approving it from me. But I understand the low end numbers are around 370,000. That's still not anywhere close to this number. And
Outside of those, offers that are being considered, are you looking at any additional money that would be coming in to cover some of those expenses?
SROs,
SROs in particular, yes.
help us out.
Because that's not being considered, that's just showing that it's being expensed, but it's not showing that those expenses are actually being covered by contract.
We're budgeting 90% of the 260 that we got last year, which is 208?
204.
204. And we're going to be getting 300,000 this year. So can we consider that 96,000?
You should consider that because it is a contractual item. And it is going to offset that 214 expense.
But see, legally, the budget is the expenditures, and then you budget 90% of your revenue. You really aren't supposed to budget revenues you haven't received.
We're not. We're taking that
But are
into
we-
consideration.
Yes.
Taking that into
Just
consideration
knowing that
for
that's coming
approving,
in, yeah.
for
Right.
potentially approving.
You can, when you consider cuts, or consider changes to your budget, you can consider the fact that certain revenues are going to come in, and that's fine.
We're
But-
gonna get that extra 94,000.
But we're really
we
only
have
getting
not
an extra
budgeted.
40,000 though, compared to what we got last year.
Right, because when you receive 260, right?
Last year.
Last year, and you're getting 300 this year.
Correct.
Now, when I said repeatable revenues, I counted the 260. All right, so you're getting an extra 40.
Now, one thing to keep in mind is it being a contract, I don't foresee it ending in the middle of the fiscal year. But a prudent question to be is, what would we do if that happened?
That's why we budgeted the full salary of the employees.
That way
That's why
it's
you
on
didn't
us.
budget.
I want to say if we were trying to, but I know that, but I mean, if we were really trying to make that 8.3 expenditure, that 300,000 would be a part of, or a part of that consideration of trying to make that.
Yes, well, if something happened and it fell through, that would be difficult.
Right, well, I mean, what would be our recourse for that? If that I mean, that's just a question
Well,
that
the
I
recourse is
had.
If we don't have that contract with the school, then we have 300,000 that we have to cut off of salaries.
Okay.
But the likelihood of that happening is probably.
I assume it's very low, but
But in theory, we would.
But you
have
would
to-
want to,
We'd have to
You would
cut.
have to react.
We'd have to cut.
yeah.
I mean, there's just no, I hate to say it, but we would have no choice.
Ms. Blue, was there other things that you think that we should consider as well?
Just those.
I mean, of course, we expect to see our revenues increase over the course of the year, and we have seen that in the past. And you continue to trim as much as I think you can possibly trim. And I can look up those other taxes that are coming in, you suggested the tobacco tax and the alcohol tax,
Yeah.
which are minimal compared to what you get in use tax and sales tax.
You should be getting more use tax in this year also with the construction going on, correct?
Yes.
Possibly.
Ideally, but.
As long as it doesn't.
But one of the issues that I noticed with the current records that are out right now is I had counted that we were, out of sales, use, and tobacco tax, we were up $14,000 from last year, from July, August, and September, and that surplus was eaten up completely with just, insurance. And so I mean, the hope is that, yeah, they go up and hopefully inflation doesn't just keep hammering down. But we gotta consider that.
So right now, you're at 819,
8,851.
8,851,434.
okay, and so we're thinking that maybe 300,000 is savings. Is that with the buyouts, if that might happen?
That does not include buyouts.
Right, so then possibly another 300,000 maybe?
Which still leaves,
It's about 8.5.
251 left.
All right.
So if the buyout went through and everything happened the way we think it's gonna happen and get roughly 370 saved out of that, that combined with what we're contractually supposed to get for the SRO agreement, what does that bring us down to?
Well, no, we are we're only adding 40,000 in revenue from.
Okay.
Okay, so that is, honestly, 40,000 in your revenue stream is.
Right.
Has anyone,
Can, but
other departments in the city for additional funds? I don't know.
Maybe reframe if I was gonna guess.
Yeah, I mean, there's something like that can possibly, I don't know. I mean, it's kind of late at this point in time, but.
Well, I'm sure Jared would appreciate that if we called him right now and asked for him.
Yeah, he's going in knee surgery in the morning, so.
Oh, that'd be happy now.
Honestly, it's gonna be great.
But anyway, so we're basically at 200 and something that we need to.
Well, that's,
that's if,
Yeah,
took-
300.
if people take it. I don't,
So the question is, we don't know what that's gonna entail, that money. It might be more, it might be less, correct?
that's correct.
well, that was kind of my point, not my point, our point at the very beginning. We really can't lock this budget in until we know what this severance is gonna be.
Right, so now, we've already discussed it, at my last meeting, this budget is malleable, it's changeable. Once you submit it to the county, it's not set in stone, you can adjust it.
I don't think anybody up here believes that we will actually sit back down and adjust it again, though.
You don't think so?
No.
I was summoned by
It's not like.
3 people who signed a statement asking me to attend, which is fine, I'm not complaining. But I'm saying that there are certain rules now that things can be brought up and it can be done. Is that not correct?
Yes, but I don't,
So it can be done. So I don't know if my suggestion, I'm not suggesting it, I'm just saying that this budget can change based on any criteria that you happen to have as a result of any action whatsoever, whether it be additional funding from somewhere, you find out certain projects regarding the, I guess, early retirement of sorts are, go beyond expectations, do not meet expectations, because, so you could, I'm just saying, it's not a fixed document.
Jeff, you saw us last year and we didn't accomplish what you asked us to. So I don't know why you believe we'd do it this year.
Eternally hopeful.
Well,
I think this council will actually pay more attention to the budget.
Well, I mean, based on the fact that last year we didn't do this,
but I will say, at the end of the day, we've met with all the department heads, we've gone line by line by line, and they've all said, this is the money I have to operate. If we give them that money to operate, we're at 8.8. That makes year number 5 where we went over our expenditures.
well, and, okay, so what happens if 300,000 people, $300,000 worth of people retire, all right? So then you can actually amend your budget and move the money from those salary categories to the unallocated.
But we're still going over our budget.
Right. Then you can decide what actions need to be taken at that time. I'm just suggesting that, I mean, you're trying to fix a problem when you don't even know all the questions.
I agree, but we've also known that we needed to make these cuts for months now, and you saw what it took to get us in the room to do it. Here we are.
Yeah.
We might as well do the cuts that we've got to do.
You don't know what cuts you need.
Well, we can always, we can make some cuts.
We
And
know,
if-
we
and
we
if
know the
this-
cuts we have to make.
and
They
if
may
it-
go down.
If it changes, then we can come back and add them back.
So if you cut now, you will have to add, and you might have to add back later.
If these people leave.
I'm just trying to figure out what we're trying to accomplish here.
I would have felt,
I don't know the answer that I'm aiming for,
I think we're trying to accomplish a balanced budget where our expenditures don't surpass our revenues.
but we don't know what our expenditures are gonna be until we know what our results from our,
Buyout.
buyout, whatever.
So do we wait
Okay,
another
but that's no
week?
different than saying we don't know what our revenues are going to be, but you've given us a number.
Yeah, but those are fairly estimated. I mean, and they're fairly consistent over years. They haven't changed a whole lot over time. I have no idea about this buyout.
I don't know how we can, until we find out on that buyout, how we can go any further at all. Because you're right, we need to know
I don't know.
if we have to do something or not. And that's the only way we're gonna know before.
You know,
We do this
I'm
budget.
just saying that once you pass a budget, that it's not set in stone, that you guys, I mean, I'm just telling you what I'm thinking right at the moment. Maybe it's because
Do you not
I mean, if we're gonna pass a budget tonight, the only way we're gonna make it work is if we do something like assume each one of these departments is gonna take us up on this, adjust that amount out, see if we have to adjust a little more, pass that budget, and then if it looks like we get a good response, then we can add back. But if we're gonna have a budget, we're gonna have to cut. I mean, there's just no other way to do it. We're gonna have to cut until we find out what comes in, get the budget submitted, and we can change it later. That's what I'm saying. We just have to say, okay, we need to cut this much of each one of these and do it, or we might as well just go home. I mean, I'm being honest, because there's nothing else we can do. So I think we ought to make the cuts with the idea that if these things are passed and they work, we can add it back. But we gotta get a budget done.
Where you propose we cut?
Well, we're gonna have to, the ones that we are thinking could
No,
do,
no, you wanna cut, where do you wanna cut?
where I wanna cut is nothing, but where
Start,
we
no,
may
no,
have
no,
to.
no, no, no.
We
You
gonna,
said, you said we gotta cut.
the larger departments
Give us the
are gonna
line
have to
numbers,
take some cuts.
give us the line numbers you propose we cut.
Well, we would have to, unfortunately,
Give us the line numbers.
the police department and the fire department, and what other ones that are on that list of ones that are potentially one. So those departments is where I suggest we start with, those 6.
Give us the line numbers.
Well, where's,
Our police department has already lost 4 spots in the last year. They didn't hire 3 of the spots that they were given initially from Mayor Lee's. after 2022, I believe. So I'm not saying that they can't leave one on the table for the severance package, but I'm not sure that I personally don't support cutting them any positions further.
I agree with that.
I do too.
Okay, so where are we gonna go? Because if that's the case, we're not gonna get to 8.3.
You're not gonna get there. The economy's gonna have to change before you can get there.
What?
The economy is gonna have to change before you get there. Look at how much our insurance went up. And we can't do anything about that. We can't say, well, let's not pay.
I don't think that's in your control.
It's
Well,
not,
like I
and that's part of what we're running into here. The things that we have are not in our control.
Well, if these are being offered to these 6 departments, I mean, that's what I would say we start there. Assume they're gonna take one, you can always adjust it later, but let's figure out the numbers based on what we anticipate and do it. And then, like I said, if we can change it, change it. There's no other way. I mean,
Chief Young, can you explain the impacts if your department loses 1 to 3 people?
Yeah, we're already critically low. Like I told you earlier, we had 4 guys on duty to go to a structure fire. So I think it's NFPA 1710 that states what your manpower and operation numbers should be. I believe the first 4 minutes of a fire coming in, they want at least 4 firefighters. Within 8 minutes, they want 14 firefighters on scene. When's the last time we probably had 14 guys on a structure fire? Which the PD guys help pulling hose and stuff like that, but God forbid if there's ever an issue, that's when fire departments grow, we gotta lose firemen to gain firemen, so it is what it is, but, I know PD can say the same thing when it comes to safety stuff, but if we lose firemen, and that's where we're at. We're already at critical numbers. We can't get volunteers, like we used to. That's not on, some people want to be volunteers, but we don't work like where Randy Gibbs and Mike Brown and all those guys, Pete Fowlers and all them, they could break loose from their daily job, come in and help, and that supplemented us. So we'd have a fire and maybe have 3 or 4 paid guys for 1 being on duty, 3 come in off duty, and 10 volunteers show up, and it was great. But times are different, and that's where we would be at. We're, like I said, we're critically low. Another thing we got to remember is we're not just 10 square miles. We're 82 square miles with the industrial park. We're also the seat of the county, so if other departments don't have anybody show up for a call, they'll page the nearest the nearest department. So if we're surrounded by all volunteer departments and they're going through the same struggles, then we're also using our assets to go there, which, that being said.
And there's even a much bigger impact on the community more than just having the availability for fire. If you look at house insurance,
Yeah.
and your departments are not up to speed on everything, on how their ratings go, you're gonna start seeing that affect.
That's the one thing you don't also see is when insurance starts going up, that's when everybody realizes, well, why is that going up? They call their insurance company, they say, well, your fire ratings changed.
Yeah.
By then, you know,
So
Yeah, we probably have the best in the county, probably, in our area.
I think we're gonna get the same answer from Chief Cantrell. I think
Yeah.
we'll get the answer from everybody. The staffing is where the staffing would be.
Yeah.
I am curious, if we were to offer buyouts and we got 370, let's say. You got any ideas for revenue for a couple $100,000 maybe?
No, I've talked to you in the past about some of our services that we send outside the city, about changing those in the ordinance, how we charge. There's also things that we don't charge for, like when it comes to vehicle accidents inside, the way the ordinance reads now, any services rendered inside city limits, and don't quote me on this, but is pretty much free if the fire department responds. There's some other ordinances that we're looking at from other towns to where we can start charging for those vehicle accidents on the roads, especially if it's commercial fleet stuff like semis, stuff like that, just to try to generate some of that revenue. We're also working with the industrial park on some things that we can't talk about really just right now because it's still all in the works. But the last council meeting that you all had that I wasn't here, that's why we were at the state capitol looking at trying to find some of this funding to not only help the city of Pryor, but our overall fire district that we're responsible for.
If we were to put something in ordinance, you can charge, what, a membership due or something to the companies in the industrial park?
Yes, so right now we don't really have a commercial one in place.
But if you did one at like $2,500, there's about 80 companies out there, that's 200,000.
Yes, and we are working with there's an industrial fire fund out there now that companies pay into, and it hasn't had a big, I don't want to say anybody that pushed it from their end. We're starting to open those doors to where companies, especially coming in and ones out there, start paying into that fund to help support the fire department that covers them.
If we were to get that off the ground, how soon do you think we could start collecting revenues?
The industrial fire funds ran by the industrial park.
Who's in support of this?
Yes.
From my conversations with them. So, in my mind, if we fast-tracked an ordinance, we're probably talking about saving personnel from where we're at right now. I mean, it's gonna take buyouts to get the rest of the way, but it may take forced personnel reductions off the table.
Yeah, and that's one thing out there with the industrial park, I don't have any control on that other than going out and visiting with them, but the industrial fire fund's different than the OOWA and all that stuff, so in reference to what I could tell you right now, like, hey, we could push this and timestamp this and do that, I can't give you an honest, but yes, that's all in the works, but then again,
From my conversations, they're in support of it and they would work to make it whole, was my understanding.
Yeah.
So having that in mind with the council, I mean, I don't know how fast we can get an ordinance, but I think that we need to put that on the fast track.
Once the ordinance is drafted, it'll be 2 months before we can start taking
Exactly.
payments.
And it takes
2
3
council
readings.
meetings and then 1 month after that, 30 days notice before we can start taking payments, so 2 months,
But it would still be within this fiscal year.
yeah.
So maybe
Well, it's that, 80 times 2,500, that's 200,000 in membership dues. If everybody paid, and we'd collect pretty promptly, I would think. But all the other fees in addition to that would also start accumulating.
Correct.
and for what
Inspection fees and some other
they're
things.
working on out there is a pay schedule that not would only apply with just the industrial park, but you look at the cement plants in our area, we got Elite out there, like, we've got a lot of commercial that's outside city limits that we could use that same pay schedule that we would use out there to charge companies, because if you're out there making shirts, it's not the same as if you're doing something with a lot of chemicals or something like that, so. But, like I said, that's in the works, and like I said, we had a meeting Tuesday, but we haven't I haven't heard or even feel comfortable enough telling you exactly what road we're going down with that, but it is in the process, yes.
Okay,
So I'm gonna direct this to the
I
fellow,
think that's all I had. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
fellow council members. Are we gonna pass something tonight? Are we gonna try and hit that 8-3, or are we gonna do this other thing and then come back and revisit this once we find out the results of this? Because, I mean, I know this isn't everybody's, I gotta work in the morning in just a very few hours. And I've been up almost 25 hours.
we'll still have quorum if you leave.
Yep. Sir?
We'll still have quorum if you need to leave.
Oh, I know, but I'm trying to be as much a part of this as possible.
I understand.
But, I mean, are we considering delaying a decision tonight until after we get the results from
Well, I
this?
think when we sat down last time we met and we decided we were gonna do this, we were gonna stick it out until we were done.
Yeah.
That's not putting something on a table and pushing it.
So, I want to ask one question, just because some have voiced this out of the community, but I know it would be a hot ticket item. Basically, I don't want to cut anything from police or fire, because those are critical to the city. Anything that's critical to the city not gonna be first on the list, but if we were trying to make this budget, I mean, I would say the first departments to look at are the ones that are not absolutely critical to daily function. Some, not many, but some have expressed concerning animal shelter. Now, I know some are obviously, they have strong feelings the other way about it. Is that one that we would consider first before anything else?
Well, all we're required to have an animal shelter, we've got our size, and we don't have.
Oh, okay.
3 employees, so it's 24/7 job. I mean, I
Okay.
don't know what you would do otherwise. We're not overstaffed out there.
Okay.
And they're already doing the overtime type they had earlier, so I don't.
So is the
We have to
law?
keep that open.
Okay, let's say is the law population size, because I know we have the only shelter
Correct.
in the entire county.
Trail might be able to speak more on that. As far as the law on that, for the shelter. You can go to-
We have to maintain, we're responsible for the shelter.
Okay. Is that, like a population threshold, like?
I'm not sure, Chase will probably have better on that.
How much would that save?
But there's only, like I said, 3 full-time employees out there.
Right.
Well, I guess to answer Mr. Gantier, I think we need to get a budget done tonight. Like, I think that was the whole point of why we had this special meeting, and we need to get that done to just answer his question. That's my opinion.
He's not even paying attention to you, he's on his phone.
That's all right. I just wanted to answer his question.
I appreciate it. I mean, I'm supposed to be work at 3 in the morning. That's why I was bringing the question up.
Here's my question, I guess. How do we budget the voluntary severance agreements?
After the fact, if we.
Well, technically before the fact.
You've got them budgeted now.
That's just something that has to get moved after, correct? We budgeted how we just went through it line by line, and then as we hear of these people that have accepted it, then we can move those funds to, isn't that what you said, Mr. Colker? But then we move that to the unallocated.
You can't do it now because you don't know.
Right, but I guess here's my issue. If we pass a budget, we leave everything alone as it is right now, we pass a budget. And nobody takes a severance agreement.
Well, then we have to come back, and I think then
Right.
redo this again. And I think that's what Mr. Trammell was saying, though. I mean, I think this is a council that's going to watch.
But I
this
almost
really
feel like we
closely.
need to put a date on the calendar that says, after, whenever this offer expires,
Right.
we reconvene and say,
I'm so sorry.
yes, ma'am.
He made the second, but he just left, so what does that do for the motion and second for this item?
Go grab him.
Gantier!
Sorry.
You haven't left.
Chase him down, you can catch him.
Go.
I'll make it.
Yeah.
I'll do
Yeah.
it. I'll make it.
Amend the motion and second to,
You didn't make the initial motion though, did you?
No, he didn't.
I wasn't in on this motion.
Okay.
We've got to pass.
You pass the budget as it is right now with the 3, whatever, all these numbers. Okay, then, if nobody takes the severance, then you do what you need to do to make the cuts. And then you move the freed up budget into unallocated.
So, no, I'm just gonna say, as a council, we've kept tally marks on whether or not we want to take money out of a budget or add money back to a budget. Are we committed to meeting again when this is over with, and if it requires hard decisions at that time, making the hard decisions?
I mean, that'd be,
I think
I
we
think that,
have to do what's best for the city, and we have to make hard decisions if that comes to that, right? I mean, I
Yeah.
think we have to be committed to.
We have to get a budget to the county though, pretty dang quick. And it has to be in the paper, so we're running out of time, or we're gonna be penalized for that too.
Okay.
Jeff, what do you want
So-
to say there, bud?
Well, I'm just saying that one doesn't have, the budget now can be modified, but I've said that before. Actually, it's a matter of commitment from the council as to whether or not, once something is passed, will they make additional
Yes,
changes.
but the department heads rely on that number to make decisions.
But they're not going to make those decisions in the next month. You're not, I mean, you're not going to be spending all your salary in the next month.
Yes.
okay, so, real quick though, this, I
My-
know,
Go ahead.
well, finish your thought.
My issue is I'm just worried that we won't come back to the table.
I think we have to.
We're, the only way I would be okay with passing anything is if this, I know we're not directly talking about it, but the voluntary severance is passed, and, let's see, this says October 1st, well, that's a Tuesday, so, I mean, I don't think we're gonna know by then, are we?
October 1st is the last day that they can.
Yeah, we'll know by the second.
Which is our next council meeting.
But that Tuesday's our next council meeting.
Jeff, if we wait until we get results from this voluntary layoff,
That's just another week, right?
yeah.
Yeah.
Will we go to jail, penitentiary, firing squad, or,
Honestly,
I mean, you
maybe
really,
firing squad, I don't know.
we really need to know if we're gonna have a cut or not, because there's gonna be one somewhere, voluntary or otherwise. And I don't know why we can't put this off another few days till we get the people to tell us whether they want to leave or not.
I would, now, this is me, Steve. I'm leaving town Wednesday, and I won't be back until basically the 15th of October. So I will instruct my office on finishing the budget, but I will be doing that over the phone. I just wanted to, I was hoping to get something done, submitted to the county by tomorrow, or get it ready to her to submit. But that's fine. I mean,
So-
you guys do what you need to do.
So-
I'll work
This
accordingly.
started now, so this can, you can start thinking about this.
But if you're not, I mean, if the council decides they don't want to do it, we'll make it work, okay?
I mean, per the law, we're supposed to have a budget submitted. Of course, we did not want to,
Do what?
so what?
The law a month ago.
Yeah,
Right.
and I know the frustrations that have come up because of how the budget has come to us. It would probably be the responsible thing to do is, we're gonna have to see what comes out of this, and then make whatever necessary adjustments immediately after, if they have to be made.
I would argue the responsible thing to do is to go ahead and get a budget passed, since we're so far past our date, and then revisit this after we know where
Well,
we're
I-
at,
I-
and get back to make the hard decisions.
I agree.
I think that's what I was, that's basically what I'm trying to hint at, or get at, is we need to put the paperwork in, but if we do that, by the 15th of October, which is our second meeting, if we still need to cut $200,000,
We can revisit that.
are we going to cut $200,000 at that meeting, or be willing to put something on to say, we need to cut that?
I think that's what Tyler was asking too, yeah, are we committed to making hard decisions?
That's the only way that I would say yes to anything at this point,
I don't think there's
is,
a choice.
Yeah, we
Right.
have
So-
to.
At this point, you know what you know what you need to spend. You don't know exactly what you're going to spend because you don't have the results of
right,
that.
but we legally have to have paperwork to the county.
But when
A month
you
ago.
get that, you can make all the cuts you need accordingly at that point in time.
Yep.
So,
But regardless, you're going to have to come and revisit it because you're going to have to wait and see the result of that.
could,
Sound it out.
I'll make the move that we go ahead and pass the budget as it stands tonight, get it to the county, and then on the agreement that at the next council meeting, where we have the numbers, the savings, total savings from this severance package, that be placed on the agenda along with an item on the agenda to relook this budget if needed and start making additional cuts there.
I'll second that.
I don't,
Can
I
I,
don't think you can do a motion quite like that.
Oh.
You can approve it and then with the expectation of that.
whatever we gotta do.
Your motion would just be to approve the budget.
Guys,
Yeah.
Okay, a question on that. This buyout option is due at 5 o'clock on the day of the next council meeting. So are you all gonna have numbers of those people available to us to talk about at that council meeting? Or are you wanting to put it off until the next meeting?
No,
As long
well,
as somebody doesn't send it in at 4:59, I should have the time to calculate it.
So what's your intention?
Mine,
Right, then it's.
my intent was to do it, if they have it on the first, so be it. If not, I'm okay waiting until the 15th. 2 weeks is not gonna kill us.
I think, most likely, you would have, unless everybody waits until the last minute, you probably would have some.
Do we have to itemize each employee in the agenda to approve? Or can it be accept the offers?
Accept the offers.
And so then whatever's submitted, we could entertain at that point.
I would probably list it as move this amount of money from this account number to unallocated. This
Well, we gotta post the budget the day before that though, so we wouldn't be able to,
Yeah, you'd have to know what that budget is.
that's, if we left it broad, we could just accept.
The email due the day before. And
I mean, I guess we can amend this, we haven't approved it, so we can technically amend it.
And technically, you're not supposed to be discussing it yet.
Yeah,
Correct.
yeah, we're still-
But we haven't taken any action on it, so they can undo it.
Charles, could you change the motion to approve the budget as it is tonight?
Yeah, I'll change the
But
motion
as
to,
it's been amended in the meeting is what
Correct.
I would prefer the language to be.
Yeah.
correct. I will change my motion to approve the budget as discussed tonight and amended in the meeting.
And I will second that.
Before we vote, I have a question. On the fire ordinance that I was speaking about with BK, does that have to go to the O&I, or could that be presented next week?
Technically, there's nothing that says it has to go to O&I, right? Because
Those are all
you
just
don't have.
advisory committees.
You can fast track it right to the
I
council.
think the bigger question would be, can Chase prepare the ordinance by Thursday of this week so that
I
it
have
can be on?
Several, as BK probably does too, several that we can probably copy
The
from.
ones in the industrial park book, definitely the fee for commercial racks and that kind of stuff, we would definitely get on that next meeting.
Because it's still, like, what do we have, 2 readings and then a month, like you said, a month, so that's still,
So if it's on Tuesday's
December?
agenda, then the second reading will be on 15th and then, yeah, November 15th-ish.
I don't mean this harshly, but realistically, the fire department's personnel cuts are probably what's on the line here for that money, so I want to fast track it as much as possible. I don't see where we can get any money from any of those other departments, and even though I know they're critically staffed, I want to save all the jobs that we can,
Everything
so.
we can, yeah.
100%.
So,
Before we do any of this, can you guys confirm that you're not letting my employee get insurance? Because
Correct.
nobody ever said yes or no, and she's watching and she's freaking out, I'm sure. So I would like to have clarification on whether that 14,000 is
Well-
going to be budgeted or not.
It is not going to be budgeted.
Yeah, in my opinion, I think we can look at it once, if,
Kenneth, it's not gonna be budgeted tonight.
yeah,
That's all I need.
3 months from now, maybe.
further discussion on that? Call for the vote.
Shropshire,
Yes.
Bradshaw,
Yes.
Rushiers,
Yes.
Brown,
Yes.
Trammell,
Yes.
Smith,
No.
Lamar?
No.
Item 2, discussion and possible action to approve the mayor to sign voluntary severance agreements in the amount of $20,000 each, offered to full-time employees on a first-come, first-served basis for the following departments: 203 Community Development 1, 208 Facility 1, 209 Clerk's Office 1, 215 Police 1, 217 Fire 1, 221 Library 1. Employees or their department head on their behalf must request a voluntary severance agreement by mailing the mayor at hr@pryorcreek.org. Voluntary severance agreement request will be accepted through October 1, 2024 at 5 p.m.
I'll make that motion, but
Do we want to adjust it to where it's due on the 30th of September? Or do we want to keep it as is, or maybe even make it at 12 p.m.?
I think we're okay. I'll make that motion
To approve as is or to make an amendment?
for right now, as is.
Second.
Then we can discuss.
We have a motion from Brown as is and a second from
Since it's gonna be a first come, first served basis, can you put a start date also? That way you know.
My plan was,
Can you-
as long as
September
it was approved
24th.
here, then whatever time after that, it was fine.
Upon the approval of council.
And I plan to write the time.
It's going in email, so it's going to be timestamped.
so the first thing tomorrow.
Or today?
Yeah.
Yeah, or today.
Did you get my second, Mayor?
I did. Did you get it, Courtney?
I did.
Thank you.
Are there amendments being made on this or no?
I would like to limit it to one for 203, 208, and 209. I don't know if Ms. Rarick can accept a second position if they were to put in for it or not. And then I'm going to use her judgment if it's just one, should be limited to one or two.
Oh, we can always do full-time.
Okay, then also 221.
So we're striking the one on 217, 215, that's what you're proposing.
Well, just the one, I don't know.
We can always reject them.
I'm curious if we should entertain increasing any of those. I'm not saying that we'll accept more offers than that, but
The way it's written, you're authorizing him to sign them as they come in, so this doesn't come back to council.
Okay.
Would the council be entertained, or would the council entertain accepting more than what's here?
more positions? Yeah, that was my question. I don't think that those other four can realistically still operate if they lose more than one person.
Of course, if you get more than one, you can hire somebody.
What have we done then? Just,
Well, you might have replaced the higher pay with the lower pay. I don't know.
Everything's
But I mean, it would be,
but we've paid $20,000 to do it.
yeah.
I'm not sure we've gained any ground there. I would also, I don't know if I need to amend my motion, but I would say that any of these that are left, that vacate aren't hireable this budget year. Because I don't know that we've done ourselves any favor if we do. That's probably a discussable item there, I would think.
I would agree with that.
Council?
But I mean, it would have to come to the council anyway for amending. the-
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, any
Yeah.
hirings
Hire
have
at
to
this
come
point
anyway,
has to
so
come
I don't think we
anyway,
need to
so-
put that in there.
Yeah.
I think we can discuss that as being certainly the expectation. I don't know if that's part of the motion.
Okay.
So I have the motion be amended to essentially removing police and fire departments from that. Is that,
No, just, the motion is to increase the amount that they can accept more than one.
okay, well, you said more than one thing at once, so.
Sorry. Those other four can accept one, but the police and fire could accept more than one.
Oh, you're allowing police and fire only to accept more than one.
Correct.
Correct.
I think those are the only I'm not saying that you guys can stand to lose anybody, but
Right, and the thing
I
to
think
remember
everything else comes to a
on
stop.
that too is that it's full-time employees, so, there's not a lot of part-time.
I think if you're gonna put a number different, I think you need to put that number in the motion. That way he knows what he's authorized to do, because this is over his spending limit.
We talking total packages?
No, per department.
Yeah, whatever you're authorized, he just needs to know what he's authorized to sign as these come in, whether it's.
How many more than one are you gonna allow 215 and 217 to have?
3? I mean, I'm,
Council? Discussion?
I don't know that they'll have anybody sign up, honestly, but if they have more than one, I guess we should probably be entertaining
Would
it.
you have to do that by department, or would you have to do that by?
His motion is to only offer more than one position to 215 and 217, which is police and fire.
Chase, I'm wondering if you don't allow a department to put in for it and you allow another department to put in for multiple ones, is that any recourse?
I don't think so, because everything in this is voluntary.
But if you wanted to volunteer to do it and you were in a department and we said, no, you can't do it, are they gonna have a recourse?
I don't think so.
Okay.
On a first
Just
come,
wanted
first
to know.
serve, if there's a limit, then the
There
deal
has
is
been
closed.
discussion if a police officer or a firefighter wants to do it, I think we need to have a representative from the FOP and the collective bargaining agreements approve that, because they're with a third-party contract.
And I've included a line item on that contract for that.
Okay, that being said, to be fair to both personnel and both unions, if any of the police and fire take that option, can they, this waiver of giving up their benefits, so to speak, i.e. comp time, overtime, et cetera, is that valid
That's why,
per the contract?
that's why I want the collective bargaining agreement to sign off also. Because if we run into an issue, it's possible we run into an issue, and this has popped up very recently, so the research on it's minimal. But it's possible a police officer says, I want to do it, and the collective bargaining unit says, we don't want you to do it. So I think if a police officer or firefighter is going to be entertained in doing it, I think the city should have the collective bargaining agreement sign off along with them, that they're approving of them not following the collective bargaining contract.
And you fall into the possibility of them turning it down, the bargaining
Yes.
group by vote.
And that's, I don't know the answer if they turn that down, but that does. But that's why if a firefighter or police officer does it, I would want collective bargaining also to sign off. If someone's still dead set on it, I'm more than happy to do research, but I don't know the answer to that right now.
BK, I'm gonna ask you a question.
Yes, sir.
I recall somebody telling me something that, about the fire department specifically, that if somebody quit today, aside from this, just if somebody quit or left, that we would be stuck owing quite a bit of money to them because of I think comp time or built up. What, you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah,
What's
so,
the deal on that?
if, say one of my top end guys or one of my senior guys decides to retire before even all this, 20,000 isn't even close to what y'all are gonna pay per the contract, to pay the comp time, the sick time, and the vacation. I think they might, I don't know if they get anything for their holidays or not, but this won't touch that. A junior firefighter that might get fired per the contract is protected for 12 months, so let's say things do get better and we can hire that position back, well, he's guaranteed to come back at the same rate, same pay with all vacation and all acquired time at that point. So I can't speak for the union, but they've got stuff built into their contracts for layoffs to protect them, and then vice versa, even if they're gonna retire outright, they're gonna get what they consider a cured time through their time of employment with the city, what they've got to where they've saved up in comp time, sick time, now that y'all pay off the sick time, and like I said, vacations and all that time. So you can add that up, and I'm not saying I can't speak for them, but I just don't think you'll get very many that bite from my union, because that's why they've got that bargaining agreement. It's set up to protect them, either layoffs or when it comes day for them to.
Especially whenever it sounds like you're writing this severance agreement where if they take it, they don't get anything else.
Yep.
So in
Yeah,
the
really
case of,
everything, which is why if a police officer or firefighter, I want the collective bargaining agreement to sign off.
Yeah.
Because those are contractual things in the collective bargaining agreement. What he's saying is exactly what I'm saying.
Is there a number that entices them?
You throw $1 million at me, and
I got that. But anyway.
There's always a price.
Yeah, but I don't know, I mean, that's something, I don't know if you talk to some of the senior guys, some departments have things like that to where they've got incentives for some of the senior guys to go, but just to be honest, I've never been here before since I've been in the office, so to tell y'all, hey, here's the magic number, but I mean, everybody's got a price, but.
Police have a similar deal in yours as far as if there's layoffs, the order and how that goes and everything. So similar to what BK's saying about fire, I would assume a low-level police officer is going to be enticed to take it, knowing they're more likely to be on the chopping block. Speak for you guys, but common sense is that's on the contract.
So in this scenario then, if a police or fireman did take the buyout, and I'm using the term buyout, not layoff,
That's what it is.
to take the buyout, even though they're willing to do that, that the buyout could be null and void on the benefits part because the group, the union may vote to.
That's what I don't know yet. I'm hoping we don't have to deal with that. But that's why I want them to sign off on it. If we run into an issue where someone wants to get out and the collective bargaining agreement says no, I'll do whatever research we need to do, but I was waiting for that point for it to be an issue. My hope was if somebody wants out, it's probably gonna be your low-level guy who might be on the chopping block for a layoff anyway under both the FOP and the fire department contracts. So they're at risk of not taking it, in which case I assumed the collective bargaining agreements would approve that, but that's an assumption.
Okay, and then my last question, per the contract for both of them, are they kind of protected more? I know they are protected more than the other city employees because they're the union. But if it did come down to cuts other than this buyout, is it have to be done to other city departments first before you go to the police and fire unions? Or is everybody in the pot to?
I think everybody's in the pot, but before you start doing that, I need to look at that.
All right, thank you.
There's also, well, I don't want to get into that. There are,
Do we have to have that in the motion in regarding the, police and fire, that they,
No, they're just putting it in the
yeah, I'm
agreement.
putting it in mine. That's gonna be for everybody, if you're a
Okay.
member of the collective bargaining. So people who aren't don't have to worry about that section.
When they sign the contract though, does that have to be in the little contract that they sign with the mayor? That they know that option and recourse is there?
Yeah.
That they acknowledge that it can be overridden by the.
Yeah, well, that's gonna be in, if you're a member of the collective bargaining, before bringing it to him, get a decision, and if they can't get one, that's another issue.
Thank you.
Sir.
Okay, any final discussion on that? Any changes?
We have a motion
Yeah.
around for the numbers that we haven't received yet, so we can't take any action until we know if we're gonna have this or not.
Well, the discussion was what number do we need to put in there for those guys?
Correct.
I mean, do we leave it at one or do we increase it?
can we do it at?
I would at least ask for not to exceed number.
And would we be able to make it at discretion, or?
It's voluntary.
It's voluntary.
I mean, like you're.
No, I think he means council discretion on, leave it open-ended, and we,
Well, like if we
See what
say, like if we said 2 per,
Well,
but
I think we stick with the timeframes that we've discussed. We'll be discussing it in the next council meeting. Can be reevaluated at that point.
So to your point, Mayor, why don't we, what was it, police and fire, Tyler, where you said 3, not to exceed 3?
I said not to exceed 3. Jeremy has since texted me that he can't handle more than 1
Okay.
because of the losses he's already had, so I don't. I imagine Chief Young would have probably also say that he couldn't handle any, so, I mean. So I don't know that,
well, why don't we just do 1 for right now and see what comes of this whole
You
thing?
can always do more later down the road.
Keep it at 1?
okay.
Yep.
May I ask a question in regards to that? If you are offering, if you have members of the collective bargaining unit that can collect their benefits and collect a severance, is that being considered also?
It's waived.
It's one or the other, can't be both, even if they're.
So if somebody has
If they're ready to retire, they can get their retirement.
and comp, they probably won't take this deal.
So we're gonna leave the numbers as stands, starting as soon as you guys approve it, through October 1st, 2024, at 5 p.m. Correct?
With the expectation to revisit the budget next Tuesday night still too.
We'll
I hope.
figure out the wording on that tomorrow.
I think that's the.
Yeah, that was the key.
Call for the vote.
Bradshaw,
Yes.
Rushiers,
Yes.
Brown,
Yes.
Trammell,
Yes.
Smith,
No.
Lamar,
Yes.
Shropshire,
Yes.
Item 4. Do I have a motion?
Yes. Motion.
I got a motion from Bashir. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second from Trammell. Call for the vote. Somebody please take that to the home.
guys, hang on, please.
Let's, give her just a minute to call the vote.
Rushiers,
Yes.
Brown,
Yes.
Trammell,
Yes.
Smith,
Yes.
Lamar,
Yes.
Shropshire,
Staying.
Bradshaw. I wrote it.
No, I was kidding.
Too late now.
He wants to stay here.
Yeah, yeah.
So here's something for you, Mayor, to think about. Because I need to call my wife and see if I can catch it. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to snap.
Well, and I did the same thing, I was gonna say, I'm gonna tell
Chase.
them, I didn't, it's just, I think it's late, and I see,
Is there a day I can grab BK and we come by?
I guess I snapped, I just talked
She
too
said
fast.
she parked out front.